Book 2, Surat the Threshold, Chapter 5. The room was musty and close, as though the rainy season had not passed, and the floor was hard mud. Through crude wooden shutters, they could glimpse the early sun stoking anew for the day's inferno. But now it merely washed the earthen walls in stripes of golden light. Hawksworth stood by the window examining the grassy square that spanned out toward the river. The porters, in whose lodge they were confined, milled about the open area, chanting and sweating as they unloaded large bales of cotton from the two-wheeled bullock carts that continually rolled into the square. He steadied himself against the heavy wooden frame of the window and wondered if his land legs would return before the A was out. God curse all Moors. Mackintosh stooped over the tray resting on the grease-smudged center carpet and pulled a lid from one of the earthen bowls. He stared critically at the dense, milky liquid inside, then gingerly dipped in a finger and took a portion to his lips. He tested the substance, tangy curd smelling faintly of spice, and his face hardened. "'Tis damned spoilt milk." He spat fiercely onto the carpet and seized a piece of fried bread to purge the taste. Fitter for swine than men. What they do with the samples. Elkington sprawled heavily in the corner, his eyes bloodshot from the all-night vigil upriver. With no guards, the heathens'll be thievin' the lot. He squinted toward the window, but made no effort to move. His exhaustion and despair were total. The goods are still where they unloaded them. Hawksworth revolved toward the room. They say nothing happens till the Shabandar arrives. What they say about him? Elkington slowly drew himself to his feet. They said he arrives at mid-morning, verifies his seal on the customs house door, and then orders it opened. They also said that all traders must be searched personally by his officers. He imposes duty on everything, right down to the shillings in your pocket. Damned if I'll pay duty, not for samples. That's what I said, and they ignored me. It seems to be law. Hawksworth noticed that the gold was dissolving from the dawn sky surrender into a brilliant azure. He turned, scooped a portion of curds onto a piece of fried bread, and silently chewed as he puzzled over the morning. And the night before, who had saved them? And why? Did someone in India hate the Portuguese so much they would defend the English before even knowing who they were? No one in India could know about King James's letter, about the East India Company's plans. No one. Even George Elkington did not know everything. Yet someone in India already wanted the English alive. He had wrestled with the question for the rest of the trip upriver, and he could think of no answers. They had been saved for a reason he did not know, and that worried him even more than the porch. Agees. Without a pilot, they had had to probe upriver slowly, sounding for sandbars with an oar. Finally, when they were near exhaustion, the river suddenly curved and widened. Then, in the first dim light of morning, they caught the unmistakable outlines of a harbor. It had to be Surat. The river lay north-south now, with the main city sprawled along its eastern shore. The tide began to fall back, depleted, and he realized they had timed its flow perfectly. As they waited for the port slowly revealed itself in the eastern glow. Long stone steps emerged directly from the Tapti River and broadened into a wide, airy square flanked on three sides by massive stone buildings. The structure on the downriver side was obviously a fortress, built square with a large turret at each corner, and along the top of walls Hawksworth could see the muzzles of cannon. They looked to be 8-inchers trained directly on the water. And in the waning dark he spotted Tyne. Points of light spaced regularly along the top of the fortress walls. That could only mean one thing. Mackintosh, ship the oars and drop anchor. We can't dock until daylight. Aye, Captain, but why not take her in now? We can seat. Make a landin'. And they can see us well enough to position their cannon. Look carefully along there. Hawksworth directed his gaze toward the top of the fortress. They've lighted linstocks for the guns. Mother of God, do they think we're going? A storm there Bleedin' Harbor with a pinnace? Probably a standard precaution. But if we hold here, at least we'll keep at the edge of their range, and we'd better put all weapons out of sight. I want them to see a pinnace of friendly trader. Zet sunup. The dawn opened quickly, and as they watched, the square blossomed to life. Large two-wheeled carts appeared through the half-dark, drawn by muscular black oxen, some of whose horns had been tipped in silver. One by one the oxen umbered into the square, urged forward by the shouts and beatings of turbaned drivers who wore folded white skirts instead of breeches. Small fires were kindled by some of the men, and the unmistakable scent of glowing dung chips savored. The dark clouds of smoke that drifted out across the river's surface. Then Hawksworth first noticed the bathers that had appeared along the shore on either side of the stone steps. Brown men stripped to loincloths, and women in brilliantly colored. Head-to-toe wraps were easing themselves ceremoniously into the chilled, mud-colored water, some bowing repeatedly in the direction of the rising sun. Only the waters fronting the stairway remained unobstructed. When the dawn sky had lightened to a muted red, Hawksworth decided to start their move. He surveyed the men crowded in the pinnace one last time and read in some faces expectation and in others fear. But in all, there was bone-deep fatigue. Only Elkington seemed fully absorbed in the vision that lay before them. Even from their distance, the chief merchant was already assessing the goods being unloaded from the carts. Rolls of brown cloth, bundles of indigo, and bales of combed cotton fiber. He would point then, turn and gesture excitedly as he lectured Spencer. The young clerk was now a bedraggled remnant of fashion in the powder-smudged remains of his new doublet. The plumed hat he had worn as they cast off had been lost in the attack downriver, and now he crouched in the bottom of the pinnace, humiliated and morose, his eyes vacant. Mackintosh, weigh anchor, will row to the steps, slowly. The men bobbed alert as they hoisted the chain into the prow of the pinnace. Oars were slipped noisy. Lee into their rowlocks, and Mackintosh signaled to get underway. As they approached the stairway, alarmed cries suddenly arose from the sentinels stationed on stone platforms flanking either side of the steps. In moments, a crowd collected along the river, with turbaned men shouting in a language Hawksworth could not place and gesturing the pinnace away from the dock. What could they want, he asked himself. Who are they? They're not armed, they don't look hostile, just upset. Permission. A land. Hawksworth shouted to them in Turkish, his voice slicing through the din and throwing a sudden silence over the crowd. The customs house does not open until 2 hours before midday, a tall, bearded man shouted back. Then he squinted toward the pinnace. Who are you, Portuguese? No, we're English. So that's it, Hawksworth thought. They assumed we were Portugals with a boatload of booty, here for a bit of private trade. The man examined the pinnace in confusion. Then he shouted again over the waters. You are not Portuguese? I told you we're English. Only Portuguese tapiwalas are allowed to trade. The man was now scrutinizing the pinnace in open perplexity. We've no goods for trade. Only samples. Hawksworth tried to think of a way to confound the bureaucratic mind. We only want food and drink. You cannot land at this hour, in name of Allah the Merciful. Hawksworth stretched for his final ploy, invocation of that hospitality underlying all Islamic life. Demands can be ignored. A traveler's need, never. Food and drink for my men. Miraculously, it seemed to work. The bearded man stopped short and examined them again closely. Then he earned and dictated rapidly to the group of waiting porters. In moments the men had plunged into the chilled morning water, calling for the mooring line of the pinnace. As they towed the pinnace into the shallows near the steps, other porters swarmed about the boat and gestured to indicate the English should climb over the gunwales and be carried ashore. They caught hold of George Elkington first. He clung futilely to the gunwales as he was dragged cursing from the bobbing pinnace and hoist it on the backs of 2 small Indian men. Arms flailing, he toppled himself from their grasp and splashed backward into the muddy tapti. After he floated to the surface, sputtering, he was dragged bodily from the water and up the steps. Then the others were carried ashore, and only Mackintosh tried to protest. The last to leave the pinnace, Hawksworth hoisted himself off the prow and onto the back of a wiry Indian whose thin limbs belied their strength. The man's turban smelled faintly sweat, but his well-worn shirt was spotless. His dark eyes assessed Hawksworth with a practiced sidelong glance, evaluating his attire, his importance, and the approximate cash value of his sword in a single sweep, only after the porters had deposited them on the stone steps did Hawksworth finally realize that India's best port had no wharf, that human backs served as the loading platform for all men and goods. As he looked around, he also noticed they had been surrounded by a crowd of men, not identified by turbans as were the porters, but uniformed more expensively and wielding long, heavy canes. Wordlessly, automatically, men aligned themselves in 2 rows to create a protected pathway leading up the steps and into the square. Hawksworth watched as they beat back the gathering crowd of onlookers with their canes, and he suddenly understood this was how the port prevented traders from passing valuables to an accomplice in a crowd and circumventing customs. Then the tall bearded man approached Hawksworth, smiled professionally, and bowed in the manner of Karim, hands together at the brow. "You are welcome in the name of the Shabandar, as a guest only, not as a aider." Without further greeting, he directed them across the open square toward a small stone building. "You will wait in the porter's lodge until the customs house opens." As he ordered the heavy wooden door opened, he curtly added, "The Shabandar will rule whether your presence here is permitted." He had watched them enter, and then he was gone. Shortly after the food had appeared, Hawksworth examined the room once more, its close air still damp with the chill of dawn. The walls were squared, and the ceiling high and arched. In a back corner, a niche had been created, and in it rested a small round stone pillar, presumably a religious object, but one Hawksworth did not recognize. Who would venerate a column of stone, he mused, particularly one which seems almost like a man's organ? It can't be the Muslims. They worship their own organs like no other race, but they generally honor their law against icons. So it must be for the Gentiles, the Hindus, which means that the porters are Hindus and their overseers Moors. That's the privilege of conquerors. Just like every other land the Moors have seized by the sword. He glanced again at the tray and noted that the food had been completely devoured, consumed by ravenous seamen who would have scorned to touch milk curds 6 months before. After a moment's consideration, Hawksworth turned and seated himself on the edge of the carpet. "There's nothing to be done. We may as well rest while we have the chance." George Elkington had rolled himself in a corner of the carpet, and now he dozed fitfully. Humphrey Spencer fought sleep as he worked vainly to brush away the powder smudges from his doublet. Mackintosh had finished whetting his seaman's knife, and now sat absorbed in searching his hair for lice. Bosun's mate, John Garway, lounged against a side wall, idly scratching his codpiece and dreaming of the women he would soon have, his toothless smile fixed in sleepy anticipation. The master's mate, Thomas Davies, dozed in a heap by the door, his narrow face depleted and aged with scurvy. In a back corner, dice and a pile of coins had miraculously appeared, and the other seamen sprawled up. Out them on the floor, bloodshot eyes focused on the chance numbers that would spell the longest splurge in port. Hawksworth stretched his wounded leg once more, leaned stiffly against the front wall, and forced his mind to drift again into needed rest. Hawksworth was suddenly alert, his senses troubled. The sun had reached mid-morning now, and it washed the mud floor in brilliant yellow light. He sensed that a heavy shadow had passed through its beam. He had not specifically seen it, but somehow, intuitively, he knew. Without a word, he edged to the side of the heavy wooden door, his hand close to his sword handle. All the others except Mackintosh were by now asleep. Only the quartermaster had noticed it. He quickly moved to the side of the door opposite Hawksworth and casually drew his heavy, bone-handled knife. Without warning, the door swung outward. Facing them was the same bearded man who had invited them ashore. The square behind him was bright, now with the glare of late morning, and in the light Hawksworth realized he was wearing an immaculate white turban. a long blue skirt over tightly fitting white breeches, and ornate leather shoes turned up at the toe in a curved point. This him, however, he no longer bore welcome. "Where have you anchored your ships?" The turkey was accented and abrupt. News travels fast, Hawksworth thought, as he tried to shove the haze from his mind. "Where is the Shahbandar? Your merchantmen were." "Not in the bay this morning. Where are they now?" The man seemed to ignore Hawksworth's question. "I demand to see the Shahbandar, and I'll answer no questions till I do." "You do not demand of the Shahbandar." The man's black beard worked nervously, even when he paused. "You and all your men are to be brought to the customs house together with your goods." "Where is he now?" "He is here." "Where?" The Indian turned and gestured quickly across the maiden, the square, toward the large Ndola's stone building that sat on the water's edge opposite the fortress. Hawksworth looked at the cluster of armed guards and realized this must be the mint. This was the building, he now remembered Karim telling him, where foreign money was changed. All foreign coins, even Spanish rials of 8, were required to be melted down and reminted into rupees before they could be used for purchase. Supposedly a protection against counterfeit or base coin. This requirement adduced months of delay. The Shahbandar gave only one alternative to traders in a hurry: borrow ready-made rupees at exorbitant interest. After he has authorized the beginning of today's work at the mint, he will verify the seal. The door of the customs house, he pointed to the squat building adjoining their lodge, and open it for today. All goods must be taxed and receive his chap or seal before they can enter or leave India. The men had begun to stir and haw. Hawksworth turned to translate. The English assembled warily, and the air came alive with an almost palpable apprehension as Hawksworth led them into the bustling square. "We must wait." The tall Indian suddenly paused near the center of the maid, and just as a group of guards emerged from the mint. Each wore a heavy sword, and they were escorting a large closed palanquin carried on the shoulders of 4 bearers dressed only in white skirts folded about their waist. The guards cleared a path through the crowd of merchants and made their way slowly to the door of the customs house. The crowd surged in behind them, blocking the view. But moments later, the tall doors of the customs house were seen to swing open, and the crowd funneled in behind the palanquin and the guards. Then the Indian motioned for them to follow. The interior of the customs house smelled of sweat, mingled with spice and the dusty fragrance of indigo. As oil lamps were lighted and attached to the side walls, the milling crowd grew visible. Through the semi-dark, porters were already bearing the English goods in from the maiden and piling them in one of the allotted stalls. The tall guide turned to Hawksworth. "You and all your men must now be searched here in the counting room." "I'll not allow it." Hawksworth motioned the English back. "I told you I demand to see the Shahbandar. He'll receive you when he will. He has not granted an audience." "Then will not be searched." "Tell him that, now." The Indian paused for a moment, then reluctantly turned and made his way toward a door at the rear of the large room. Elkington pressed forward, his face strained. "Tell the bleedin' heathen we're English. Will not be readed like this rabble." He motioned around the room, a bedlam of Arab, Persian, and Indian traders who eyed the English warily as they shouted for the attention of customs inspectors and competed to bribe porters. "Just hold quiet. I think they know exactly who we are, and they know about the ships." As they waited, Hawksworth wondered what he should tell the Shahbandar, and he again puzzled over the words of Karim. "Think, what can you tell him that he hasn't already heard?" "I'll wager he knows full well we were attacked by Portugals in the bay, that we burned and sank 2 galleons. Will he now hold us responsible for warfare in Indian waters? I'll even wager he knows we were attacked on the river, and who saved us?" The large Indian was returning, striding through the center aisle accompanied by 4 of the Shahbandar's guards. He motioned for Hawksworth to follow, alone. The door of the rear chamber was sheathed in bronze, with heavy ornate hinges and an immense hasp. It seemed to swing open of itself as they approached, and they were in the chamber of the Shahbandar. As he entered, Hawksworth was momentarily blinded by the blaze of oil lamps that lined the walls of the room. Unlie. The simple plaster walls and pillars of the outer receiving area, this inner chamber was forbiddingly ornate, with gilded ceilings almost 30 feet high. The room was already bustling with clerks straightening piles of account books and readying themselves for the day's affairs. The room fell silent and a way suddenly cleared through the center, as the Hindu clerks fell back along the walls. They all wore tight, neat headdresses and formal cotton-top shirts, and Hawksworth felt a sudden consciousness of his own clothes, muddy boots, and powder-smeared jerkin and breeches. For the first time since they arrived, he found himself in a room with no other Europeans. The isolation felt sudden and complete. Then he saw the Shahbandar. On a raised dais at the rear of the room, beneath a canopy of gold-embroidered cloth, sat the chief port official of India. He rested stiffly on a four-legged couch strewn with cushions, and he wore a turban of blue silk, narrow pattern, and trousers, and an embroidered tan robe that crossed to the right over his plump belly, and was secured with a row of what appeared to be rubies. He seemed oblivious to Hawksworth, as he cursed and drew on the end of a tube being held to his mouth. An attending clerk. The clerk's other hand worked a burning taper over the open top of a long-necked clay pot. The tube being held to the Shahbandar's mouth was attached to a spout on the side. Suddenly, Hawksworth heard a gurgle from the pot, and saw the Shahbandar inhale a mouthful of dark smoke. Tobacco is the only thing the Tapiwalas ever brought to India that she did not already have. Even then, we still had to devise the hookah to smoke it properly. He inhaled appreciatively. It is forbidden during this month of Ramadan, but no man was made to fast during daylight and also forego tobacco. The morning sun still rose in the east, and thus it is written the gate of repentance remains open to odd servants. The Shahbandar examined Hawksworth with curiosity. His face recalled hard desert nomad blood, but now it was softened with ease, plump, and moustachioed. He wore gold earrings and he was barefoot. Favor me by coming closer. I must see this Ferengi captain who brings such turmoil to our waters. He turned and cursed the servant as the hookah continued to gurgle inconclusively. Then a roll of smoke burst through the tube, and the Shahbandar's eyes mellowed as he drew it deeply into his lungs. He held the smoke for a moment while he gazed quizzically at Hawksworth, squinting as though the air between them were opaque. They tell me you are English. May I have the pleasure to know your name? I'm Brian Hawksworth, captain of the frigate Discovery. May I also have the privilege of an introduction? I will stand before Allah as Mirza Nuruddin. He again drew deeply on the hookah. But here I am the Shahbandar. He exhaled a clap. Uddin examined Hawksworth. Your ship and another were in our bay yesterday. I am told they weighed anchor at nightfall. Do English vessels customarily sail without their captain when they have reason to do so? Hawksworth fixed him square, he wondering if he was really almost blind or if he merely wanted to appear so. And what, Captain Hawksworth, brings you and your contentious warships to our port? It is not often our friends the Portuguese permit their fellow Christians to visit us. Our ships are traders of England's East India Company. Do not squander my time telling me what I already know. The Shahbandar suddenly seemed to erupt. They have never before come to India. Why are you here now? Hawksworth sensed suddenly that the Shahbandar had been merely toying with him, that he knew full well why they had come and had already decided what to do. He recalled the words of Karim, declaring the Shahbandar had his own private system of spies. We are here for the same reason we have visited the islands, to trade the goods of Europe. But we already do trade with Europeans, the Portuguese, who also protect our seas. Have you found profit in it? Enough. But it is not your place to question me, Captain Hawksworth. Then you may wish to profit through English trade as well. And your merchants, I assume, also expect to profit here. That's the normal basis of trade. Hawksworth shifted, easing his leg. The Shahbandar glanced downward, but without removing his lips from the tube of the hookah. I notice you have a wound, Captain Hawksworth. Yours would seem a perilous profession. It's sometimes even more perilous for our enemies. I presume you mean the Portuguese. The Shahbandar cursed the servant anew and called for a new taper to fire the hookah. But their perils are over. Yours have only begun. Surely you do not expect they will allow you to trade here. Trade here is a matter between England and India. It does not involve the Portugals. The Shahbandar smiled. But we have a trade agreement with the Portuguese, a firman signed by His Majesty, the Moghul of India, allowing them free access to our ports. We have no such agreement with England. Then we were mistaken. We believed the port of Surat belonged to India, not to the Portugals. Hawksworth felt his palms moisten at the growing game of nerves. India, I would say, has no ports of her own, no authority to trade with whom she will. You come to our door with warfare and insolence, Captain Hawksworth. Perhaps I would have been surprised if you had done otherwise. The Shahbandar paused to draw thoughtfully on the smoking mouthpiece. Why should I expect this? Although you would not ask, let me assume you have. The reputation of English sea dogs is not unknown in the Indies. And I can easily guess who brought you these libelous orts of England. Perhaps you should examine their motives. We have received guidance in our judgment from those we have trusted for many years. The Shahbandar waved aside the hookah and fixed Hawksworth with a hard gaze. Hawksworth returned the unblinking stare for a moment while an idea formed in his mind. I believe it once was written, there are those who purchase error at the price of guidance, so their commerce does not prosper. Neither are they guided. A sudden hush enveloped the room as the Shahbandar examined Hawksworth with uncharacteristic surprise. For a moment his eyes seemed lost in concentration, then they quickly regained their focus. The Holy Quran, Surah Roman 2, if I have not lost the lesson of my youth. He stopped and smiled in disbelief. It's impossible a Tapiwala should know the words of the merciful Prophet, on whom be peace. You are a man of curious parts, English captain. Again he paused. And you dissemble with all the guile of a mullah. I merely speak the truth. Then speak the truth to me now, Captain Hawksworth. Is it not true the English are a notorious nation of pirates, that your merchants live off the commerce of others, pillaging where they fit? Should I not inquire, therefore, whether you intrude into our waters for the same purpose? England has warred in years past on her rightful enemies, but our wars are over. The East India Company was founded for peaceful trade, and the company is here for no purpose but to trade peacefully with merchants in Surat. Hawksworth dutifully pressed forward. Our two merchantmen bring a rich store of English goods, woolens, ironwork, lead, while you war with the Portuguese in sight of our very shores. Will you next make war on our own merchants? I'm told it is your historic livelihood. As he studied Hawksworth, the Shahbandar found himself reflecting on the previous evening. The sun had set, and the Ramadan meal was already underway when Father Manuel Pinheiro, the second-ranked Portuguese Jesuit in India, had appeared at his gates demanding an audience. For 2 tiresome hours, he had endured the Jesuit's pain excuses for Portugal's latest humiliation at sea, and his boasts that the English would never survive a trip upriver. And for the first time Mirza Nuruddin could remember, he had smelled fear. Mirza Nuruddin had sensed no fear in the Portuguese 8 years before, when an English captain named Lancaster had attacked and pillaged a Portuguese galleon in the seas off Java. Then the Viceroy of Goa brayed he would know retribution, although nothing was ever done. And a mere if years ago the Viceroy himself led a fleet of 12 warships to Malacca boasting to burn the 11 Dutch merchantmen lading there. And the Dutch sank almost his entire fleet. Now, the pirates of Malabar daily harassed Indian shipping the length of the western coast, and the Portuguese patrols seemed powerless to control them. In one short decade, he told himself, the Portuguese have shown themselves unable to stop the growing Dutch spice trade in the islands, unable to rid India's coasts of pirates, and now unable to keep other Europeans from India's own doorstep. He studied Hawksworth again and asked himself why the English had come, and why the 2 small English vessels had challenged or armed galleons instead of turning and making for open sea to trade a cargo of wool. No cargo was worth the risk they had taken. There had to be another reason. and that reason or whatever lay behind it terrified the Portuguese. For the first time ever, we defend ourselves when attacked, that's all. Hawkesworth found himself wanting to end the questions, to escape the smoky room and the Shabandar's intense gaze. That has no bearing on our request to trade in this port. I will take your request under advisement. In the meantime, you and your men will be searched and your goods taxed, in keeping with our law. You may search the men if you wish, but I am here as representative of the King of England. And as his representative, I will not allow my personal chest to be searched, no more than His Majesty, King James of England, would submit to such an indignity. Hawkesworth decided to reach for all the authority his ragged appearance would allow. All Feringhi except ambassadors must be searched. Do you claim that immunity? I am an ambassador, and I will be traveling to Agra to represent my king. Permission for Feringhi to travel in India must come from the Moghul himself. The Shabandar's face remained impassive, but his mind raced. The stakes of the English game were not wool, he suddenly realized, but India. The English king was challenging Portugal for the trade of India. Their audacity as astonishing. A request can be sent to Agra by the governor of this province. Then I must see him to ask that a message be sent to Agra. For now, I demand that my personal effects be released from the customs house, and that no duty be levied on our goods, which are samples and not for sale. If your goods are not taxed, they will remain in the customs house. That is the law. Because you claim to represent your king, I will forego my obligation to search your person. All of your men, however, will be searched down to their boots, and any goods or coin they bring through this port will be taxed according to the prevailing rate, 2.5% of value. Our chief merchant wishes to display his samples to your traders. I have told you I will consider your request for trade. There are many considerations. He signaled for the hookah to be lighted again. The interview seemed to be ended. Hawkesworth bowed with what formality he could muster and turned toward the counting room door. Captain Hawkesworth, you will not be returning to your men. I have made other arrangements for your lodging. Hawkesworth revolved to see 4 porters waiting by an open door at the Shabandar's left. I must be tired. I hadn't noticed the door until now. Then he realized it had been concealed in the decorations on the wall. When he did not move, the porters surrounded him. No, they're not porters. They're the guards who held back the crowd from the steps, and they're armed now. I think you will find your lodging suitable. The Shabandar watched Hawkesworth's body tense. My men will escort you. Your chest will remain here under my care. The Shabandar returned again to his gurgling hookah. My chest will not be subject to search. If it is to be searched, I will return now to my ship. Hawkesworth still did not move. Your officials will respect my king and his honor. It is in my care. The Shabandar waved Hawkesworth toward the door. He did not look up from his pipe. As Hawkesworth passed into the midday sunshine, he saw the Shabandar's own palanquin waiting by the door. Directly ahead spread the city's teeming horse and cattle bazaar. Wah! Ill on his right, under a dense banyan tree, a dark-eyed beggar sat on a pallet, clothed only in a white loincloth and wearing ashes in his braided hair and curious white and red marks on his forehead. His eyes were burning and intense. And he inspected the new Feringhi, as though he'd just seen the person of the devil. Why should I travel hidden from view? Hawkesworth puzzled, but there was no time to ponder an answer. The cloth covering was lifted, and he found himself urged into the cramped conveyance, made even more comfortless and hot by its heavy carpet lining and bolster seat. In moments, the street had disappeared into jolting darkness. Book 2, Surat the Threshold, Chapter 6. He felt the palanquin drop roughly onto a hard surface, and when the curtains were pulled aside, he looked down to see the stone mosaic of a garden courtyard. They had traveled uphill at least part of the time, with what seemed many unnecessary turns and windings, and now they were hidden from the streets by the high walls of a garden enclosure. Tall, slender palms lined the inside of the garden's white plaster wall, and denser trees shaded a central 2-story building, decorated around its entry with raised Arabic lettering in ornate plasterwork. The guards motioned him through the large wooden portico of the house, which he began to suspect might be the residence of a wealthy merchant. After a long hallway, they entered a spacious room with clean white walls and a thick center carpet over a floor of patterned marble inlay. Large pillows lay strewn about the carpet, and the air hung heavy with the stale scent of spice. It's the house of a rich merchant or official, all right. What else can it be? The decorated panels on the doors and the large brass knobs all indicate wealth. But what's the room for? For guests? No, it's too empty. There's almost no furniture, no bed, no. Then suddenly he understood. A banquet room. He realized he had never seen a more sumptuous private dining hall, even among the aristocracy in London. The guards closed the heavy wooden doors, but there was no sound of their footsteps retreating. Who are they protecting me from? A servant, with skin the color of ebony and a white turban that seemed to enclose a large part of his braided and folded-up beard, pushed open, and an interior door to deposit a silver tray, more fried bread and a bowl of curds. Where am I? Whose house? The man bowed, made hand signs pleading incomprehension, and retreated without a word. As Hawksworth started to reach for a piece of the bread, the outer door opened, and one of the guards stepped briskly to the tray and stopped his hand. He said nothing, merely signaled to wait. Moments later, another guard also entered, and with him was a woman. She was unveiled, with dark skin and heavy gold bangles about her ankles. She stared at Hawksworth with frightened eyes. Brisk words passed in an alien language, and then the woman pointed to Hawksworth and raised her voice as she replied to the guard. He said nothing, but simply lifted a long, sheathed knife from his waist and pointed it toward the tray, his gesture signifying all. After a moment's pause, the woman edged forward and gingerly sampled the curds with her fingers, first sniffing and then reluctantly tasting. More words passed, after which the guards bowed to Hawksworth almost imperceptibly and escorted the woman from the room, closing the door. Hawksworth watched in dismay and then turned again to examine the dishes. If they're that worried, food can wait. Who was she? Probably a slave of the Shabandar. He removed his boots, tossed them in the corner, and eased himself onto the bolsters piled at one end of the central carpet. The wound in his leg had become a dull ache. Jesus help me, I'm tired. What does the Shabandar really want? Why was Karim so fearful of him? And what's the role of the governor in all this? Will all these requests and permissions and permits end up delaying us so long the Portugals will find our anchorage? And what will the governor want out of me? He tried to focus his mind on the governor, on a figure he sculpted in his imagination. A fat, repugnant, pompous bureaucrat. But the figure slowly began to transform, and in time it became the Turk who had imprisoned him in Tunis, with a braided fez and a jeweled dagger at his waist. The fat Turk was not listening. He was issuing a decree. You will stay. Only that. Will I have what I want? What I must have? Next, a veiled woman entered the room, and her eyes were like Maggie's. She seized his hand and guided him toward the women's apartments, past the frowning guards, who raised large scimitars in interdiction until she waved them aside. Then she led him to the center of a brilliantly lighted room until they stood before a large stone pillar, a pillar like the one in the porter's lodge, except it was immense, taller than his head. You belong to me now, her eyes seemed to say, and she began to bind him to the pillar with silken cords. He struggled to free himself, but the grasp on his wrists only became stronger. In panic, he struck out and yelled through the haze of let. I'm only trying to wake you, Captain. A voice cut through the nightmare. His Eminence, the Shabandar, has requested that I attend your wound. Hawksworth startled awake and was reaching for his sword before he saw the swore. The little man, incongruous in a white swath of a skirt and a Portuguese doublet, nervously shaking his arm. The man pulled back in momentary surprise, then dropped his cloth medicine bag on the floor and began to carefully fold a large red umbrella. Hawksworth noted he wore no shoes on his dusty feet. "Allow me to introduce myself." He bowed ceremoniously. "My name is Mukherjee. It is my honor to attend the celebrated New Feringhi." His turkey was Hall. Ting and strongly accented. He knelt and deftly cut away the wrapping on Hawksworth's leg. "And who applied this?" With transparent disdain, he began uncoiling the muddy bandage. "The Christian Tapuwalas constantly astound me, even though my daughter is married to one." One eyebrow twitched nervously as he worked. Hawksworth stared at him through a groggy haze, marveling at the dexterity of his chestnut-brown hands. Then he glanced nervously at the vials of colored liquid and ours of paste the man was methodically extracting from his cloth bag. It was our ship's physician. He swathed this after attending a dozen men with like wounds or worse. No explanations are necessary. Feringhi methods are always unmistakable. In Goa, where I lived for many years after leaving Bengal, I once served in a hospital built by Christian priests. "You worked in a Jesuit hospital?" "I did indeed." He began to scrape away the oily powder residue. From the wound, Hawksworth's leg jerked involuntarily from the flash of pain. "Please do not move. Yes, I served there until I could abide it no more. It was a very exclusive hospital. Only Feringhi were allowed to go there to be bled." He began to wash the wound, superficial but already festering, with a solution from one of the vials. "Yes, we Indians were denied that almost certain entry into Christian paradise represented by its portals. But it was usual. The first stop for arriving Portuguese after the brothels. But why do so many Portuguese sicken after they reach Goa?" Hawksworth watched Mukherjee begin to knead a paste that smelled strongly of sandalwood spice. "It's well that you ask, Captain Hawksworth." Mukherjee tested the consistency of the sandalwood paste with his finger and then placed it aside, apparently to thicken. "You appear to be a strong man, but after many months at sea you may not be as virile as you assume." He absently extracted a large, dark green leaf from the pocket of his doublet and dabbed it in a paste he kept in a crumpled paper. Then he rolled it around the cracked pieces of a small brown nut, popped it into his mouth and began to chew. Suddenly remembering himself, he stopped and produced another leaf from his pocket. "Would you care to try betel, what they call pan here in Surat? It's very healthy for the teeth and the digestion." "What is it?" "A delicious leaf. I find I cannot live without it, so perhaps it's a true addiction. It's slightly bitter by itself, but if you roll it around an areca nut and dip it in a bit of lime which we make from mollusk shells, it is perfect. Exquisite." Hawksworth shook his head in wary dissent, whereupon Mukherjee continued, settling himself on his haunches and sucking contentedly on the rolled leaf as he spoke. "You ask why I question your well-being, Captain? Because a large number of the Ferenghis who come to Goa and India are doomed to die." "You already said that. From what? Poison in their food?" Mukherjee examined him quizzically for a moment as he concentrated on the rolled leaf, savoring a taste, and Hawksworth noticed a red trickle emerge from the corner of his mouth and slide slowly off his chin. He turned and discharged a mouthful of juice into a small brass container, clearing his mouth to speak. "The most common illness for Europeans here is called the bloody flux." Mukherjee tested the paste again with his finger, and then began to stir it vigorously with a wooden spatula. "For 4 or 5 days the body burns with intense heat, and then either it is gone or you are dead." "Are there no medicines?" Hawksworth watched as he began to spread the paste over the wound. "Of course there are medicines." Mukherjee chuckled resignedly, but the Portuguese scorned to use them. "Probably wisely," Hawksworth reflected. "It said the flux is caused by an excess of humors in the blood. Bleeding is the only real remedy." "I see." Mukherjee began to apply the paste and then to bind Hawksworth's leg with a swath of cloth. "Yes, my friend, that is what the Portuguese do. You must hold still, and I have personally observed how effective it is in terminating illness. The damned Jesuits are the best physicians in Europe. So I have often been told. Most frequently at funerals." Mukherjee quickly tied a knot in the binding and spat another mouthful of red juice. "Your wound is really nothing more than a scratch. but you would have been dead in a fortnight, by this if not by eggs. Urshan, what do you mean? Hawksworth rose and tested his leg, amazed that the pain seemed to have vanished. The greatest scourge of all for newly arrived Europeans here seems to be our women. It is inevitable and my greatest source, amusement. He spat the exhausted betel leaf toward the corner of the room and paused dramatically while he prepared another. Explain what you mean about the women. Let me give you an example from Goa. Mukherjee squatted at. The Portuguese soldiers arriving from Lisbon each year tumble from their ships more dead than alive, weak from months at sea and the inevitable scurvy. They are in need of proper food, but they pay no attention to this, for they are even more starved for the company of women. By the way, how is your wound? Mukherjee made no attempt to suppress a smile at Hawksworth's astonished testing of his leg. The pain seems to be gone. He tried squatted in Indian style, like Mukherjee, and found that this posture, too, brought no discomfort. Well, these scurvy-weakened soldiers immediately avail themselves of Goa's many well-staffed brothels, which, I note, Christians seem to frequent with greater devout than their fine churches. What uneven test of skill and vigor transpires I would not speculate, but many of these Ferenghis soon find the only beds suited for them are in the Jesuits' King's Hospital, where few ever leave. I watched some 500 Portuguese a year tread this path of folly. Mukherjee's lips were now the hue of the rose. And what happens to those who do live? They eventually wed one of our women, or one of their own, and embrace the life of sensuality that marks the Portuguese in Goa. With 20, sometimes even 30 slaves to supply their wants and pleasure. And after a time they develop stones in the kidney or gout or some other affliction of excess. What do their wives die of? The same thing? Some, yes, but I have also seen many charged with adultery by their fat Portuguese husbands, a suspicion rarely without grounds, for they really have nothing more to do on hot afternoons than chew betel and intrigue with the lusty young soldiers and executed. The women are said to deem it an honorable martyrdom, vowing they die for love. Mukherjee rose and began meticulously replacing the vials in his cloth bag. I may be allowed to visit you again if you wish, but I think there's no need. Only forego the company of our women for a time, my friend. Practice prudence before pleasure. A shaft of light from the hallway cut across the room as the door opened. Without warning, a guard stood in the passageway, wearing a uniform Hawksworth had not seen before. I must be leaving now. Mukherjee's voice rose to public volume as he nervously scooped up his umbrella and his bag without pausing to secure the knot at its top. Then he bent toward Hawksworth with a quick whisper. Captain, the Shabandar has sent his Rajputs. You must take care. He deftly slipped past the guard in the doorway and was gone. Hawksworth examined the Rajputs warily. They wore leather helmets secured with a colored headband, knee-length tunics over heavy, tight-fitting trousers, and a broad cloth belt. A large, round leather shield hung at each man's side, suspended from a shoulder strap, and each guard wore an ornate quiver at his waist from which protruded a heavy horn bow and bamboo arrows. All were intent and unsmiling. Their leader, his face framed in a thicket of coarse black hair, stepped through the doorway and addressed Hawksworth in halting Turkey. The Shabandar has requested your presence at the customs house. I am to inform you he has completed all formalities for admission of your personal chest and has approved it with his chap. The palanquin was nowhere to be seen when they entered the street, but now Hawksworth was surrounded. As they began walking, he noticed the pain in his leg was gone. The street was lined by plaster walls, and the cool evening air bore the scent of flowers from their concealed gardens. The houses behind the walls were partially shielded by tall trees, but he could tell they were several stories high, with flat roofs on which women clustered, watching. These must all be homes of rich Muslim merchants, palaces for the princes of commerce, and the streets are filled with dark-skinned, slow-walking poor. Probably servants or slaves in no hurry to end the errand that freed them from their drudgery inside. Then, as they started downhill toward the river, they began to pass tile-roofed, plaster-walled homes he guessed were owned by Hindu merchants, since they were without gardens or the high walls Muslims used to hide their women. As they neared the river, the air started to grow sultry, and they began passing the clay-walled huts of shopkeepers and clerks, roofed in palm leaves with latticework grills for windows. Finally, they reached the bazaar of Surat, its rows of palm trees deserted now, with silence where earlier he had heard a tumult of hawkers and strident women's voices. Next to the bazaar stood the stables, and Hawksworth noticed flocks of small boys, naked save for a loincloth, scavenging to find any dung cakes that had been overlooked by the women who collected fuel. The air was dense and smelled of earth, and its taste overwhelmed his lingering memory of the wind off the sea. The streets of Surat converged like the spokes of a wheel, with the customs house and port as its hub. Just like every port town in the world, Hawksworth smiled to himself. All roads lead to the sea, except here, all roads lead to the customs house and the Shabandar. Then, as they approached the last turn in the road, just outside the enclosure of the customs house, they were suddenly confronted by a band of mounted horsemen, armed with long-barreled muskets. The horsemen spanned the roadway and were probably 20 in all, well outnumbering the Rajputs. The horsemen made no effort to move aside as Hawksworth and his guards approached. Hawksworth noticed the Rajputs stiffen slightly, and their hands drop loosely to the horn bows protruding from their quivers, but they did not break their pace. My God, they're not going to halt. There'll be bloodshed, and we're sure to lose. Without warning, a hand threw Hawksworth sprawling against the thick plaster side of a building, and a large, round rhino-hide buckler suddenly was covering his body, shielding him in eerily from the horsemen. Next came a melee of shouts, and he peered out to see the Rajputs encircling him, crouched in a firing pose, each bow aimed on a horseman and taut with its first arrow. The musket-bearing horsemen fumbled with their still uncocked weapons. In lightning moves of only seconds, the Rajputs had seized the advantage. Not only are their bows more accurate than muskets, Hawksworth thought, they're also handier. They can loose half a dozen arrows before a muss. Kit can be rep-rhymed. But what was the signal? I saw nothing, heard nothing, yet they acted as one. I've never before seen such speed, such discipline. Then more shouting. Hawksworth did not recognize the language, but he guessed it might be Urdu. The mixture of imported Persian and native Hindi Karim had said was used in the Moghul's army as a compromise between the language of its Persian-speaking officers and the Hindi-speaking infantry. The Rajputs did not move. As the horseman in the lead withdrew a rolled paper from his waist and contemptuously tossed it onto the ground in front of them, while the others covered him with their bows, the leader of the Rajputs advanced and retrieved the roll from the dust. Hawksworth watched as he unscrolled it and examined in silence. At the bottom, Hawksworth could make out the red mark of a chap, like the one he had seen on bundles in the customs house. The paper was passed among the Rajputs, each studying it in turn, particularly the seal. Then there were more shouts and finally resolution. The dark-bearded leader of Hawksworth's guard approached him and bowed. Then he spoke in Turkey, his voice betraying none of the emotion Hawksworth had witnessed moments before. They are guards of the governor, Mukarab Khan. They have shown us orders by the Shabandar, bearing his seal, instructing that you be transferred to their care. You will go with them. Then he dropped his bow casually into his quiver and led the other men off in the direction of the customs house, all still marching, as though they knew no other pace. Captain Hawksworth, please be tolerant of our Hindu friends. They are single-minded soldiers of fortune and a rifle old-fashioned in their manners. The leader of the guard smiled and pointed to a riderless saddled horse being held by one of the riders. We have a mount for you. Will you kindly join us? Hawksworth looked at the horse, a spirited Abian mare, and then at the saddle, a heavy round tapestry embroidered in silver thread with tassels front and back, held by a thick girth also of tapestry. The stirrups were small triangles of iron held by a leather strap attached to a ring. The top of the girth, a second tapestry band around the mare's neck, secured the saddle near the mane. The mane itself had been woven with decorations of beads and small feathers. The horse's neck was held in a permanent arch by a leather chain extending from the base of the bridle through the chest strap and secured to the lower girth. The mare pranced in anticipation while her coat sparkled in the waning sun. She was a thing of pure beauty. Where are we going? But of course. The governor, Mukarab Khan, has staged a small celebration this afternoon and would be honored if you could join him. Today is the final day of Ramadan, our month-long Muslim fast. He's at the Choghan field, but come, patience is not his most enduring quality. Hawksworth did not move. Why did the Shahbandar change his order? We were going to the customs house to fetch my chest. The governor is a persuasive man. It was his pleasure that you join him this afternoon. But please mount, he is waiting. The man stroked his mustache with a manicured hand as he nodded toward the waiting mount. His Excellency sent one of his finest horses. I think he has a surprise for you. Hawksworth swung himself off into the saddle, and immediately his mare tossed her head in anticipation. She was lanky and spirited, nothing like the lumbering mount his father had once taught him to ride at the army's camp outside London so many years ago. Without another word, the men wheeled their horses and started off in a direction parallel to the river. Then the one who had spoken abruptly halted the entire party. Please forgive me, but did I introduce myself? I am the secretary to His Excellency, Mukarab Khan. We were cast from the civilized comforts of Agra onto this dung-heap port of Surat together. Perhaps it was our stars. Hawksworth was only half listening to the man. He turned and looked back over his shoulder in time to see the Rajputs entering into the compound of the customs house. The leader of the horsemen caught his glance and smiled. Let me apologize again for our friends of the Rajput Guard. You do understand they have no Ishal standing. They serve whomever they are paid to serve. If that thief, the Shahbandar, discharged them tomorrow and then another hired them to kill him, they would do so without a word. Rajputs are professional mercenaries who do bat as coldly as the tiger hunts game. He turned his horse onto a wide avenue that paralleled the river. The sunlight was now filtered through the haze of evening smoke from cooking fires that was enveloping the city. Do Rajputs also of the governor? The man laughed broadly and smoothed the braided mane of his horse as he twisted sideways in the saddle and repeated Hawksworth's question for the other riders. A peal of amusement cut the quiet of the evening streets. My dear English captain, he might wish to hang them, but he would never hire them. His Excellency has the pick of the Moghul infantry and cavalry in this district, men of lineage and breeding. Why should he need Hindus? Hawksworth monitored the riders carefully out of the corner of his eye and thought he detected a trace of nervousness in their mirth. Yes, he told himself, why use Hindus except the Shahbandar's Hindu mercenaries got the advantage of you in only seconds, while you and your pick of the Moghul cavalry were fiddling with your uncocked muskets. Perhaps there's a good reason the Shahbandar doesn't hire men of lineage and breeding. Hawksworth noticed they were paralleling a wall of the city, a high brick barrier with iron Ike set along its capstone. Abruptly, the wall curved across the road they were traveling, and they were facing a massive wooden gate that spanned the width of the street. Suddenly, guards appeared, each in uniform and holding a pike. They hurried. He swung wide the gate as the procession approached, then snapped crisply to attention along the roadside. This is the Abidjan Gate. The secretary nodded in response to the salute of the guards. You can just see the field from here. He pointed at Ed, then urged his horse to a gallop. A cooling dampness was invading the evening air, and now the sun had entirely disappeared into the cloud of dense cooking smoke that boiled above the city, layering a dark mantle over the landscape. Again, Hawksworth felt his apprehension rising. What's the purpose of bringing me to a field outside the city, with dark approaching? He instinctively fingered the cool handle of his sword, but its feel did nothing to ease his mind. Then he heard cheers from the field ahead and saw a burning ball fly across the evening sky. Ahead was a large green, and on it horsemen raced back and forth, shouting and cursing in several languages, their horses jostling recklessly. Other mounted. Horsemen watched from the side of the green and bellowed encouragement. As they approached the edge of the field, Hawksworth saw one of the players capture the burning ball, guiding it along the green with a long stick whose end appeared to be curved. He spurred his mottled gray mount toward two tall posts stationed at one end of the green. Another player was hard in chase, and his horse, a dark stallion, was closing rapidly toward the rolling ball. As the first player swept upward with his stick, lofting the burning ball toward the posts, the second player passed him, and in a maneuver that seemed dazzling to Hawksworth, circled his own stick over his head and captured the ball in midair, deflecting it toward the edge of the green. In where Hawksworth and his guards waited, cheers went up from some of the players and spectators, and the horsemen all dashed for the edge of the green in chase of the ball, which rolled in among Hawksworth's entourage and out of play. The horsemen on. A dark stallion suddenly noticed Hawksworth, and with a shout to the other players, whipped his steed toward the arriving group. As he approached, Hawksworth studied his face carefully. He was pudgy but still athletic, with a short, well-trimmed moustache and a tightly wound turban secured with a large red stone that looked like a ruby. He carried himself erect, with a confidence only full vigor could impart. Yet his face was incongruously debauched, almost ravaged, and his eyes deeply weary. There was no hint of either triumph or pleasure in those eyes or in his languorous mouth, although he had just executed a sensational block of an almost certain score. He reined his wheezing mount only when directly in front of Hawksworth, sending up a cloud of dust. "Are you the English captain?" The voice was loud, with an impatient tone indicating long years of authority. "I command the frigates of the East India Company." Hawksworth tried to keep his gaze steady. What sort of man can this be, he asked himself. Is this the one who can demand the Shabandar's signature and seal whenever he wishes? "Then I welcome you, Captain." The dark stallion reared suddenly for no apparent reason, in a display of exuberance. The man expertly reined him in, never removing his gaze from Hawksworth, and continued in an even voice. "I've been most eager to meet the man who is suddenly so interesting to our Portuguese friends. Although I have a personal rule never to dabble in the affairs of Europeans, as a sportsman I must congratulate you on your victory. A pity I missed the encounter. I accept your congratulations on behalf of the East India Company." Hawksworth watched him for some sign of his attitude toward the Portuguese, but he could detect nothing but smooth diplomacy. "Yes, the East India Company. I suppose this company of yours wants something from India, and I can easily imagine it might be profit. Perhaps I should tell you straight away that such matters bore me not a little." The man glanced impatiently back toward the field. "But come, it's growing darker as we talk. I'd hoped you might join us in our little game. It's elementary, should be child's play for a man who commands at sea." He turned to one of the men standing by the side of the field. "Ahmed, prepare a stick for Captain. By the way, I wasn't given your name." "Hawksworth." "Yes, prepare a stick for Captain Hawksworth. He'll be joining us." Hawksworth stared at the man, trying to gauge his impulsiveness. "You, I presume, are the governor? Forgive me, I so rarely find introductions required. Mukarab Ka? Your humble servant. Yes, it's my fate to be governor of Surat, but only because there's no outpost less interesting. But come, we lose precious time." He pivoted his pawing mount about and signaled for a new ball to be ignited. "You'll find our game very simple, Captain Hawksworth. The object is to take the ball between the posts you see there, what we call the hal. There are 2 teams of 5 players, but we normally rotate players every 20 minutes. His horse reared again in anticipation as the new ball was brought onto the field. "Years ago we played only during the hours of day, but then our Moghul's father, the great Akman, introduced the burning ball so he could play at night. It's Paula's wood, very light and slow burning." Hawksworth felt a nudge on his hand and looked down to see a stick being passed upward by one of the attendants. The handle was sheathed in silver, and the stick itself was over 6 feet long with a flattened curve at the bottom, like a distorted shepherd's crook. Hawksworth lifted it gingerly, testing its weight, and was surprised by its lightness. "You will be playing on the team of Abul Hassan." He nodded toward a middle-aged man with a youthful face and no mustache. "He is a qazi here in Surat, a judge who interprets and dispenses law, and when he's not busy abusing the powers of his office, he presumes to challenge me at Choggan." The official bowed slightly, but did not smile. His dappled gray mare was sniffing at the governor's stallion. "He thinks he has me at a disadvantage, since in Agra we played with only 1 goal, whereas here they use 2, but Choggan is a test of skill, not rules. He leads the white turbans." Only then did Hawksworth notice that the governor's team all wore red turbans. The governor waved to his attendant. "A clean turban for the English captain. I'd prefer to play as I am." Hawksworth saw a flash of disbelief in the governor's eyes. It was obvious he was never contradicted. "I never wear a hat, though it seems in India I'm still called a topiwala." "Very well, Captain Hawksworth. The topiwala wears no turban." He seemed to smile as he turned to the other players and signaled for play to start. "Abul Hassan's team is composed of Surat officials, Captain. You will notice, however, that I am teamed with some of our merchants, Muslim, of course, not Hindus, something I must to ensure challenging opponents. The mere presence of merchants here today should give you some idea how very tedious I find living in Surat. In Agra, no merchant would be allowed near a Choggan field, but here my officials enjoy winning their money so much that I am forced to relent." And he laughed warmly. The burning ball was slammed toward the middle of the field, and the players spurred their horses after it in lunging pursuit. Hawksworth gripped the Choggan stick in his right hand and the reins in the other as his mount galloped after the others, obviously eager to begin. The red turbans reached the ball first, with the governor in the lead. He caught the ball on a bounce and, wielding his stick in a graceful arc, ipped it under the neck of the dark stallion and directly toward the hal, while in the same motion reining in his mount sharply to follow its trajectory. But a white turban had anticipated his shot and was already in position to intercept the ball. He cut directly in front of the governor's path and with a practiced swipe bulleted the ball back toward the center of the field, knocking a spray of sparks across the face of the governor's horse. Mukarab Khan's stallion seemed scarcely to notice as he reared, whirled, and flew in chase. The shot had passed over the heads of the 3 other white turbans and bounced off the grass a few feet behind Hawksworth, still well to the rear. Hawksworth reined his mount about and bore down on the ball, beginning to feel some of the exhilaration of the play. He reached the ball on its second bounce and with a rigid arc of his arm swung the Choggan stick. The impact recoiled a dizzying shock through the wood and up his right shoulder. He dimly heard the cheers of his teammates, seeming to congratulate him on his stroke. But where's the ball? He wondered as he scanned the darkened, empty expanse down the field. Then he realized he had only deflected it back toward the 3 white turbans in the center of the field. The last white turban in the row snared the ball with his stick, deflecting it again, but now in the direction of the Reds. Dust was boiling from the surface of the field, increasingly obscuring the players and the play. The darkened arena had become a jostling mob friend scarcely distinguishable from foe, and all in pursuit of the only certain object, the still glowing ball. Hawksworth's eyes seared and his throat choked as he raced after the others, always, it seemed, bringing up the rear, while his mount took her head and rarely acknowledged his awkward attempts to command. He clung to the iron ring of his saddle, content merely to stay astride. "Give me a quarterdeck, any day." The red turbans again had command of the ball, and Hawksworth watched as the governor now raced to the lead, urged on by his teammates. He snared the ball effortlessly, and with a powerful swing sent it arcing back toward his own hal. The other red turbans rushed in pursuit, but a white turban was already at the hal, waiting to deflect the play. He snared the ball in the crook of his stick and flung it back toward the center. The Reds seemed to anticipate this, for they reined as one man and dashed back. But now a white had control, and he guided the ball alone across the grassy expanse, while a phalanx of other wights rode guard. Hawksworth was still lagging in front of his own Hal, when suddenly he saw the ball. Lofting toward him, a flaming mortar in the darkened sky, slammed to earth near his horse's flank, spewing sparks. He cut his mare sharply to the left and galloped in pursuit. Above the shouts he only dimly heard the Reds thundering. Behind him, closing in as he reached the ball and caught it in the curve of his stick. Roll it, he told himself, keep it on the ground. The Reds were on him. In what seemed a swing for the ball, Abul Hassan brought his stick in a wide R. Its hardened crook, accurately intersecting Hawksworth's directly in the middle. Hawksworth felt an uneven shudder pulse through his arm and heard his own stick shatter. The lower half flew to his right, and he watched in dismay as it sailed across the path of Mukarab Khan's mount, just as the governor cut inward to block Hawksworth. The hardwood caught the dark stallion directly across its front shins, and the horse stumbled awkwardly. Hawksworth stared at horse and rider dumbly. For a moment, as the stallion lost its stride, and he suddenly realized the governor's horse would fall. And when it did, Mukarab Khan would be thrown directly below the horses thundering behind them. He cut his mount sharply to the right and deliberately slammed into the governor's stallion. Mukarab Khan's dazed eyes flashed understanding, and he stretched for the center ring of Hawksworth's saddle during the fractional second their horses were in collision. At the same instant, he disengaged himself from his own stirrups and pulled himself across the neck of Hawksworth's mare. Two alert Reds pulled their mounts alongside Hawksworth and grabbed the reins of his mare. The dark stallion collapsed in the dust behind them with a pitiful neigh. Then it rose and limped painfully toward the edge of the field, its left foreleg dangling shattered and useless. Mukarab Khan lowered himself to the ground with an elaborate oath. A cheer sounded as the whites scored the ball on Mul. Ested. Hawksworth was still watching the governor when one of the attendants rushed from the sidelines, seized the silver-topped fragment of his broken stick, and thrust it toward him. "The silver is yours to keep, Sahib. It is the custom that one whose Choghan stick is broken in play may keep its silver tip, as a token of bravery. For you it is especially deserved." He was short, swarthy, and dressed in a dust-covered white shirt. He bowed slightly, while his eyes gleamed their admiration in the darkness. "Take it, Captain. It is an honor." Abul Hassan rode up stiffly, brushing the dust from the mane of his horse. "No Feringhi, to my knowledge, has ever before attempted Choghan, and certainly none has earned a silver knob. Captain Hawksworth, you rode well." Mukarab Khan had commandeered a mount and also drew alongside. There was a light scratch along the right side of his face, and the whimsical look had vanished from his eyes as he searched the faces clustered around. "A very curious accident. It has never happened before." He stared directly at Hawksworth. "How was your stick broken?" "The Feringhi made an unfortunate swing, Excellency," Abul Hassan interjected. "He played superbly for a beginner, but he has still to fully master the stroke." "Obviously. But he compensated by his luck my luck in saving me from a fall. He rides well enough, no matter how uncertain his stroke." The governor examined them both skeptically. Hawksworth watched the exchange in incredulous silence. The Qazi may be covering for his own accident, or perhaps it wasn't an accident, and if not, then he tried to kill the Mukarab Khan in a way that would look like it was. My responsibility. I still maintain it was most curious. Mukarab Khan turned to watch as the stable-keepers prepared to shoot his favorite horse. "But tell me now what you think of Choghan, Captain Hawksworth." "It's exhilarating. And dangerous. A seaman might say it's like taking the whipstaff all alone in a gale without a safety line." Hawksworth tried unsuccessfully to decipher Mukarab Khan's thoughts. A quaint analogy, but doubtless apt. He tried to smile. "You know, Captain, there are those who mistakenly regard Choghan as merely a game, whereas it is actually much, much more. It's a crucible of courage. It sharpens one's quickness of mind, tests one's powers of decision." The great Akman believed the same, and for that reason he encouraged it years ago among his officials. Of course it requires horsemanship, but in the last count it's a flawless test of manhood. You did not entirely disappoint me. I suspect you, Ing. Lish could one day be worthy of our little game. A shot rang out, and the governor's face went pale for an instant, his eyes glossed with sadness. Then he turned again to Hawksworth. Deplorable waste. To think I bought him just last year, Isp. Eschely for Choggan. From a grasping Arab, a confirmed thief who sensed I fancied that stallion and absolutely refused to bargain. The voice was calmer now, the official facade returning. But enough. Perhaps I could interest you in a drink. He signaled toward the edge of the field, and a waiting groom ran toward them, bearing a black clay pot with a long spout. The sun has set. Ramadan is finished for this year, so I will join you. Let me show you how we drink on him. Horseback? He lifted the pot above his head, tilted the spout toward him, and caught the stream effortlessly in his mouth. Then he passed it to Hawksworth. It's called Sharbat. The Tapiwalas all seem to like it and mispronounce it sherbet. A water was sugar, sweet and tangy with bits of lemon. God, Hawksworth thought, would we had barrels of this for the voyage home. As he drank, drenching his beard, he first noticed the icy stars, a splendor of cold fire in an overhead cat. Napi. The town's smoke had been banished by the freshening wind, and a placid silence now mantled the field. The players were preparing to leave, and the grooms were harnessing the remaining horses to lead them home. Tonight we feast to mark the end of Ramadan, Captain, our month of fasting during daylight hours. It's an evening celebrating the return of sensual pleasure. Mukarab Khan stared at Hawksworth for a moment. By the looks of you, I'd suspect you're no Jesuit. I would be honored if you could join me. He forced a blithe cheerfulness his weary eyes belied. As Hawksworth listened, he realized he very much wanted to go, to lose himself for a time. And suddenly the words of Hygen and of Roger Sims flashed through his mind. Of the India you would not want to leave, until you would not be able to leave. As they rode toward the town, Mukarab Khan fell silent. And Abul Hassan, too, seemed lost in his own thoughts. Hawksworth slowed. He let his horse draw to the rear in order to count the governor's personal retinue of guards. 30 men, with quivers of arrows beside their saddle, pikes at their right stirrup, and a matchlock musket. As they rode, the other horsemen eyed Hawksworth warily, keeping to themselves and making no effort to talk. Hawksworth thought he sensed an underlying hostility lurking through the crowd, but whether it was between the merchants and officials or toward him, he could not discern. Then, a presumptuous thought passed through his mind. Could this entire scene have been staged by Mukarab Khan to somehow test me? But to what purpose? What could he want to find out? Whatever it was, I think he just may have found it. Then he leaned back in the saddle, pushed aside his misgivings, and sampled the perfumed evening air. Book 2, Surat the Threshold, Chapter 7. They were deep within the center of Surat, nearing the river, when suddenly the street opened onto a wide stone-paved plaza. The first thing Hawksworth saw through the torchlight was a high iron fence. Sentries posted with bucklers and pikes along its perimeter, and an ornate iron gate. Then, as they neared, he realized the fence was the outer perimeter of an immense pink sandstone fortress, with high turrets and a wide, arched entryway. Finally, he spotted the water-filled moat that lay between the fence and the fortress walls. The moat was spanned by a single wooden bridge, and Hawksworth noted that when the bridge was drawn inward it neatly sealed the entry of the fortress. As they approached the iron outer gate, the party of Choggan players began to disperse. After formal and minimal farewells, the merchants and officials turned and disappeared into the night. Soon only Hawksworth and Mukarab Khan were left, together with the governor's private grooms and guards. Hawksworth studied the departing players with curiosity. What sway does Mukarab Khan hold over them? Respect? Fear? Then the iron gate swung wide and their horses clattered across the wood. And drawbridge. Hawkesworth looked about and began to understand that the governor's palace guards were not merely ceremonial. Lining both sides of the drawbridge were uniformed infantrymen armed with pikes. Then, as they passed under the stone archway leading into the fortress, Hawkesworth turned to see even more armed guards, poised just inside, pikes in formal salute. And farther back, he saw two armored animals, gigantic, many times larger than the biggest horse, with massive ears and a snout several feet in length. That must be what a war elephant looks like. So they really do exist. But why so many guards? It's virtually a private army. Then he felt a groom tug the reins of his horse and signal for him to dismount. They were now inside the palace grounds. Ahead, through an intricate formal garden, stood the residence of the governor of Surat. The elaborate carvings of its pink sandstone decoration reflected hard red in the tor. Schlight, Mukarab Khan directed him through a marble entryway, ornately rounded at the top like the turret of a mosque. They had entered some form of reception hallway, and Hawkesworth noticed that the marble floor was decorated with a complex geometry of colored stone. Above his head were galleries of white plasterwork supported by delicate arches, and along the sides were ornate, curtained recesses. Hanging oil lamps brilliantly illuminated the glistening walls, while rows of servants dressed in matching white turbans lined the sides in welcome. As they approached the end of the reception hallway, Hawkesworth studied the door ahead. It was massive, and thick enough to withstand any war machine that could be brought into the hallway, and yet its protective function was concealed from obvious notice by a decoration of intricate carvings and a flawless polish. The servants slowly revolved it outward on its heavy brass hinges, and Mukarab Khan led them into a vast open courtyard surrounded by a veranda, with columns supporting balconies of marble filigree. It seemed a vast reception hall set in the open air, an elegant plaza whose roof was stars, and whose centerpiece was a canopied pavilion, under which stood a raised couch of juniper wood lined with red satin not unlike an English four-poster bed, save the posts were delicately thin and polished to a burnished ebony. Large bronze lanterns along the balconies furnished a flickering vision of the complex interworking of paths, flower beds, and fountains surrounding the central pavilion. Waiting on the veranda, just inside the entryway, were 6 tall figures, 3 on either side of the doorway. They were turbaned, exquisitely robed, and wore conspicuous jewels that gleamed against their dark skin. As they bowed to the governor, Hawkesworth examined them for a brief moment, and then his recognition clicked. Eunuchs. They must be Mukarab Khan's private guards, since they can go anywhere, even the women's apartments. Captain Hawkesworth, perhaps you should meet my household officials. They are Bengali slaves actually whom I bought young and trained years ago in Agra. One me. Must, regrettably, employ eunuchs to maintain a household such as this. One's palace women can never be trusted, and one's intriguing wives least of all. I named them in the Arab fashion, after their position in the palace, so I need not trouble to remember their names, merely what they do. This is Nahir, who is in charge of my accounts. He gestured toward a pudgy face now glaring out from beneath a deep blue headdress, a tall conical turban tied in place with a wrap of white silk that circled his bloated throat. The eunuch's open jacket was a heavy brocade, and it heaved as he breathed, betraying the sagging fat around his nipples. The one next to him selects my wardrobe. The second eunuch gazed at Hawkesworth impassively, his puffed, indulgent lips red with betel juice. That one selects the clothes for my spendthrift women, and the one on his left is responsible for all their jewels. The one over there takes care of the household, innings, and oversees the servants, and the one behind him is in charge of the kitchen. You will be asked to endure his handiwork tonight. The eunuchs examined Hawkesworth's ragged appearance with transparent contempt, and they seemed to melt around him as he walked through the doorway, 2 ahead, 2 behind, and 1 on either side. None spoke a greeting. Hawkesworth examined them carefully, wondering which was in charge of the women's apartments. That's the most powerful position. He smiled to himself. Nothing else really counts. A servant came down the veranda bearing a tray and brought it directly to the governor. Then he kneeled and offered it. It was of beaten silver, and on it were 2 large crystal goblets of a pastel green liquid. Captain, would you care to refresh yourself with a glass of Tundhai? It's the traditional way we break the fast of Ramadan. He directed the servant toward Hawksworth. It's prepared in the women's apartments during the day as an excuse for something to do. Hawksworth touched the drink lightly with his tongue. It was a mixture of sweet and tang quite unlike anything he had ever known. Perhaps the closest was a brisk mug of spiced ale, pungent with clove and cinnamon, but this spiced drink was mysteriously subtle. Puzzling, he turned to Mukarab Khan. What is this? It tastes like the air in a garden. This? I've never paid any notice, although the women down it by the basinful after sunset. He received his own goblet. He turned to one of the eunuchs. Nahir, how do the women prepare Tundhai? With seeds, Khan Sahib. Seeds of melons, cucumber, lettuce, and coriander are pounded, and then blended with rosewater, palm, granate essence, and juice of the aloe flower. But the secret is to strain it properly, and I find I must carefully oversee the work. Doubtless. Mukarab Khan's voice was curt. I suspect you should attend the accounts more and the men's apartments less. He turned to another eunuch. Is my bath ready? As always, Khan Sahib. As the eunuch bowed, he examined Hawksworth's dust-covered face and hair discreetly. Will the distinguished Feringhi also require a bath? He was on the Chagan field this afternoon, just as I was. Hawksworth groaned inwardly. What English host would have the effrontery to suggest a guest needed a bath? For that matter, what Englishman would even consider bathing more than twice a year? It's known well enough King James never bathes, that he never even washes his hands, only brushes them with a moist napkin at mealtime. Yet this Moor wants a full bath before a meal, merely to remove a bit of dust. I would be content to rinse my hands. Mukarab Khan examined him for a moment, and then broke into a wide smile. I always forget Feringhi are positively afraid of water. He spoke quickly to one of the eunuchs, who turned and barked orders to servants in a language Hawksworth did not understand. The servants will provide whatever you require. Mukarab Khan bowed perfunctorily to Hawksworth and disappeared through one of the arched doorways leading off the courtyard, followed by the eunuchs. Then Hawksworth turned to see a dark-skinned man bearing a large silver basin down the veranda. Behind him, a second man carried a red velvet cushion, shaped like a long cylinder, and placed it on a stool next to the canna. Pavilion, gesturing for Hawksworth to sit. As Hawksworth seated himself and turned toward the basin the servant held waiting, he caught the fresh aroma of a full bouquet, as though the fragrances of some tropic Eden had been distilled. Into the water, he looked down to see flower petals floating on its shimmering, oil-covered surface. How curious, he thought. English countrywomen sometimes distill toilet water from the flowers in their gardens, but never in such quantities. And it can be used merely to wash hands. And while English toilet waters are cloying and sweet, violets and gilliflowers, this aroma is light and delicate. Or elephants and perfumed waters in the same palace. It's incredible, he ginned. Shirley splashed his hands and looked up to find a steaming towel being proffered. He sponged away the remaining mud of the playing field and watched as one by one the servants began to melt into the darkened recesses of the marble galleries. The last was an old, withered gamekeeper who wandered through the garden berating a sullen peacock toward its roost, and then the courtyard fell austerely quiet. Illuminated now only by lanterns and pale moonlight, it became a pharaoh. And almost outside of time, he smiled as he thought of where he had been only the previous night fending off an attack by Portuguese infantry. And now, this. His thoughts began to drift randomly, to float in and among the marble latticework of the veranda, and he thought once more of Roger Sims and his bizarre stories of India. He was right. It's a heaven on earth, but with an undertow of violence just beneath the serene, polished surface. All this beauty, and yet it's rooted with war elephants and a moat. It's a world that's Artificial. It's carved of marble and jewels and then locked away. Now I'm beginning to understand why he found it so enticing and frightening. God for a brandy. Now, Unsahib awaits you. Hawksworth looked up to see the eunuch standing directly in front of him, freshly attired in a long robe of patterned silk. As he rose, startled from his reveries, a pudgy hand shot out and seized his arm. Yours. Ord is not permitted in the banquet room. Hawksworth froze. Then he remembered the knife strapped inside the top of his boot, and the thought gave him comfort. He unbuckled his sword slowly, deliberately, pausing to meet the eunuch's defiant stare as he passed it over. The eunuch seemed to ignore Hawksworth's look as he continued. You will also remove your boots. It is against custom to wear them in the banquet room. Hawksworth moved to protest, then sadly concluded there would be no point. Of course the room would be filled with carpets, and that must be the reason everyone I've seen here wears open shoes with the backs folded down. They're constantly being removed at doorways. He bent over and unbuckled his boot. The eunuch stiffened momentarily when he saw the glint of the knife handle in the lamplight, but he said nothing, merely swept up the boots with his other hand. As they walked slowly down the marble hallway toward the bronze door of the bang. Quit room, Hawksworth tried to rehearse what he would say to Mukarab Khan. He has to petition the court in Agra to grant safe conduct for the trip. He just has to send one letter. How can he possibly refuse? Remember, you're an ambassador. The eunuch shoved wide the bronze door, and Hawksworth was astonished by what he saw. The governor of Surat lounged against a purple velvet bolster at the far end of a long room, whose walls were a cool expanse of flawless white, and whose marble floor was softened with an enormous carpet in the thick Persian style. His skin glistened with light oil, and he had donned a fresh turban, patterned in brown and white, tied in intricate swirls, and bound with a strand of dar. Jewels. A single large pearl hung over his forehead, and 2 tassels, each also suspending a pearl, brushed his shoulders. He wore a tight-fitting patterned shirt in pale brown, and over this a heavy green vest lined in white satin and embroidered in gold. It was bound with a woven cinch decorated with brocade. Around his neck were 2 strings of pearls, the shorter suspending a large ruby from its center. He had put on heavy bracelets, and intricate rings circled the first and fourth fingers of both hands. Hawksworth also noticed for the first time that he wore earrings, each a tiny green emerald. The eunuch stood behind him, and around the sides of the room servants and slaves stood waiting. Along a back wall 2 men sat silently poised, one behind a pair of small drums and the other holding an ornate stringed instrument, its polished body glistening in the light. The only women in the room mingled among the servers. Captain Hawk. Sworth, our fare tonight will be simple and unworthy, but please honor my table by your indulgence. Mukarab Khan smiled warmly and motioned Hawksworth to enter. At least we can talk freely. Is this an official meeting? Hawksworth did not move, but stood as officiously as he could muster. If you wish. Our meeting can be considered formal, even if we are not. Then, as ambassador of His Majesty, King James of England, I must insist that you rise to receive me. Hawksworth tried to suppress the feeling that he looked vaguely foolish as a barefoot ambassador, but no one else in the room wore shoes either. A governor is still his king's subject. I represent my king's person. I was not informed you were an ambassador. Mukarab Khan's face sobered noticeably, but he did not move. You are Captain General of 2 merchant vessels. I'm here in the name of the King of England, with authority to speak for him in all matters regarding trade. Hawksworth recalled the effect this had had on the Shahbandar. I'm entrusted with his personal letter to the Moghul. Mukarab Khan examined Hawksworth for a long moment, seeming to collect and assemble a number of thoughts. Your request would be proper for an ambassador. Let us say I comply in the interest of mutual goodwill. He rose and bowed formally, if only slightly more a nod. The governor of Surat welcomes you, a representative of the English king. And I convey My king's acknowledgement of your welcome." Hawksworth entered and seated himself facing Mukarab Khan against a large velvet bolster already positioned for him. "And what is this letter your English king sends to his majesty?" Mukarab Khan reclined back on his own bolster and arched his fingertips together. "That is a concern between King James and the Moghul." Hawksworth caught the quickly suppressed flash of anger in Mukarab Khan's eyes. "I only ask that you petition the court in Agra for permission to travel there. It would also be helpful if you would order the Shahbandar to allow our merchants to trade their goods at the port of Surat." "Yes, I understand you had the pleasure of meeting our Shahbandar. I regret deeply having to tell you I have virtually no influence over that notorious man. He was appointed by the Moghul's son, Prince Jadar, who is in charge of administering this province. He acts very much as he pleases." "Lie number one," Hawksworth thought. "You forced him to order my transfer here. Surely you're aware," Mukarab Khan continued evenly, "that no other Europeans besides the Portuguese have ever before landed cargo on the shores of India. Arabs, Persians, even Turks are a common sight, but no other Europeans. Not even your Dutch, who, I'm told, consort with some of our southeastern neighbors. In fact, the Moghul's trade agreement with the Portuguese is intended to exclude all other Europeans." Mukarab Khan stirred on his bolster and signaled one of the eunuchs to prepare the carpet for dining. Although, frankly, he has little choice since they control the seas. In fact, it might be said that they allow our merchants to trade. Indian cargo vessels must all acquire a license from Portuguese officials in Goa before leaving port. The Portugals control India's trade because you've allowed them to. Your territorial waters belong to India, or should. Mukarab Khan seemed to ignore Hawksworth as he watched the servants spread a large covering of tooled leather across the carpet in front of them. After a moment, his concentration reappeared, and he turned abruptly. "Ambassador Hawksworth, we do not need to be advised by you how India should manage her own affairs. But perhaps I will advise you that His Excellency, the Portuguese Viceroy, has already sent notice by messenger that he intends to lodge charges of piracy against your 2 ships. He has requested that they be confiscated and that you, your merchants, and your crews be transferred to Goa for trial." Hawksworth's heart stopped, and he examined Mukarab Khan in dismay. So the Choghan match had merely been an excuse to take him into confinement. After a moment, he stiffened and drew himself erect. "And I say the Portugals were the ones acting as pirates. Their attack on our English merchantmen was in violation of the treaty of peace that now exists between England and Spain, and by extension to the craven Portugals, who are now nothing more than a vassal of the Spanish king." "Yes, I've heard rumors of this treaty. We in India are not entirely ignorant of Europe, but His Excellency denies there's any such treaty extending to our shores. As I recall, he characterized England as an island of stinking fishermen who should remain content to fish their own sea. The treaty between England and Spain exists." Hawksworth decided to ignore the insult. "We have exchanged ambassadors, and it is honored by both our kings. It ended almost 2 decades of war. I will grant you such a treaty may indeed exist. Whether it applies here, I do not know. Nor, frankly, do I particularly care. What I do know, English ambassador, is that you are very far from the law courts of Europe. The Portuguese still control the seas off India, as they have done for 100 years. And unenforceable treaties have little bearing on the rule of might. We showed you the might of the Portugals yesterday." Mukarab Khan laughed heartily, and when he glanced toward his eunuchs, they returned obsequious grins. "You are truly more naive than I ever imagined, English Captain Hawksworth. What effect can one small engagement have on the fleet of warships at Goa? If you want protection at sea, you'll have to provide it yourself. Is that what your king hopes to gain from the Moghul, or from me? I told you I have only 2 requests. One is your message to Agra requesting permission for my journey. The other is your approval to trade a cargo we've brought. Yes, so you have said. Unfortunately, what you ask may not be all that easy to grant. Your unhappy engagement with the Portuguese viceroy's fleet has made my situation more than a trifle awkward. Healy in back and spoke rapidly in Persian to the eunuchs standing behind him. Then he turned back to Hawkesworth. But as one of our Agra-poets, a Sufi rascal named Samad, once penned, "The thread of life is all too short, the soul tastes wine and passes on. Before we explore these tiresome concerns further, let us taste some wine." The eunuchs were already dictating orders to the servants. A silver chalice of fresh fruit appeared beside Hawkesworth, brimming with mangoes. Oranges larger than he had ever before seen, slices of melon, and other unknown fruits of varied colors. A similar bowl was placed beside Mukarab Khan, who seemed to ignore it. Then, as Hawkesworth watched, the servants began spreading a white linen cloth over the red leather coverlet that had been placed on the carpet in front of them. A host is expected, ambassador, to apologize for the meal he offers. I will take the occasion to do that now. Mukarab Khan flashed a sprightly smile. But perhaps after your months at sea you will be lenient. For my own part, I have fasted today, and there's an Arab proverb that hunger is the best spice. Still, I prefer leisurely gratification. I concur with our Hindu sensualists that pleasure prolonged is pleasure enhanced. All pleasure. Perhaps this evening you will see their wisdom. Before Hawkesworth could respond, two heavy doors at the back of the room slowly opened, glinting the lamplight off their elaborate filigree of gold and bronze, and the first trays appeared, covered with silver lids and borne by young men from the kitchen. Uniformed servants preceded them into the room. One by one the trays were passed to the eunuchs, who removed their lids and carefully inspected the contents of each dish. After a brief consultation, the eunuchs ordered several of the dishes returned to the kitchen. Hawkesworth suddenly realized he was ravenous, and he watched the departing dishes in Ismay. Did they somehow fail the eunuch's exacting standards? Sweet Jesus, who cares? It all looks delicious. After final approval by the eunuchs, the silver serving bowls were passed to servants waiting along the sides of the room, who in turn arrayed them across the linen cloth between Hawkesworth and Mukarab Khan. A chief server then knelt behind the dishes, while several stacks of porcelain plates were placed next to him. Hawkesworth tried to count the silver serving bowls, but stopped after 20. One by one, the server ceremoniously removed the silver lids from the bowls. Beneath them, the contents of the dishes had been arrayed in the colors of a rainbow. On beds of rice that ranged from white to saffron to green and even purple was an overwhelming array of meats, fish, and birds of all sizes. There were carved baked fruits, tiny balls of meat flaked with spice and coconut, fried vegetables surrounded by silver cups of a pastel green sauce, large flat fish encased in dark baking shells flecked with red and green spices, and a virtual aviary of wild fowl, from small game birds to plump pea-hens. The server dished hearty helpings from each bowl onto separate porcelain plates, together with mounds of almond, rice, and gelid fruits. As he started to pass the first plate to Hawkesworth, Mukarab Khan roughly arrested his hand. "This ill-bred kitchen-walla will serve in the stables after tonight." He seized the serving spoons and, with a flourish of traditional Moghul etiquette, personally laded extra portions from each of the dishes onto Hawkesworth's plates. The server beamed a knowing smile. Hawkesworth stared at the food for a moment, dazzled, and then he gingerly sampled a meatball. The taste was delicious, yet hearty, and he caught the musky flavor of lamb, lightened and transmuted by a bouquet of spice. He next pulled away the side of a fish and wolfed it, before realizing the red and green flecks on its surface were some incendiary garnish. He surveyed the room in agony, praying for a mug of ale, till an alert eunuch signaled a servant to pass a dish of yogurt. To his amazement, the tangy, ice-cold liquid seemed to instantly dissolve the fire on his tongue. He plunged back into the dishes. He had never eaten like this before, even in England. He suddenly recalled with a smile an episode 6 months into the voyage. To Zanzibar, when he had become so weary of stale salt pork and biscuit, he thought he could not bear to see it again. He had locked the door of the great cabin and composed a full English banquet in his mind roast capon. Next pigeon pie larded in bacon fat, then a dripping red side of roast mutton, followed by oysters on the shell spiced with grilled eel, and finally a thick goose pudding on honeyed ham. And to wash it down, a bottle of sack to begin and a it muscatel, mulled even sweeter with sugar to end. But this no luscious pork fat and not nearly cloying enough for a true Englishman. Yet it worked poetry. Sims was right. This was heaven. With both hands he ripped the leg off a huge bird that had been basted to a glistening red, and, to the visible horror of the server, dipped it directly into one of the silver bowls of saffron sauce meant for pigeon eggs. Hawksworth looked up in time to catch the server's look. Does he think I don't like the food? To demonstrate appreciation, he hoisted a goblet of wine to toast the server, while he stretched for a piece of lamb with his other hand. But instead of acknowledging the compliment, the server went pale. It's customary, Ambassador, to use only one's right hand when eating. Mukarab Khan forced a polite smile. The left is normally reserved for attending to other functions. Hawksworth then noticed how Mukarab Khan was dining. He, too, ate with his fingers, just as you would in England, but somehow he managed to lift his food gracefully with balls of rice, the sauce never soiling his fingertips. A breeze lightly touched Hawksworth's cheek, and he turned to see a servant standing behind him, banishing the occasional fly with a large whisk fashioned from stiff horsehair attached to a long stick. Another servant stood opposite, politely, but unnecessarily cooling him with a large fan made of red leather stretched over a frame. As I said, Ambassador, your requests present a number of difficulties. Mukarab Khan looked up and took a goblet of fruit nectar from a waiting servant. You ask certain things from me, things not entirely in my power to grant. And, while there are others who make entirely different requests, you mean the Portugals. Yes, the Portuguese viceroy who maintains you have acted illegally, in violation of his law and ours, and should be brought to account. And I accuse them of acting illegally. As I told you, there's been a Spanish ambassador in London ever since the war ended, and when we return I assure you the East India Company will. This is India, Captain Hawksworth, not London. Please understand I must consider Portuguese demands, but we are pragmatic. I urge you to tell me a bit more about your king's intentions. Your king's letter? Surely you must know what it contains. Mukarab Khan paused to dip a fried mango into a shimmering orange sauce, asking himself what he should do. He had, of course, posted pigeons to Agra at sunrise, but he suspected already what the reply would be. He had received a full account of the battle and the attack on the river before the early, pre-sun Ramadan meal, and it was only shortly afterward that Father Manuel Pinheiro had appeared, frantic and bathed in sweat. Was it a sign of Portuguese contempt, he often wondered, that they would assign such an incompetent to India throughout their entire society of Jesus? Could there possibly be any priest more ill-bred? The Jesuit had repeated facts already known throughout the palace, and Mukarab Khan had listened politely, masking his amusement. How often did a smug Portuguese find himself explaining a naval disaster? 4 Portuguese warships, galleons with 2 gun decks, humiliated by 2 small English frigates. How, Mukarab Khan had wondered aloud, could this have happened? There were reasons, Excellency. We have learned the English captain fired langrel into our infantry shredded metal, a most flagrant violation of the unwritten ethics of warfare. Are there really supposed to be ethics in warfare? Then, I suppose you should have sent only 2 of your warships against him. Instead, you sent 4, and still he prevailed. Today, he has no need for excuses. And tell me again what happened when your infantry assaulted the English traders on the river. Mukarab Khan had monitored the Jesuit's eyes in secret glee, watching him mentally writhe in humiliation. Am I to understand you could not even capture a pinnace? No one knows, Excellency. The men sent apparently disappeared without a trace. Perhaps the English had set a trap. Father Pinero had swabbed his greasy brow with the sleeve of his cassock. His dark eyes showed none of the haughty disdain he usually brought to their meetings. "I would ask you not to speak of it outside the palace. It was, after all, a special mission. You would prefer the court in Agra, not know? There is no reason to trouble the Moghul, Excellency." The Jesuit paused carefully. "Or Her Majesty the Queen. This really concerns the Viceroy alone." The Jesuit's Persian was grammatically flawless, if heavily accented, and he awkwardly tried to leaven it with the polite complexities he had been taught in Goa. "Still less is there any need for Prince Jadar to know." "As you wish." Mukarab Khan had nodded gravely, knowing the news had already reached half of India and most certainly Prince Jadar. "How, then, may I assist? The English pirate and his merchants must be delayed here at least. Or weeks, until the fleet of galleons now unlading in Goa, those of the spring voyage just arrived from Lisbon, can be outfitted to meet him. But surely he and his merchants will sail when they choose, and sooner if we deny them trade. Do you suggest that I approve this trade? You must act as you see fit, Excellency. You know the Viceroy has always been of service to Queen Janahara." Pinero had paused slyly, "just as you have been." The cynicism of Pinero's flaunting his knowledge had galled Mukarab Khan most of all. If this Jesuit knew, who else must know? That the governor of Surat was bound inescapably to the Queen. That on any matter involving Portuguese trade he must always send a formal message to the Moghul and a secret one to the Queen, and then wait while she dictated the ruling Arangbar would give. Did this Jesuit know also why Mukarab Khan had been exiled from Agra to the wilderness of Provincial Surat? That it was on orders of the Queen to marry and take with him a woman becoming dangerous, the Zenana favorite of the Moghul, before the woman's influence outweighed that even of Janahara. And now this female viper was in his palace forever, could not be removed or divorced because she was still a favorite of the Moghuls. So you tell me I must make them rich before you can destroy them. That seems to be Christian wisdom at its most incisive. Mukarab Khan had summoned a tray of rolled betel leaves, signifying that the interview was ended. "It is always a pleasure to see you, Father. You will have my reply when Allah wills." The Jesuit had departed as awkwardly as he had come, and it was then that Mukarab Khan decided to meet the Englishman for himself, while there was still time. How long, he wondered, before the Shahbandar realized the obvious, and the prince? In the banquet room the air was now dense with the aroma of spice. Hawkesworth realized he had so gorged he could scarcely breathe, and he was having increasing difficulty deflecting Mukarab Khan's probing questions. The governor was skillfully angling for information he properly did not need, and he did not seem a man given to aimless curiosity. "You mean when you ask about the intentions of England? If the Moghul should approve a trade agreement with your East India Company, what volume of goods would you bring?" "Through our port here in Surat." Mukarab Khan smiled disarmingly. "Is the company's fleet extensive? That's a matter better addressed to the merchants of the company." Hawkesworth monitored Mukarab Khan's expression, searching for a clue to his thoughts. "Right now the company merely wishes to trade the goods in our two merchantmen, English wool for Indian cotton." "Yes, I'm aware that was the first of your two requests." Mukarab Khan motioned away the silver trays. "Incidentally, I hope you are fond of lamb." The bronze doors opened again, and a single large tray was borne in by the dark-skinned, unsmiling servants. It supported a huge cooking vessel, still steaming from the oven. The lid was decorated with lifelike silver castings of various birds and animals. After two eunuchs examined it, the servants delivered it to the center of the linen serving cloth. "Tonight, to signify the end of Ramadan, I instructed my cooks to prepare my special biryani. I hope you will not be disappointed. My kitchen here is scandalous by Agra standards, but I've succeeded in teaching them a few things." The lid was lifted from the pot, and a bouquet of saffron burst over the room. Inside, covering a flawless white crust, was a second menagerie of birds and animals, wrought from silver the thinness of paper. The server spooned impossible portions from the pot onto silver plates, one for Hawkesworth and one for Mukarab. The silver foil menagerie was distributed around the sides of each plate. "Actually, I once bribed a cook in the Moghul's own kitchen to give me this recipe. You will taste nothing like it here in Surat. Hawksworth watched as he assembled a ball of the rice and meat mélange with his fingers and reverently popped it into his mouth. Please try it, Ambassador. I think you'll find it remarkable. It requires the preparation of 2 sauces and seems to occupy half my incompetent kitchen staff. The governor smiled appreciatively. Hawksworth watched dumbfounded as he next chewed up and swallowed one of the silver foil animals. Hawksworth tried to construct a ball of the mixture, but finally despaired, and simply scooped up a handful. It was rich but light, and seemed to hint of every spice in the Indies. There are times, Mukarrab Khan continued, when I positively yearn for the so-called deprivation of Ramadan, when the appetite is at a day long, the nightly indulgence is all the more gratifying. Hawksworth took another mouthful of the savory mixture. After the many long months of salt meat and biscuit, he found his taste confused and overwhelmed by its complexity. Its spices were all assertive, yet he could not specifically identify a single one. They had been blended, it seemed, to enhance one another, to create a pattern from many parts, much as the marble inlays of the floor, in which there were any colors, yet the overall effect was that of a single design, not its components. I've never tasted anything quite like this, even in the Levant. Could you prepare instructions for our ship's cook? It would be my pleasure, Ambassador, but I doubt very much a Feringhi cook could reproduce this dish. It's far too complex. First, my kitchen prepares a masala, a blend of nuts and spices such as almonds, turmeric, and ginger. The bits of lamb are cooked in this and in ghee, which we make by boiling and clarifying butter. Next, a second sauce is prepared, this a lighter mixture curd seasoned with mint, clove, and many other spices I'm sure you know nothing of. This is blended with the lamb, and then layered in the pot you see there together with rice cooked in milk and saffron. Finally, it's covered with a crust of wheat flour and baked in a special clay oven. Is this really something a ship's cook could do? Hawksworth smiled resignedly and took another mouthful. Whoever thought there could be so many uses for spice? We use spice in England, to be sure clove, cinnamon, pepper, even ginger and cardamom, but they're intended mainly to disguise the taste of meat past its prime. But here spices are essential ingredients. Let us return to your requests, Captain Hawksworth. I'm afraid neither of these is entirely within my power to bestow. In the matter of trading privileges for your cargo, I'll see what can be done. Yours is an unusual request, in the sense that no Europeans have ever come here to war with the Portuguese, then asked to compete with them in trade. It seems simple enough. We merely exchange our goods for some of the cotton cloth I saw arrive at the customs house this morning. The Shabandar stated you have the power to authorize this trade. Yes, I enjoy some modest influence, and I really don't expect that Prince Jadar would object. He's the Moghul son, correct? He has full authority over this province, but he's frequently on campaign and difficult to reach. His other duties include responsibility for military conscription here and maintaining order. These are somewhat uneasy times, especially in the Deccan, southeast of here. When will we learn your decision or his decision? There are other markets for our goods. You will learn his decision when it is decided. Mukarrab Khan shoved aside his plate, and a servant whisked it from the arpit. Concerning your second request, that I petition Agra to authorize your travel there, I will see what can be done, but it will require time. I would ask the request be sent immediately, naturally. Mukarrab Khan watched absent. As more brimming trays were brought in, these piled with candied fruits and sweetmeats. A hookah water pipe appeared and was placed beside Hawksworth. Do you enjoy the new Feringhi custom of smoking tobacco, Captain Hawksworth? It was introduced recently, and already it's become fashionable. So much so the Moghul just issued a decree denouncing it. King James has denounced it too, claiming it destroys health. But it's also the fashion in London. Personally, I think it ruins the taste of brandy and wine. Overall, I'm inclined to agree, but tell me now, what's your opinion of the wine you're drinking? It's Persian. Better than the French, though frankly it could be sweeter. Mukarab Khan laughed. A calm and complaint from Topiwalas. Some actually add sugar to our wine. Abominable. He paused. So I gather then you only use spirits. What do you mean? There are many subtle pleasures in the world, Ambassador. Liquors admittedly enhance one's dining, but they do little for one's appreciation of art. As Hawksworth watched him puzzling, he turned and spoke quietly to one of the eunuchs hovering behind him. Moments later, a small golden cabinet, encrusted with jewels, was placed between them. Mukarab Khan opened a tiny drawer on the side of the box and extracted a small brown ball. May I suggest a ball of gola? He offered it to Hawksworth. It carried a strange, alien fragrance. What's gola? A preparation of opium and spice, Ambassador. I think it might help you better experience this evening's entertainment. He nodded lightly in the direction of the rear wall. The snap of a drum exploded behind Hawksworth, and he was thrilled to see the two musicians begin tuning to perform. The drummer sat before 2-foot-high drums, each nestled in a circular roll of fabric. Next to him was a wizened old man in a black Muslim skullcap, tuning a large 6-string. The instrument made of 2 hollowed-out gourds, both lacquered and polished, connected by a long teakwood fingerboard. About a dozen curved brass frets were tied to the fingerboard with silk cords, and as Hawksworth watched, the player began shifting the location of 2 frets, sliding them an inch or so along the neck to create a new musical scale. Then he began adjusting the tension on a row of fine wires that lay directly against the teakwood fingerboard, sympathetic strings that passed beneath those to be plucked. These he seemed to be tuning to match the notes in the new scale he had created by moving the frets. When the sitarist had completed his tuning, he settled back, and the room fell totally silent. He paused a moment, as though in meditation, then struck the first note of a somber melody Hawksworth at first found almost totally rootless. Using a wire plectrum attached to his right forefinger, he seemed to be waving sounds from the air above the fingerboard. A note would shimmer into existence from some undefined starting point, then glide through the scale via a subtle arabesque as he stretched the playing string diagonally against a fret, manipulating its tension. Finally, the sound would dissolve meltingly into its own silence. Each note of the alien melody, if melody it could be called, was first lovingly explored for its own character, approached from both above and below as though a glistening prize was on display. Only after the note was suitably embroidered was it allowed to enter the melody, as though the song were a necklace that had to be strung 1 pearl at a time, and only after each pearl had been carefully polished. The tension of some melodic quest began to grow with no hint of a resolution. In the emotional intensity of his haunting search, the passage of time had suddenly ceased to exist. Finally, as though satisfied with his chosen scale, he returned to the very first note he had started from and actually began a song, deftly tying together the musical strands he had so painstakingly evolved. The sought-for resolution had never come, only the sense that the first note was the one he had been looking for the entire time. This must be the mystical music Sims spoke of, Hawksworth thought, and he was right. It's unlike anything I've ever heard. Where's the harmony, the chords of thirds and fifths? Whatever's going on, I don't think opium is going to help me understand it. Hawksworth turned, still puzzling, back to Mukarab Khan and waved away the brown ball which the governor immediately washed down himself with fruit nectar. Is our music a bit difficult for you, Tug? Rasp, Ambassador. Mukarab Khan leaned back on his bolster with an easy smile. Pity, for there's truly little else in this backwater port worth the bother. The cuisine is abominable, the classical dancers despicable. In desperation, I've even had to train my own musicians, although I did manage to steal one ustad, a grand master, away from Agra. He impulsively reached for the water pipe and absorbed a deep draw, his eyes misting. I confess I do find it hard to follow. Hawksworth took a draught of wine from the fresh cup that had been placed beside him on the carpet. It demands a connoisseur's taste, ambassador, not unlike an appreciation of fine wine. The room grew ominously still for a moment. And then the drums suddenly exploded in a torrent of rhythm, wild and exciting yet unmistakably disciplined by some rigorous underlying structure. The rhythm soared in a cycle, returning again and again after each elaborate interlocking of time and its divisions, back to a forceful crescendo. Hawksworth watched Mukarab Khan in fascination as he leaned back and closed his eyes in wistful anticipation. And at that moment, the instrumentalist began a lightning-fast ascent of the scale, quavering each note in erotic suggestiveness for the fraction of a second it was fingered. The governor seemed absorbed in some intuitive communication with the sound, a reaction to music Hawksworth had never before witnessed. His entire body would perceptibly tense as the drummer began a cycle. Then it would pulse and relax the instant the cycle thudded to a resolution. Hawksworth was struck by the sensuality inherent in the music, the almost sexual sense of tension and release. Then he noticed two eunuchs leading a young boy into the room. The youth appeared to be hovering at the age of puberty, with still no trace of a beard. He wore a small but elaborately tied pastel turban, pearl rings, and a large sapphire on a chain around his pale throat. His elaborate ensemble included a transparent blouse through which his delicate skin glistened in the lamplight, a long quilted sash at his waist, and tight-fitting trousers beneath. Light gauze pajamas that clung to his thighs as he moved. His lips were lightly red, and his perfume a mixture of flowers and musk. The boy reached for a ball of spiced opium and settled back against a quilted gold bolster next him. Mukarab Khan. The governor studied him momentarily and then returned to the music, and his thoughts. He reflected again on Abul Hassan's blundering accident on the Chagan field and what it must signify. If it were true the Qazi had been bought by the Shahbandar, as some whispered, then it meant Mirza Nuruddin must be alarmed to the point of imprudence, fearful of what could happen if the English were detained long enough for the Portuguese warships to prepare, which meant that where behind it all lay the hand of Prince Jadar. He examined Hawksworth again, wondering how this English captain could have savaged the Viceroy's fleet with such embarrassing ease. What, he asked himself again, will the Queen order done? Sorry you don't find our music more congenial. Ambassador, perhaps I too would be wiser if I loved it less. The passion for classical music has cost many a great warrior his kingdom in India over the last centuries. For example, when the great Moghul patriarch Akman conquered Baz Bahadur, once the proud ruler of Malwa, it was because that prince was a better patron of music than of the arts of war. He smiled reflectively. Admittedly, the great Akman himself also flooded his court with musicians, but then he had the wit to study arms as well. Regrettably, I find myself lacking his strength of character. He paused to take a sip of nectar, then shrugged. But enough. Tell me now what you really think of my ustad, my master sitarist. There are those in Agra who will never forgive me for stealing him away. I'm not sure what I think. I've never heard a composition quite like the one he's playing. What do you mean by a composition? Mukarab Khan's tone was puzzled. That's how a piece of music is written out. Mukarab Khan paused and examined him skeptically for a long moment. Written out, you write down your music, but whatever for? Does that mean your musicians play the same song again and again, precisely the same way? If they're good, they do. A composer writes a piece of music and musicians try to play it. How utterly tiresome. Mukarab Khan sighed and leaned back on his bolster. Music is a living art, ambassador. It's meant to illuminate the emotions of the one who gives it life. How can written music have any feeling? My ustad would never play a raga the same way twice. Indeed, I doubt he would be physically capable of such a boorish feat. You mean he creates a new composition each time he plays? Not precisely. But his handling of the specific notes of a raga must speak to his mood, mood. These vary, why not his art? But what is a raga then, if not a song? That's always difficult to explain. At some rudimentary level, you might say it's simply a melody form, a fixed series of notes around which a musician improvises. But a raga has a rigorously prescribed ascending and descending note sequence and specific melodic motifs. It also has its own mood, flavor, what we call its rasa. How could one possibly write down a mood? I guess I see your paw. But it's still confusing. Hawksworth took another sip of wine. How many ragas are there? There are 72 primary scales on which ragas are based, but some scales have more than one raga. There are ragas for morning, or evening, for late at night. My ustad is playing a late evening raga now. Although he uses only the notes and motifs peculiar to this raga, what he does with them is entirely governed by his feeling tonight. But why is there a harmony? I don't understand what you mean by harmony, striking several notes together so they blend to produce a chord. Mukarab Khan studied him, uncomprehending, and Hawksworth continued. If I had my lute, I'd show you how harmony and chords are used in an English song. Hawksworth thought again of his instrument, and of the difficulty he'd had protecting it during the voyage. He knew all along it was foolish to bring it, but he often told himself every man had the right to one folly. Then, by all means. The governor's curiosity seemed to arouse him instantly from the opium. Would you believe I've never met a Feringhi who could play an instrument, any instrument? But my lute was along with all my belongings, at the customs house. I was going to retrieve my chest from the Shabandar when you intercepted his men. Ambassador, please believe I had good reason, but I thought I told you arrangements have been made. He turned and dictated rapidly to one of the eunuchs. There was an expressionless bow, and the man left the room. Moments later, he returned through the bronze entry doors, followed by 2 dark-skinned servants carrying Hawksworth's chest, one at each end. I ordered your belongings sent from the customs house this afternoon. You would honor me by staying here as my guest. Mukarab Khan smiled warmly. And now I would hear you play this English instrument. Hawksworth was momentarily startled, wondering why his safety was suddenly of such great interest to Mukarab Khan. But he pushed aside the question and turned to examine the large brass lock on his chest, although it had been newly polished to a high she. As had the entire chest, there was no visible evidence it had been opened. He extracted the key from his doublet, slipped it into the lock, and turned it twice. It revolved smoothly, opening with a soft click. The lute rested precisely where he had left it. Its body was shaped like a huge pear cut in half lengthwise, with the back a glistening melon of curved cedar staves and the face a polished cherry. The neck was broad, and the head, where the strings were wound to their pegs, angled sharply back. He admired it for a moment, already eager for the touch of its dark frets. During the voyage, it had been wrapped in heavy cloth, sealed in oilskins, and stored deep in his cabin chest. Not till landfall at Zanzibar, He dared expose it to the sea air. Of all English music, he still loved the galliards of Dowland best. He was only a boy when Dowland's first book of galliards was published, but he had been made to learn them all by heart, because his exacting tutor had despised popular ballads and street songs. Mukarab Khan called for the instrument and slowly turned it in the lamplight, its polished cedar shining like a great jewel. He then passed it to his 2 musicians, and a brief discussion in Persian ensued, as brows were wrinkled and grave points adjudicated. After its appearance was agreed upon, the instrumentalist gingerly plucked a gut string with the wire plectrum attached to his forefinger and studied its sound with a distant expression. The torrent of Persian began anew as each string was plucked in turn and its particular quality debated. Then the governor revolved to Hawksworth. I congratulate your wisdom, ambassador, in not hazarding a truly fine instrument on a sea voyage. It would have been a waste of real workmanship. Hawksworth stared at him dumbfounded. There's not a finer lute in London. He seized it back. I had it specially crafted several years ago by a master. A man once lute-maker to the Queen. It's one of the last he made. You must pardon me then, but why no embellishment? No ivory inlay, no carved decoration. Compare, if you will, Ustad Qasim's sitar. It's a work of fine art. A full year was spent on its decoration. Note the head has been carved as the body of a swan, the neck and pegs inlaid with finest ivory, the face decorated with mother-of-pearl and lapis lazuli. Your lute has absolutely no decor whatsoever. The beauty of an instrument is in its tone. Yes, that's a separate point, but perhaps we should hear it played by one skilled in its use. I must confess we are all curious what can be done with so simple an instrument. Mukarab Khan shifted on his bolster, while the young man next to him toyed with a jewel, not troubling to disguise his boredom. Hawksworth tuned the strings quickly and meticulously. Then he settled himself on the carpet and took a deep breath. His fingers were stiff, his mind groggy with wine, but he would play a song he knew well. A galliard Dowland had written when Queen Elizabeth was still alive, in honor of a Cornwall sea captain named Piper, whom she'd given a letter of marque to attack the Spanish, but who instead turned an uncontrollable pirate, pillaging the shipping of any flag convenient. He'd become an official outlaw, but a genuine English folk hero, and Dowland had honored his memory with a rousing composition, Piper's Galliard. A full chord, followed by a run of crisp notes, cut the close air. The theme was somber, a plaintive query in a minor mode followed by a melodic but defiant reply. Just the answer Piper would have given to the charges, Hawksworth thought. The servants had all gathered to listen, and the eunuchs had stopped gossiping. Then Hawksworth glanced toward the musicians who had shifted themselves onto the carpet to watch, both the sitarist and his drummer still eyed the instrument skeptically, no hint of appreciation in their look. Hawksworth had expected it. Wait till they hear this. He crouched over the lute and attacked the strings with all 4 fingers, producing a dense toccata, with 3 melodic lines advancing at once, 2 in the treble and 1 in the bass. His hand flew over the frets until it seemed every fingertip commanded a string, each embellishing a theme another had begun. Then he brought the galliard to a rap, buzzing crescendo with a flourish that spanned 2 entire octaves. A polite silence seemed to grip the room. Mukarab Khan sipped thoughtfully from his cup for a moment, his jeweled rings refracting the lamplight, then summoned a eunuch and whispered briefly in his ear. As the eunuch passed the order to a hovering servant, Mukarab Khan turned to Hawksworth. Your English music is interesting, ambassador, if somewhat simple. He cleared his throat as an excuse to pause. But frankly, I must tell you it touched only my mind, not my heart. Although I heard it, I did not feel it. Do you understand the difference? I sensed nothing of its rasa, the emotion and desire one should taste at a moment like this, the merging of sound and spirit. Your English music seems to stand aloof, unapproachable. Mukarab Khan searched for words. It inhabits its own world admirably, but it did not enter mine. Servants suddenly appeared bearing 2 silver trays, in which were crystal cups of green, frothy liquid. As the servant placed Hawksworth's tray on the patterned carpet, he bowed, beaming. Mukarab Khan ignored his own tray and instead summoned the sitarist, Bahram Qasim, to whisper brief instructions in his ear. Then the governor turned to Hawksworth. Perhaps I can show you what I mean. This may be difficult for you, so first I would urge you try a cup of bang. It has the remarkable effect of opening one's heart. Hawksworth tested the beverage warily. Its underlying bitterness had been obscured with sweet yogurt and potent spices. It was actually very palatable. He drank again, this time thirstily. What did you call this? Bang? Yes, it's made from the eaves of hemp. Unlike wine, which only dulls the spirit, bang hones the senses. Now I've arranged a demonstration for you. He signaled the sitarist, and Bahram Qasim began the unmistakable theme of Piper's Galliard. The song was draw and out slowly, languorously, as each individual note was introduced, lovingly explored for its own pure sound, and then framed with microtone embellishment and a sensual vibrato. The clear, simple notes of the lute were muted into an almost orchestral richness by an undertone of harmonic density from the sitar's sympathetic strings, the second row of wires beneath those being plucked, tuned to match the notes of the song and respond without being touched. Dowland's harmonies were absent, but now the entire room resonated with a single majestic chord underlying each note. Gradually, the sitarist accelerated the tempo, while also beginning to insert his own melodic variations over the original notes of the theme. Hawksworth took another sip of Bang, and suddenly noticed the notes seemed to be weaving a tapestry in his mind, evolving an elaborate pattern that enveloped the room with shapes as colored as the geometry of the Persian carpet. Next, the drummer casually introduced a rhythmic underpinning, his lithe fingers touring easily over and around the taut drumheads as he dissected, then restructured the simple meter of Dowland's music. He seemed to regard the original meter as merely a frame, a skeleton on which the real artistry had yet to be applied. He knowingly subdivided Dowland's meter into minuscule elements of time, and with these devised elaborate new interlockings of sound and silence. Yet each new structure always resolved to its perfect culmination at the close of a musical phrase. Then, as he punctuated his transient edifice with a thud of the larger drum, much as an artist might sign a painting with an elaborate flourish, he would catch Hawksworth's incredulous gaze and wink, his eyes twinkling in triumph. Meanwhile, the sitarist structured Dowland's spirited theme to the drummer's frame, adding microtones Dowland had never imagined, and matching the ornate tempo of the drum as they blended together to become a single racing heartbeat. Hawksworth realized suddenly that he was no longer merely hearing the music, that instead he seemed to be absorbing it. How curious! The music soared on to a final crescendo, a simultaneous climax of sitar and drum, and then the English song seemed to dissolve slowly into the incense around them. After only a moment's pause, the musicians immediately took up a sensuous late evening raga. Hawksworth looked about and noticed for the first time that the lamps in the room had been lowered, settling a semi-darkness about the musicians and the moving figures around him. He felt for his glass of Bang and saw that it was dry and that another had been placed beside it. He drank again to clear his mind. What's going on? Damned if I'll stay here. My God, it's impossible to think. I'm tired. No, not tired. It's just that my mind is, like I'd swilled a cask of ale, but I'm still in perfect control. And where's Mukarab Khan? Now there are screens where he was sitting, covered with peacocks that strut obscenely from one screen to the other. And the eunuchs are all watching. Bastards, I'll take back my sword. Jesus, where is it? I've never felt so adrift, but I'm not staying. I'll take the chest and damn his eunuchs and his guards. He can't hold me here, not even on charge. There are no charges. I'm leaving. I'll find the men. He pulled himself defiantly to his feet and collapsed. Book 2, Surat the Threshold, Chapter 8. The dream was more vivid than reality, intensely colored and astir with vague forms that drifted through his mind's ken, appearing then fading. The room seemed airless, a musk-filled cell of gilded blue. Panels and gold brocade. Guarded faces hovered around and above, their eyes intense yet unseeing, distant as stained glass masks of cathedral sinner and saint. A fingertip brushed his cheek, and with its touch the room gloried in a powerful fragrance of saffron. Then a hand, floating unattached, gently removed his doublet. Another slid away his mud-smeared breeches. He was naked. He looked down as though from afar at the texture of chest and thigh, and he wondered dimly if they were his own. Then other hands, and suddenly he was immersed in a sea whose shores were white marble, whose surface sheened with oil of the rose. Translucent petals drifted randomly atop the crests. Hands toward his frame, discovering every nerve, while powdered sandalwood enveloped his hair and beard until he seemed lost in a fragrant forest. As suddenly as the sea had come, it drew away, but now there were steaming wraps tingling with astringent orange and clove. And he drifted through a land of aloe balm and amber. The room dissolved into semi-darkness, until at last only a single face remained, a woman with eyes round and moist and coldly dark. Her lips were the deep red of betel, while her hair was kohl and braided in a skein of jeweled tresses. A faceted stone sparkled on her left nostril, and heavy gold rings swung gently from each ear. Henna-red nipples pressed erect against her diaphanous blouse, and between her breasts clung a garland of pearls. The heavy bracelets on her wrists and her upper arms glistened gold in the flickering candlelight. As he studied her eyes, they seemed locked into his own and betrayed no notice of his body. He sent his voice through the dream's carpeted chambers, but his words were swallowed in dark air that drew out their sound and washed it to thin silence. In a final, awkward futility, he struggled to free himself from the velvet bolster. But gently she pressed him back. "What would you have, my love? Sweet bang from my hand?" A cup found his lips, and before he knew, he had taken more of the incendiary green confection. Its warmth grew slowly into a pale light that shimmered off the gilded panels and then coalesced into the rainbow now pivoting pendulum-like above him. A glistening fan of peacock feathers swayed by a faceless, amber-skinned woman. His gaze returned to the eyes, and again he searched for sound. Then came a vaw. Is he recognized as his own? "Who are you?" "You may call me Kali. Others do. It's a name you would not understand. But can you understand that love is surrender?" The words coiled about his head, coruscating and empty of meaning. He shook them away and watched as she brushed a strand of hair from his face. With that simple motion, her nipples traced twin heliotrope arcs across the gossamer screen of her blouse. He examined her in disbelief, unable to find word. "So when my lover lies silent, I do as I choose." Deftly she uncoiled the white silk sash from around her waist and in a single practiced motion bound it over his eyes. The room vanished. In the dream's sudden night he grew intensely aware of touch and smell. Commands came in an alien tongue, and he felt his breast and thighs brushed lightly by a new, pungent fragrance. "We have cloaked you in petals of spikenard, to banish the sight of your unshaven body. A Feringhi knows, oh little of what pleases a woman." He felt a light brush across his parted lips, and then her eyelashes, stiffened dark with antimony, trilled a path downward over his skin, to his nipples. The hardened lashes stroked each nipple in turn, with rapid flutters until the skin tightened almost to bursting. An excruciating sensitivity burned through him, but still the lashes fluttered, determinedly, almost unendurably, until his aroused tips touched the aching portals of pay. Then he sensed a tongue circle each nipple in turn, searching out the one most ripe. He felt her kneel above him, surrounding him with open thighs that clasped his chest. The room fell expectantly silent. Then, as an unknown syllable sounded somewhere above him, he felt the nipple of his right breast seized in the lock of a warm, moist grasp. The surrounding thighs rocked gently at first, but slowly increased their rhythm in time with the sound of breath. Suddenly he felt her body twist lightly, and another tip, hardened as that on his chest, began to trace the nipple's swollen point. Her thighs were smooth and moist as she pressed in with spiraling, ever more rapid intensity. He found himself deeply conscious of her rhythms and the hard cadence of breath. He reached for the strength to rip the silk from his eyes to end the dream's tantalizing dark. But strength was not there, or time. Before he could stir, he sensed the hardened tip shudder. Again a grasp took his nipple and worked it with measured spasms, until the room's austere silence was cut by her sharp intake of breath, timed to match a single insistent contraction that seemed to envelop the whole of his breast. He felt her seize his hands in her own, and although he could see nothing, in his mind there grew a vision of her eyes at that moment. Then there came a sound, partially stifled in her throat, but not before it had found the gilded walls and returned a knee. Old to a glassy relic of release, he felt her slowly withdraw, but then her mouth took his breast, till it had drawn away the musk. At last, perhaps to signify repletion, she lightly brushed his lips with the tip of her tongue. "You have pleased me." Her voice was quiet now, almost a whisper. Now we will please each other. A hand worked at his loins, methodically applying a viscous, harshly scented oil. Would you could see with my eyes. The lingam of the fabled Shiva was never Ga. Erlin did such as this, or anointed so lovingly. Then her voice turned harsh as she spoke short staccato commands in an unknown tongue. Bangles sounded and silk rustled as the room emptied. Now he caught a new scent, the harsh smell he remembered from the box the governor had offered. I will tell you my secret, she whispered close to his ear. There is no more exciting way to experience the ecstasy of love than with a fian, the essence of the poppy. But I have a way to receive it no one else knows. It is like the burst of a lightning stroke. Its power envelopes the senses. He felt her smooth a thick paste along the sides of his phallus and sensed a tingle as she clasped it carefully with both hands. Again, she moved above him, but curiously there was no touch of her body, only the presence of her scent. A tight ring seemed to circle his flesh, and he felt the weight of her rounded buttocks slide down onto his thighs. He startled upward in shock and disbelief. Elif, never will I. You must lie still, my love. In your surrender only I may have my will. She began at once to move above his thighs, and again muted sounds struggled stillborn in her throat. With deliberate regularity her rhythm mounted, while an overwhelming sensation spread upward through his body. Slowly he felt his new resolve slipping from him. The convulsions started in his lower thighs, as muscles tightened involuntarily. And then the precipice grew near Anne. He was at its edge and he was falling. He felt the surge, as though drawn out by the twist of her buttocks. Then again and again, each spasm matched by her own as she worked to envelop him completely. He was scarcely aware of her nail, fixed in his breasts. At that instant, he seemed to drift apart from his body and observe mutely as it was consumed by its own sensations, until numbness washed over him, stilling his sense. As he lay in exhaustion, his mind sorting through her words, and in the dream's darkness he vowed to take her again. The next time, it's you who'll surrender, woman called Kali, to my will, and you'll find out the meaning of surrender. But his thoughts were lost among the gilded panels. She pulled the silk from his eyes and quietly whispered something he did not understand. In that instant, he thought he saw where a tear had stained a path across one cheek. She looked at him longingly, then touched his lips with her own for a moment before slipping quietly into the dark. The dream dissolved in sleep, and she was gone. Hawksworth was suddenly awake. The chill of early dawn penetrated his face and hands, and his hair sparkled with light jewels of dew. His leather couch was moist and glistening, while the pale sky above was blocked by a tapestried canopy. Only in the east, above the white railing of the rooftop, could he see the glitter of a waning Venus, her brief reign soon to dissolve in a red wash of early sun. He looked about his white brick enclosure and saw only a light wooden door leading into a second-floor apartment. He had no sooner drawn himself up to inhale the flower-scented dawn than two smiling men were standing over him, bowing. Both wore turbans, pastel-colored jackets, and a white wrap about their lower torso. Squinting into their eyes, Hawksworth remembered them from the evening before. They had brought the basin of water in which he had first washed. As he pulled the embroidered coverlet closer about him, he noticed a strange numbness in his body, and his mind ached as he tried to remember what precisely had happened. There was a game on horseback with the governor, and then a bang. Quit with an argument in which Mukareb Khan threatened to betray us to the Portugals, a curious evening of music, and then dreams. Pulling himself up off the couch, he started unsteadily across the hard, flat tile of the roof. Immediately, a servant was beside him, producing a heavy silk wrap and swathing it around his shoulders and waist. Then the man bowed again and spoke in accented Turkey. May Allah prosper you today, Sahib. May your fortunes answer the prayers of the poor. The man's expression softened to match his own compliment. Should it please the Sahib, his morning bath is waiting. Without thinking, without even hearing the words, he allowed himself to be led through the doorway into the second apartment. There, in the center of the room, was his chest, its lock intact. He examined it with a quick glance, then followed the servants down a set of stone stairs to the ground-floor veranda where a steaming marble tub waited. Good. Jesus, not again. How can I make them understand? Bathing weakens a man. He started to turn, but suddenly 2 eunuchs appeared out of nowhere and were guiding him up the 2 marble steps to a stone platform where they seated him on a filigreed wooden stool. Silently, the servants stripped away his light wrap and began to knead his body and his hair with a fragrant powder, a blend of wood bark and some astringent fruit. The scent was mild, pleasant, and as their hands traveled over him, he felt the pores of his skin open to divulge their residual rankness. This is better, he thought. Cleaning without water, with only some sort of powder. I feel refreshed already. His muscles loosened as the men vigorously worked the mixture into his skin and then carefully cleansed it away with bulky cotton towels. Next, they turned to his hair, combing and massaging more of the powder through it strand by strand. At last, they signaled for him to rise and enter the tub. Its surface glistened with a perfumed oil, and the rising steam smelled faintly of clove. Before he could protest, the eunuchs guided him down the marble steps. As he settled into the steam again, he was surrounded by waiting servants, who sprinkled more oil over the water and massaged the emulsion into his hair and skin. "I'm being bathed in oil," he smiled, marveling. "It's absurd, yet here it seems perfectly right." The men worked devotedly as though he were an inanimate utensil, whose purity was their lifelong obligation. His body now glistened with a reddish tint of the oil, matching the early glow of the sun that penetrated the half-shuttered windows. As they motioned for him to leave the bath, he discovered to his amazement that he would have been perfectly content to stay forever. But again hands were there, guiding him, this time toward a low wooden bench covered with thick woven tapestries. What now? What else can they do? "I'm cleaner than the day I was born. What more?" He was prostrate on the couch. A rough haircloth worked against his legs and torso, sending the blood surging. At the same time, a piece of porous sandstone in the practiced hands of another servant stripped away the loosened calluses and scales from his boot-roughened feet. A third man massaged still more perfumed oil, hinting of aloe and orange, into his back and along his sides and shoulders. His body had become an invigorated, pliant reed. They motioned for him to sit up, and as he watched, one of the men produced a mirror and razor. Next, he opened a bottle of fragrant liquid and began to apply it to Hawksworth's beard and chest, and then also to his legs and crotch. "What's the purpose of that razor?" "We have orders to shave you, Sahib, in our manner." The turbaned man who had greeted him that morning bowed slightly as he signaled the barber to begin. "You are to be shaved completely, as is our custom. Trim my beard if you like, but no more. Damn you if you'll shave me like some catamite." Hawksworth started to rise from his stool, but the barber was already over him, the blade flying across his face with a menacing deftness. "It has been ordered, Sahib." The turbaned man bowed again, and without pausing for a reply, produced a short, curved metal device and began to probe Hawksworth's ears, his face intent in concentration as he carefully extracted an enormous ball of gray mud and encrusted sea salt. He scraped the other ear with the same deft twist. Then he flipped the same instrument and began to trim Hawksworth's ragged fingernails. Hawksworth turned to the mirror to discover that his beard had already disappeared, leaving him clean-faced. "At least I'll be in fashion back home," he thought, "if I ever get back. Beards are passing from style." But what's he doing now? By heaven, no. The razor swept cleanly across Hawksworth's chest, leaving a swath of soft skin in its wake. It came down again, barely missing a nipple as he moved to rise. "You must be still, Sahib. You will harm yourself." "I told you I'll not have it." Hawksworth pushed the razor. But it is our custom," the man seemed to plead. "Khan Sahib ordered that you be groomed as an honored guest." "Well, damn your customs, enough." There was a moment of silence, then the turbaned man bowed, his face despondent. "As the Sahib desires." He signaled the barber to rub a light coat of saffron-scented oil on Hawksworth's face, and then to begin trimming Hawksworth's hair with the pair of silver scissors he had brought. The barber quickly snipped away the growth of the voyage, Leave. In the hair moderately cropped in the Moghul fashion, Hawksworth examined the mirror again. Damn if I wouldn't make a proper cheapside dandy. Right in style. And I hate being in style. Then the turbaned man produced a heavy lead comb and began to work it repeatedly through Hawksworth's hair. Hawksworth watched the mirror in confusion. What's he doing? It's already been combed, and it's so short there's no point anyway. Then he noticed the slight traces of gray around the sides, beginning to darken, taking on the color of the lead. Please open your mouth. The turbaned man stood above him holding a dark piece of wood, frayed at the end and crooked. And I will scrape your teeth with neem root. But that's insane. Teeth are cleaned with a piece of cloth and a toothpick, or rubbed with a bit of sugar and salt ash. The man was scrubbing away at Hawksworth's mouth, tongue, gums, teeth using a dentifrice that tasted like burnt almond shells. Next he offered him in flavored mouth rinse to remove the debris. The turbaned man then inspected Hawksworth critically from several sides, finally venturing to speak. If I may suggest, a bit of collyrium, castor oil darkened with lampblack would render your is much more striking. Without waiting for confirmation, he applied a few quick strokes to Hawksworth's eyelids, much as an artist might touch up a canvas. Then one of the eunuchs stepped forward and supplied a silver tray to the turban and servants. On it were folded garments, a tight-fitting pair of blue trousers, a patterned shirt, and a knee-length coat of thin, peach-colored muslin. They dressed Hawksworth quickly, and then secured a patterned sash about his waist. Waiting on the floor were leather slippers, low-quartered with a curved toe and a bent-down back. What have you done with my doublet and breeches? And my boots? They are being cleaned today, Sahib. You may have them again when you wish, but you may prefer to wear our garments while our guest. The turbaned man bowed again, then he moved away and held a long mirror for Hawksworth to examine himself. Have we pleased you, Sahib? Hawksworth scarcely recognized himself. He had been transformed from a rank but honest seaman into a Moghul noble youthful, smooth-skinned, smelling of spice. The soreness was banished from his limbs, and even his wound had all but disappeared. His hair was clean and completely dark, and his skin glowed. And his new clothes were more elaborate than anything he had ever worn. Now, if you will please follow us to the garden. Khan Sahib has suggested you begin your day with some tari wine. Hawksworth followed the men through the shuttered door, way into the open courtyard. The morning sun now illuminated the tops of a large grove of palm trees that circled an open cistern. He quickly surveyed the buildings, hoping to gain his bearings. So I've been quartered in one of the buildings off the main palace, but there are many, many rooms. Who's living here? A group of servants stood waiting at the base of one of the palms. When they saw Hawksworth, they mobilized to action. One young man among them, wearing a white wrap around his lower torso, immediately secured his belt and began to shimmy up the leaning palm. When he reached the top, he locked his legs around the trunk and carefully detached an earthen pot that hung beneath an incision in the bark of the tree. Balancing the pot in one hand, he stretched and nimbly pulled off a number of leaves from the tree, and then lowered himself carrying his load. The moment his feet touched ground, he raced toward the veranda and delivered the pot and leaves to a waiting eunuch. Hawksworth watched as the eunuchs first inspected the items and then ordered them prepared. The leaves were washed thoroughly with water from the cistern and then folded into natural cups. The liquor from the pot was rained through muslin into a crystal decanter, and the earthen receptacle discarded. Then one of the turbaned servants poured a large portion of the liquor from the decanter into a palm leaf cup and offered it to Hawksworth. It's tari wine, Sahib. One of the pleasures of early morning in India. His matter-of-fact manner could not entirely hide his pride. Palm wine makes itself overnight. It does not last out the day. When the sun shines, the trees only give off vinegar. Hawksworth gingerly sipped the newly fermented palm sap and was pleasantly surprised by its light flavor, totally unlike ale or even canary wine. After the third cup, the world around began to acquire a light sparkle of its own, and he realized the sap was more potent than it seemed. Not a bad way to start the day. What do you call it? It comes from the tari palm, and some Tapiwalas call it toddy. Toddy, it's called. It's more than passable grog. Thank you, sir. If drink too much and you will spend the day with your head in a buzz. The servant giggled. So now perhaps you should eat. He consulted briefly with the eunuchs, who nodded and signaled toward the veranda. Moments later a tray appeared, piled high with honey-covered breads and glass dishes of sweet curds. Some hard cheese also had found its way onto the tray, and Hawksworth wondered if this was to placate his European taste. He sipped more of the toddy and munched the bread and curds, and he saw the women. There were 5. They seemed clustered in a group as they entered the courtyard, but then he realized it was an aristocratic lady surrounded by 4 maids. They did not know he was there, for none cover her face. As he watched them, they seemed preoccupied in an increasingly animated exchange. Then the aristocratic woman stepped determinedly ahead, turned, and curtly gave instructions whose seriousness was clear, even if her words were foreign. Her voice was not strident, but its authority was unmistakable. The other women paused, then slowly, one by one. They seemed to acknowledge her orders, and they bowed. The lady whirled and continued on her way, while the other women turned toward the direction they had come. Then, as though the resolution of the argument had suddenly made them aware of their surroundings, they all seemed to see Hawksworth at once. All 5 women froze. Hawksworth smiled and tried to remember the bow he had seen performed to him so often. But he could not remove his eyes from the first woman. It was more striking than any he had ever before seen. Her skin was fair with a warm hint of olive, and her high cheekbones stood in stunning relief as they glanced away the golden light of dawn. Her nose was thin and sculptured, while her lips would have been full, had they not been drawn tight in response to some unspecified inner determination. Yet her eyes seemed untouched by what had just transpired. They were clear and receptive, even warm, and Hawksworth asked himself at that moment if this bespoke innocence or guile. In dress and adornment she scarcely differed from her maids. All had long black hair, brushed to gleaming and protected from the morning air with a transparent gossamer scarf edged in gold embroidery. At first glance, there seemed little to distinguish among the tight strands of pearls each wore at the neck, or the jeweled bands on their wrists and upper arms. Each wore a tight silk halter for a blouse, and to Hawksworth's assessing eyes, the maids all seemed to have abundant breasts swelling their halters to overflowing, some perhaps all with breasts more generous than the lady herself. Then he noted in amazement that the women actually wore a form of tapered silk trouser, a tight-legged pajama similar to that worn by aristocratic men. Unlike the male style, however, each woman's body was enveloped by a long, transparent skirt, suspended from a band that circled her torso just beneath her breasts. And whereas men all wore a long scarf tied about the waist of their cloaks and hanging down the front, the women all had a long pleated panel tucked directly into the front waistband of their trousers and reaching almost to the ground. He could not help noticing that it clung sensually to their thighs as they walked, while its gold-embroidered hem tinkled against the gold bracelets each woman wore at her ankles. Their shoes were red Turkish leather, with gold decorations sewn across the top, and a pointed toe that curved upward. The only difference between the lady and her maids seemed to be in the rich fabric of her lightly clinging trousers. Then, too, there was slightly more gold thread in her long, transparent skirt, and among the pearls at her neck nestled an unmistakable blue sapphire as large as a walnut. But her primer distinction was not merely the classic lines of her face or the perfect curve of her waist and thighs, but rather something in her bearing, in her assured but unmannered carriage. Her real beauty lay in her breeding. All 5 women stared at Hawksworth in momentary surprise and shock. Then each maid automatically seized her transparent scarf and pulled it across her lower face. The woman also moved instinctively to do the same, but then she seemed to consciously stop hers. And with an obvious attempt at restraint she walked on, barefaced, past the courtyard and into the garden beyond. Alone, Hawksworth watched her form disappear among the clipped hedges and elaborate marble pavilions of the garden. He noticed a curious sensation in his chest as she passed from view, and he suddenly found himself wanting very much to follow her. When he finally turned and looked back, the other women had already vanished. Only then did he realize that all the servants had been watching him. The one nearest nodded in the direction of the garden and smiled knowingly. Perhaps it will not surprise you, Sahib, to learn that she was once the favorite of the Moghul himself, and now she is in Surat. Amazing. But why is she here? Hawksworth glanced back at the garden once more to assure himself she was indeed lost to its recesses. She is Shirin, the first wife of Khan Sahib. He moved closer to Hawksworth so that his lowered voice would not reach the eunuchs. She was removed from the Moghul's Zanana and married to Khan Sahib last year by Queen Janahara, just before Her Majesty had him appointed the governor of Surat. Some believe she appointed him here to remove Shirin from Agra because she feared her. The servant's voice became a whisper. We all know she has refused His Excellency the legal rights of a husband. The silence of the court was cut by the unmistakable voice of Mukarab Khan, sounding in anger as he gave some command from within the palace. There followed a chorus of women's wails. Hawksworth turned to the servant, but the man read his inquiring glance. He has ordered the women whipped for disobeying his order, who accompany Shirin at all times, even when she walks in the garden. Then the door opened again, and Mukarab Khan strode into the morning sunshine. Captain Hawksworth, Salam, I trust Allah gave you rest. I slept so well I find difficulty remembering all we said last night. Hawksworth watched him carefully. Will he honor his threat to deliver us to the Viceroy for a trial at Goa? It was an amusing evening. Hardly a time for weighty diplomatic exchange. Did you enjoy my little present? Hawksworth pondered his question for a moment, and the drugged dream of the night before suddenly became real. You mean the woman? She was very unusual, very different from the women of England. Yes. I dare say. She was one of my final gifts from Agra. I often have her entertain my guests. If you like, you may keep her while you stay with me. I already hear she fancies you. The serving women call her Kali, after a goddess for their infidel pantheon. I think that one's their deity of destruction. Why did they give her that name? Perhaps she'll tell you herself sometime. Mukarab Khan gestured for a servant to bring his cloak. I hope you'll forgive me, but I regret I must abandon you for a time. Among my least pleasant duties is a monthly journey to Cambay, our northern port in this province. It always requires almost a week, but I have no choice. Their Shabandar would rob the Moghul's treasury itself if he were not watched, but I think you'll enjoy yourself in my absence. I would enjoy it more if I could be with my men, and forego the endless intrigues my Kali undoubtedly plans for you. He monitored Hawks' Earth's unsettled expression. Or perhaps it's a boy you'd prefer. Very well, if you wish you may even have. I'm more interested in the safety of our merchants and seamen, and our cargo. I haven't seen the men since yesterday at the customs house. They're all quite well. I've lodged them with a port official who speaks Portuguese, which your chief merchant also seems to understand. I'm told, by the way, he's a thoroughly unpleasant specimen. When can I see them? Why, any time you choose. You have only to speak to one of the eunuchs. But why trouble yourself today? Spend it here and rest. Perhaps enjoy the grounds and the garden. Tomorrow is time enough to re-enter the wearisome halls of Ka. Merce, Hawksworth decided that the time had come to raise the critical question. And what about the Portugals and their false charges? I think that tiresome matter can be resolved with time. I've sent notice to the court in Agra officially. You wish to travel there. When the reply is received, matters can be settled. In the meantime, I must insist you stay here in the palace. It's a matter of your position, and frankly, your safety. The Portuguese do not always employ upright means to achieve their ends. He tightened his traveling cloak. Don't worry yourself unduly. Just try to make the most of my humble hospitality. The palace grounds are at your disposal. Perhaps you'll find something in all this to engage your curiosity. Mukarab Khan brushed away a fly from his cloak. "There's the garden, and if you're bored by that, then you might wish to examine the Persian observatory constructed by my predecessor. You're a seaman and, I presume, a navigator. Perhaps you can fathom how it all works. I've never been able to make anything out of it. Ask the servants to show you, or just have some tarry wine on the veranda and enjoy the view." He bowed with official decorum and was gone, his entourage of guards in tow. Hawksworth turned to see the servants waiting politely. The turbaned man, whose high forehead and noble visage were even more striking now in the direct sunshine, was dictating in a low voice. The others, discreetly translating Mukarab Khan's orders into Hindi, the language that seemed common to all the servants. "The palace and its grounds are at your disposal, Sahib." The servant with the large white turban stood waiting. "Our pleasure is to serve you. I'd like to be alone for a while, to enjoy the beauty of the garden. Of course, Sahib, perhaps I could have the honor of being your guide. I think I'd prefer to see it alone." The servant's dismay was transparent, but he merely bowed and immediately seemed to dissolve into the marble porticos of the veranda, as did all the others. Hawksworth watched in amazement. They really do follow orders. Now if I can start to figure out this pull. "Ace, I don't need guides. All I need are my eyes. And luck." The garden spread out before him. Unlike the closely clipped geometry of the courtyard he had seen the night before, this was less formal and more natural, with a long waterway receding into the horizon. The pond was flanked by parallel arbors along each side, shading wide, paved walkways. He noticed there were no flowers, the main focus in an English garden, only gravel walks and the marble tiled watercourse. The sense was one of sublime control. Several dark-skinned gardeners in loincloths were wading knee-deep in the shallow reservoir, adjusting the flow from bubbling fountains that spewed from its surface at geometrically regular spacings, while others were intently pruning in what seemed a superfluous, almost compulsive act the already immaculate hedges. As Hawksworth walked past, self-consciously trying to absorb a sense of place, the gardeners appraised him minutely with quick, flicking sweeps of their eyes, but none made any move to acknowledge his presence. The sun burned through the almost limitless sky, whose blue was polished to a ceramic glaze, and the air was clean and perfumed with nectar. The garden lay about him like a mosaic of naturalism perfected. Through the conspicuous hand of man, nature had been coerced or charmed to exquisite refinement. The gravel pathway ended abruptly as he reached the pond's far shore, emanated by a row of marble flagstones. Beyond lay geometrical arbors of fruit-laden trees, mangoes, apples, pears, lemons, and even oranges. Hawksworth tightened his new robe about his waist and entered one of the orchards. Any pathways, marveling. I found the Garden of Eden. The rows of trees spread out in perfect regularity, squared as carefully as the columns of the palace verandas and organized by species of fruit. As he explored the man-made forest, he began to find its regularity satisfying and curiously calming. Then, in the distance, over the treetops, a high stone wall came into view, and from beyond could be heard the splashes of men laboring in the moat. He realized he had reached the farthest extent of the palace grounds. As he neared the wall, the orchard gave way to an abandoned clearing in whose center stood a moss-covered marble stairway projecting upward into space, leading nowhere. The original lish on its steps was now buried in layers of dust and overgrowth. Was there once a villa here? But where's the... Then he saw the rest. Curving upward on either side of the stairway was a moss-covered band of marble over 2 feet wide and alm. It was 20 feet in length, concave, etched and numbered. Some sort of sundial, but it's enormous. He turned and realized he was standing next to yet another stone instrument, a round plaque in red and white marble, like the dial of a water clock, on which Persian symbols for the zodiac had been inscribed. And beyond that was the remains of a circular building, perforated with dozens of doorways, with a tall pillar in the middle. Next to it was a shallow marble well, half a hemisphere sunk into the ground, with precise gradations etched all across the bottom. Hawksworth walked in among the marble instruments, his astonishment growing. They were all etched to a precision he had never before seen in stone. This Observatory is incredible. The sundial is obvious, even if the purpose of the stairway over its center isn't. But what's the round vertical plaque? Or that round building there and the curious marble well? Could those be some sort of purge? An astrolabe, like navigators used to estimate latitude by fixing the elevation of the sun or stars. What are they all for? Some to fix stars, others to predict eclipses, but there has to be more. These are for observation. Which means there have to be charts, or computations, or something. It's said the Persians once mastered a level of mathematics and astronomy far beyond anything known in Europe. Is this some forgotten outpost of that time, just waiting to be discovered? He turned and examined the instruments again, finding himself wondering for an instant if they could somehow be hoisted aboard the Discovery and returned to England. And if the observatory's still here, perhaps the charts are here. Where to? His excitement mounted as he searched the rest of the clearing. Then he saw what he wanted. It has to be there. Abutting the stone wall was a small hut of rough-hewn stone with slatted windows and a weathered wooden door that was wedged its base permanently encrusted in the dried mud of the rainy season. The wall behind was so weathered that the metal spikes along its top had actually rusted away. This whole place must have been deserted for years. What a waste. As he approached the weathered stone hut, he tried to dampen his own hopes. How can there be anything left? Who knows how long it's been abandoned? And even if there are calculations or maybe even books, they're most likely written in Persian. Or Arabic. He took hold of the rotting door, which left a layer of decaying wood on his hand, and wrenched it open wider, kicking a path for its base through the crusted mud. Then he slipped sideways through the opening. A stifled, startled I cut the dense air of the hut, and an oil lamp glowing in the black was smothered in a single movement. Then came a woman's voice. "You're not allowed here. Servants are forbidden beyond the orchard." She had begun in Persian, then repeated herself. In Hindi. "Who are you?" Hawksworth, startled by the unknown languages, began in English and then switched to Turkish. "I thought, the English Feringhi." The voice suddenly found control, and its Turkey was flawless. "You were in the court yard this morning." She advanced slowly toward the shaft of light from the doorway. "What are you doing here? Khan Sahib could have you killed if the eunuchs discover you." He watched as her face emerged from the shadows. Then his heart skipped. It was Shirin. "The Governor Khan Sahib told me about this observatory. He said stars do not shine in the day, nor the sun in this room. What are you doing in here?" "I thought there might be charts or a library." Hawksworth heard his own voice echo against the raw stone walls of the room. He studied her face in the half-light, realizing with a shock that she was even more striking now than in the sunshine of the garden. "Did he also tell you to plunder all you find in the palace grounds?" He said I might find the observatory curious. As a navigator, he was right, but there must be some charts. I thought this room might. There are some old papers here. Perhaps he thought this place would keep you occupied, or test you one more time. "What do you mean?" she answered with a hard laugh, then circled Hawksworth and examined him in the glancing morning light. Her dark hair was backlighted now from the sun streaming through the door. Her gauze headscarf glistening like spun gold. "Yes, you're a Feringhi, just like all the rest." Her eyes flashed. "How many more like you are there in Europe?" "Enough, I would guess, to amuse our debauched governor forever." "I didn't pull the cape for his amusement, or yours." "What's the matter? Everybody talks in riddles. Does this room have a library?" "Yes, but the writings are in Persian, which you don't understand." "How do you know what I understand?" She looked at him with open astonishment. "Do you suppose there's anyone in the palace who doesn't already know all about you?" "And what do you know about me?" Silence held the room for a moment. Then she spoke. "I know you're a Feringhi, like the poor Chagis, here for gold, and the rest." She turned and walked back into the darkness. There was a spark of light, and the lamp glowed again. "As for this room, there's nothing here you would understand, and when you return to the palace and to his Excellencies Afian and his Nautch girls, remember what happens to a man who is discovered with another's wife. I will forget I saw you here. You should forget also, if you wish to see the sun tomorrow. Hawksworth found himself watching her spellbound, almost not hearing her words. He stood motionless for a moment, then walked directly toward her, trying not to feel self-conscious in his new Moghul clothes. I want to talk with you. To find out what's going on, I'll be in with this place. It's an observatory, or was. What harm can there be in looking around this room? She stared at him without moving. You certainly have a Feringhiz manner. If you won't leave, then I'll ask you some questions. What do you say? Is your reason for coming to India? It's rumored you're here for the English king. What else have you heard? Other things as well. She moved closer, and her perfume enveloped him. Her eyes were intense, almost overwhelming the jewel at her throat. But I'd like to hear them from you. There's much dismay about you, about the battle, about the letter. Hawksworth studied her wistfully. You know about the letter? Of course, everyone knows. She sighed at his naivete. The contents of your chest were examined very carefully last night, but no one dared touch the seal on the letter, for fear of the Moghul. Is it true the English king may send an armada to attack Goa? And if it were, it could make a great deal of difference. To many people here, people who matter. The only one who should matter is the Moghul. She laughed again. He's the very last one who matters. I see you comprehend very little. She paused and examined him closely. But you're an interesting man. We all listened to you play the English sitar last night, and today the first place you chose to come was here. You're the first Feringhi ever to seek out this place, which was once famous throughout India. Did you truly come here? Or this morning just to learn? I haven't learned very much so far, at least in this room. He looked about them, noticing for the first time a small table on which there was a book and fresh writings. You've not told what you're doing here, or why you can come here when the servants are forbidden. Servants once tried to steal some of the marble steps for a house, but the reason I come here is not really your concern, Captain Hawksworth. She caught his startled look and laughed. Of course I know your name. I also know you should learn not to drink bang with Kali. She's more than your equal. Hawksworth stifled his embarrassment and tried to ignore the barb. There surely must be charts here. What harm? If I merely look around? Shirin stiffened. Not now, not today, you have to leave. But are there calculations or charts? More than likely, but I told you they're in Persian. Then maybe you could translate. I could, but not today. I've told you have to leave. Really, you must. She pushed the door open wider and stood waiting. I'll be back. He paused in the doorway and turned. Will you be here tomorrow? Possibly. Then I'll be back for sure. She looked at him, and shook her head resignedly. You truly don't realize how dangerous it is for you to come here. Are you afraid? I'm always afraid. You should be too. She studied him in the sunshine, examining his eyes, and for a moment her face. Often slightly. But if you do come, will you bring your English sitar? I'd like very much to hear it once more. And what will you do for me in return? She laughed. I'll try to excavate some musty Persian books here that might tell you something about the observatory. But remember, no one must ever know. Now, please. She urged him out, then reached and pulled the door tightly closed. Hawksworth suddenly realized the heat had grown intense, and now the sun cut a blind down the face of the red marble dial, telling that mid-morning approached. He examined the dial quickly, and then turned to look again at the stone hut. With the door closed, the ramshackle hut again looked completely deserted. What in Christ's name can she be doing? No matter, she's astonishing, and there's something in the way she handles herself. Little wonder she was the favorite concubine, or whatever they call it, of the Moghul, and it's easy to see why his queen married her. Off to Mukarab Khan and sent them both here to get her out of the way. A clever way to banish. Hawksworth froze. That's the word the pilot Karim used, from the Quran. As for women from whom you fear rebellion, banish them to beds. Apart, could this be the woman he meant? But what rebellion? Whatever's going on, nobody's talking. All I see are armed guards and fear. This palace is like a jewel-set dagger, exquisite and deadly. He stared again at the moss-covered instruments, but I'll be back. If she'll be here, absolutely nothing could stop me. Book 2, Surat the Threshold, Chapter 9. The two cheetahs tensed at the same instant and pulled taut the chains on their jewel-studded collars. They were tawny, dark-spotted Indian hunting leopards, and they rode in carpeted litters, one on each side of the elephant's back. Each wore a brocade saddlecloth signifying its rank, and now both began to flick the black and white striped tips of their tails in anticipation. Prince Jadar caught their motion and reined in his dun stall. Yin, the bright morning sunshine glanced off his freshly oiled olive skin and highlighted the crevices of his lean angular face and his tightly trimmed short beard. He wore a forest green hunting turban, secured with a heavy strand of pearl, and a dark green jacket emblazoned with his own royal crest. His 50-man Rajput guard had drawn alongside, and their horses tossed their heads and pawed impatiently, rattling the arrows in the brocade quivers by each man's saddle. Then, Jadar spotted the Nilgai, large bovine Indian deer, grazing in a herd upwind near the base of a low-lying hill. With a flick of his hand, he signaled the keepers who rode alongside to begin removing the leopard's saddlecloths. He watched as first the male and then the female shook themselves and stretched their paws in readiness. 50 rupees the male will make the first kill. Jadar spoke quietly to Vasant Rao, the moustachioed young Rajput captain who rode alongside. The commander of the prince's personal guards, he was the only man in India Jadar trusted fully. Then give me 200 on the female, Highness, 100, and half the hides for your regiment's shield maker. Jadar turned to war. The waiting keepers. Release the female. Then count to 100 and release the male. In moments, the cheetahs were bulleting toward the unsuspecting deer, darting from bush to bush, occasionally kicking up dust with their forefeet and hind legs to create camouflage. Then, as they approached the final clearing, they suddenly parted the female to the north, the male to the south. Seconds later, as though on some private signal, the female sprang. She seemed to cover the remaining 20 yards in less than a second, and before the Nilgai realized she was there, she had already pawed down a bleeding straggler. The striped ears of the other Nilgai shot erect at the sound, and the herd panicked, sweeping blindly away from her and directly toward the cover where the male crouched. He waited coolly, and then, as the deer darted by, pounced. What followed was a fearsome devastation, as he brought down one after another of the confused prey with his powerful claws. The female killed first, Highness. I assume our bet was in gold coins, not silver. Vasant Rao laughed lightly and turned to study the brooding man at his side. Can it be true what many suspect about the prince? He again found himself wondering that he chose as his strategy for a campaign from the final hunt of his cheetahs. But what strategy is left for us? The Dakhanis have already reclaimed the city of Ahmednagar, deep in their territory, and once again made it their rebel capital. They drove the Moghul garrison north to the fort at Burhanpur, and now they threaten that city as well, the most important station in the vital route between Agra and Surat. We haven't the men and horse to turn them back. At this time, this was Prince Jadar's second campaign in the Deccan, India's revolt-torn central plains, which lay far south of Agra and east of the port of Surat, and the second time he had led his army to regain cities lost to him. Alec Ambar, the Abyssinian adventurer and military genius, who periodically rose to lead the Deccan against Moghul rule. The Deccan had never been secure, even under the Moghur's father, Akman, but under Arangbar it had become a aerial ground of reputation. One of the Moghur's finest generals, whose dispatches from Ahmednagar only the previous year had boasted that the Deccan was finally subdued, now cowered in the fortress at Burhanpur. Arangbar had no choice but to send Jadar again. Did you see how they planned their attack? Jadar fingered the edges of his short beard, then pointed. She drove them toward his trap. By attacking the weak, she frightened the strong, who flew to their doom. Wait, not facing Nilgai, Highness. Vasant Rao shifted in his saddle to face the prince and shielded his eyes against the sun. And our position is much worse than on the last campaign. This time we have only 18,000 men, all encamped. Here at Ujjain, all weary to their bones from our siege at the Kangra, north in the Punjab, and then the long march down country. While Malik Ambar waits rested and secure in Ahmednagar, his own capital, a 2 months' march south. We'll bring Ambar to terms just as before, 3 years ago, by fear. Jadar watched as the keepers began measuring the rations of meat to reward the chittas, and he reflected over the secret envoy received early that morning from the commander of the fortress at Mandu, the northern outpost of the Deccan. Your Highness is respectfully advised the situation is worse, much worse than told in the reports sent by Ghulam Adil. They were alone in Jadar's tent, and the envoy was on his knees prostrate, terrified at his obligation to bring ill tidings to the son of the Moghul. Ghulam Adil was the general in charge of the Deccan, who had abandoned Ahmednagar to Malik Ambar and retreated north to Burhanpur. His official reports still maintained an air of bravado, claiming a few reinforcements were all that was required to drive the rebels to final extinction. We have asked Ghulam Adil for troops to help defend Mandu, but he cannot leave Burhanpur, the envoy continued. The Deccanis have surrounded the city, but they do not trouble themselves with a siege. They know he cannot move. So they have sent 8,000 light cavalry, Maratha irregulars, north across the Narbadar River to plunder outlying districts. They are approaching Mandu and will be at the fortress within the week. Why doesn't Ghulam Adil call up troops from among the Mansabdars? They've all been granted their annual allowance for maintenance of cavalry. Mansabdars were nobles of the Moghul Empire who had been given rank by the Moghul and were allowed to collect revenue from a specified number of estates and villages, allotted lands called jagirs, as a reward for service and loyalty. They collected taxes for the imperial treasury in Agra, which allowed them a portion to maintain cavalry and equipage at the ready. Assignment of a jagir always carried the responsibility of maintaining a specified number of troops and cavalry, which they were obliged to muster when requested by the Moghul. The Mansabdars have no men to muster, may it please your highness. The envoy's face was buried in the carpet, showing to Jadar only the covered back of his turban. Conditions have been severe over the past year, crops have been bad, and many Mansabdars could not collect taxes because of the Deccani raids. Many have not paid their cavalry for over a year. The Mansabdars ill-feed the horses that have been branded and placed in their care, but they have not fed the men who must ride. Most of those have returned to their villages. There can be no army without coin to lure them back. The Mansabdars are fearful of Malik Ambar now, and many have secretly agreed with him not to muster even the troops they still have. How many Deccani troops are encamped around Burhanpur? Our spies report as many as 80,000, Highness. Ghulam Adil dares not leave the fort in the center of the city. He has no more than 5,000 men still remaining loyal, and his supplies are short. Jadar had ordered immediate solitary confinement for the envoy, lest the news reach the camp. Now, watching his chittas feed, he calculated his next move. I have to requisition silver coin from the treasury at Agra, and hope a supply caravan can still get through. In the meantime, I'll muster the remaining cavalry from the Mansabdar. On the threat their jagirs will be confiscated if they fail to deliver. It won't raise many men, but it will slow defections. But if we're to recall the men still loyal, we must have silver. To raise the 30,000 men we need, men who not been paid for a year, will require at least 5 million rupees, 50 lakhs. I must have it by the time we reach Burhanpur. If we can hold that city, we can raise the army from there. Malik Ambar sued for peace 3 years ago because his alliance came apart. Vasant Rao spoke again, watching Jadar carefully, knowing that the prince was deeply troubled, had imprisoned a courier that very morning for which there could only be one reason, then released pigeons. That flew north, and his alliance will come apart again, if we sow enough fear. Jadar seemed annoyed at the delay as the waiting chittas were reharnessed, and the last carcasses of blue Nilgai were loaded onto the ox-drawn wagons for Turn to the camp. You still haven't learned to think like a chitta. Jadar signaled the hunt was finished and wheeled his horse back toward the camp. Vasant Rao rode a few paces behind, asking himself how long that regal head would rim. Ain on those royal shoulders. You're threatened now on every side. You cannot be as oblivious as you seem. He thought back over Prince Jadar's career. Of the Moghul's 4 sons, Prince Jadar was the obvious one to succeed. Jadar's elder brother, Khusrav had been blinded by the Moghul years before for attempting a palace revolt. Jadar's brother Parwaz, also older than the prince, was a notorious drunkard and unacceptably dissolute, even by the lax standards of the Moghuls. Ort, and Jadar's younger brother Aladdin, was the handsome but witless son of a concubine who well deserved his secret nickname, Nashudani, the good-for-nothing. Since there was no law in India that the oldest must automatically succeed, power devolved to the fittest. Only Jadar, son of a royal Rajput mother, could lead an army or rule India. Among the Moghul's 4 sons, he was the obvious deserving heir. But ability alone was never enough to ensure success in the ire of palace intrigue. One must also have a powerful friend. For years, Prince Jadar had the most powerful friend of all. The grooming of Jadar for office had begun over 5 years earlier, when he was taken under the protection of Queen Janahara. She had made herself the guardian of Jadar's interests at court, and 2 years ago she had induced the Moghul to elevate Jadar's Mansab, his honorary rank, to 12,000 zat. In income and prestige he had soared far beyond his brothers. As is always the case, Jadar was expected to repay his obligation. On the day he ascended to the throne and assumed power from the ailing, opium-sotted Arangbar, he was expected to share that power with Queen Janahara, but their unofficial alliance had begun to go wrong. Very wrong. And what had gone wrong was the most obvious problem of all. Jadar had lived half his life in army camps, fighting the Moghuls' wars because he was the only son who could fight them, and he no longer saw any reason to relinquish his battle-earned inheritance to the queen. What will the queen do? Vasant Rao asked himself again. I know she has turned on the prince. I know she tried to marry her Urjan daughter to Jadar's blinded brother Khusrav. But Jadar discovered this and demanded Khusrav be sent out of Agra, to be kept in confinement by a Raja loyal to the prince. But the queen is still in Agra, and sooner or later she'll produce another successor, a creature she can dominate. Her task will be easy if Jadar fails in this campaign. I have reports Maratha irregulars may be at the fort at Mandu within a week. Jadar broke the silence between them. They rode. The noisy Rajput horsemen rode discreetly well behind, cursing, laughing, wagering. The flawless blue sky seemed to cloud as Jadar spoke. Tell me what you would do. Strike camp and march south. We have no choice. Sometimes you Rajputs show less wit than your monkey god, Hanumanji. Jadar laughed good-naturedly. You learned nothing from the hunt today. Don't you see that would merely scatter them? They'll never dare meet us if we march in force. They'll only stage small raids, harass our baggage train. No, we must do just the opposite. Jadar reined in his horse, turned to Vasant Rao, and lowered his voice. Think like a chitta for once, not like an impulsive Rajput. We'll send a small cavalry force, only 500 horse. You will help me pick them who will disperse. Ride separately, never show their numbers. Like a chitta stalks. No supply contingent, no elephants, no wagons. And after the Marathas have set their siege at Mandu, our cavalry will quietly group and attack their flank. As they fall back, which they always do when facing a disciplined unit, the cavalry in the fort will ride out in force, forming the second arm of a pincer, and that will be the last we see of Malik Ambar's famous Maratha irregulars. They'll return to pillaging baggage trains and helpless villages. And after that, we'll march directly on Burhanpur. We should reach it in less than a month. The Marathas will begin to harass our supply trains as soon as we cross the Narbadar River, if they don't attack us while we cross. After Mandu, that's the one thing they will not do. Remember the chittas. The Marathas will never know where. Our Mandu cavalry may be waiting in ambush, and when we reach Burhanpur, we'll make our camp there and muster cavalry from all the Mansabdars. Jadar passed over how he intended to do this. That will be the end of Ambars. Any alliances? We'll have the men we need to march in force on the south, on to Ahmednagar, within the week. And Malik Ambar will sue for peace and return the territory he's seized, just like before. Vasant Rao nodded in silent acknowledgement, asking himself what the prince was withholding. The strategy was far too straightforward for Jadar. The camp was coming into view now. A vast movable city, it was easily several miles in circuit. Even from afar, however, Jadar's massive central tent dominated. It was bright red and stationed in the center of the Gulal Bar, a restricted central zone almost 200 yards on the side that formed the focal point of the camp. Behind Jadar's tent, separated by a figured satin partition, were the red chintz tents of the women, where his first wife, Mumtaz, and her attendants stayed. Directly in front of Jadar's tent was a canopied platform with 4 massive corner pillars called the Saracha, where Jadar held private briefings. The entire Gulal Bar was sealed from common view by a high cloth wall. Near the entrance to Jadar's enclosure was the camp artillery, including the cannon and the tents of the lead horses and war elephants. Its entry was guarded by mounted horsemen, and next to these were the tents for Jadar's leopards. Around the perimeter were the striped tents of the nobles and officers, whose respective colors flew above for easy identification. And spreading out from each officer's tent were the tents of his men, their wives, and their bazaar. The camp itself was laid out with such consistent precision that a soldier might easily find his tent in total darkness, regardless of where the army might be. As Jadar dismounted at the entry to the Gulal Bar and strode toward his tent, his mind sorted through the moves that lay ahead. He had notified the Moghul of the envoy's secret report, and asked for 5 million rupees in silver coin. It was the price for the Deccan. Surely he could not refuse. Aurangzeb's own administrators, who were supposed to monitor the Mansabdars, were to blame. There were also other, new and disquieting complexities. Word had come through Surat only the day before that the Portuguese were secretly planning to arm Malik Ambar. Why? It was common knowledge they feared and hated Jadar, because he distrusted all Christians and said so. And they certainly were aware that if he should someday unite the rebel-infested province of Gujarat, where their ports of Daman and Diu were situated, he would undoubtedly try to regain these ports for India. But they would not dare to openly, or even secretly, support rebels within the Moghul Empire, unless they were sure there would be no reprisals from Agra. Which meant they had powerful accomplices in court, accomplices who would venture to endanger the empire, or itself to ruin Jadar, whose interests in Agra were served if the Deccan remained in turmoil. If Jadar were kept occupied and harried in the south, the question virtually answered itself. If this were not perplexing enough, news had arrived 2 days before telling of an incredible incident. 2 merchant frigates of another European nation, calling themselves English, had appeared off the bar of Surat, and humiliated 4 Portuguese warships. Jadar had released pigeons for Surat immediately, ordering that the English be protected until he could determine their intentions. The dispatch received the following morning, yesterday, reported that his orders had been timely. A Portuguese ambush of the English as they came up the Tapti River had been averted by Rajputs using arrows stolen from the governor's own guard. And this morning, there had been another message from Surat, with news that the governor had sent the Moghul a dispatch claiming credit for the act. This only after he discovered the English captain had gifts for Aurangzeb. But who knew the intentions of the captain of this English fleet, or the content of a letter he had brought for the Moghul? Reports said only that he was quartered in the governor's palace, where he could no longer be protected. His eunuchs bowed and relayed an urgent message from Mumtaz. His wife begged to receive his highness the moment he returned, without entering his own tent, Jadar proceeding through the circle of guards protecting the women's quarters. Mumtaz was waiting, surrounded by two of her women and the now constant midwife. She was almost to term with Jadar's third child. The first two had been daughters. His first thought when he saw her was that this birth must be male. Merciful Allah, make this a son. Mumtaz's gleaming black hair had been tightly braided, and she wore a shawl and trousers of gold-threaded silk. She had a pronounced fondness for gold and silk. Few other luxuries were to be found in the army camps that had been her home for most of their marriage. Mumtaz's features were delicate, with high Persian cheeks, and she was well over 30, the age at which most Muslim women cease to interest their mates. But she had found ways to remain the center of Jadar's life, if not dominate it. The flash of her eyes told Jadar she was in an extreme temper. Pigeons arrived just after you left. The report from Agra is astonishing. What report do you mean? Do you and your women receive my dispatches now, which are rarely worth the bother? No, I receive my own from father. Mumtaz was the daughter of Nadir Sharif, Prime Minister of the Moghul Empire, and brother of Queen Janahara. I had the sense to leave him pigeons for here at Ujjain, and also for Burhanpur, which may prove to be vital for you, assuming that city is not overrun by Dakhanis by the time you reach it. What message did Nadir Sharif ever send that wasn't dictated by our noble queen? You're a fool not to trust him, but you do well to begin, and soon. Mumtaz's eyes snapped momentary fire, matching the hard red jewel on her forehead, and she eased herself slowly onto a well-traveled velvet bolster to lighten the weight of the child. I think you'll discover your many friends may be difficult to find if we ever return to the capital. Come to the point, Iwa. And to see into their tent. They killed well today. Jadar was always amused by Mumtaz's temper. He had long ago despaired of receiving proper respect from her. She defied him exactly the way Janahara defied the Moghul. And he delighted in it. Perhaps all Persian wives were incorrigible. Perhaps it was a racial trait. Very well. You should be pleased to know that His Majesty has already forgotten you exist. He has agreed to the Queen's outrageous scheme, an affront unto sense, but it will be the end of you nonetheless. Agreed to what? The very marriage I warned you about, but you wouldn't listen. You were too clever. Yes, you were brilliant. You sent the wrong brother away from Agra. You sent Khusrav. The competent one. You should have sent Aladdin. I don't believe it. I do, and I told you it would happen. The Queen has foisted her scrawny offspring, the simpering Princess Layla, onto Aladdin. But it's the perfect match, the Moghul's Ungis' son, the notorious good-for-nothing, betrothed to that fumbling little sparrow, both weak and useless. What could Aladdin possibly do? Even Erangbar realizes he's incompetent. But Erangbar will soon be dead. So what he know? This won't matter. It's perfect for the Queen. She'll rule them both. In the meantime, she'll make sure you're nowhere near Agra. Your next appointment will probably be the Punjab or perhaps the Himalayas, where you can chase yak with your leopards. Meh. Mumtaz could scarcely contain her anger and frustration. The time will come, and soon, when the Moghul will chance his 20 glasses of wine and his 12 grains of opium one night too many. And the next day, while you're somewhere sporting, with your chittas, she'll summon her lackey general Inayat Latif and his Bengal Mansabdars to Agra, and declare Aladdin the next Moghul. Jadar was stunned. Aladdin was incapable of anything, except bowing to the Queen's orders like a hand puppet. Once Moghul, he certainly could not rule. She would rule for him, or probably eliminate him entirely after a few months. So Janahara had finally made her move, to challenge Prince Jadar, the son who had earned the throne for his rightful place. The battle had been joined. So what do you propose to do? She waited just long enough to trap you in the Deccan. Mumtaz's fury was turning to despair. If you go back now, you'll be accused of a ban. Dining Burhanpur. If you march on south, you'll be unable to return for months, and by that time Aladdin will be married. Father said she has convinced the Moghul to give him a personal mansab rank of 8,000 zat and a horse rank of 4,000 suwar. Aladdin, who scarcely knows a bow from a wine bowl, will now have his own cavalry. Jadar was looking at her, but he no longer heard. This changes everything. There'll be no silver. The Queen will see to that. And no silver means no troops can be recalled from the Deccan Mansabdars, which means we lose the Deccan. But she'd gladly give the Deccan to destroy me. Jadar looked at Mumtaz and smiled. Yes, I must do something, but right now I see my chittas fed. And he turned and strode briskly back toward his tent. A dense mantle of evening smoke enveloped the camp as the three generals passed through the entry of the Gulal Bar. They advanced to the front of the Saracha platform and halted to wait for Jadar. Each had brought a silver cup, as Jadar had instructed. All three were seasoned military leaders. Abdullah Khan, a young Moghul warrior, had been promoted to a rank of 3,000 Suwar after this successful siege at the northern fortress of Kangra. Under the prince he had risen from the rank of foot soldier to cavalry, and now he commanded his own division. The next was Abul Hassan, a cool-headed Afghan strategist with rank of 5,000 Suwar, who had led Prince Jadar to his first victory in the Deccan 3 years before. Finally, there was Raja Vikramajit, a bearded Rajput of royal blood who led the Hindus. He scorned matchlocks and fought only with his sword, and he was the bravest man in battle that Jadar had ever known. Moments later, Prince Jadar emerged through the smoke, carrying his heavy sword and accompanied by Vasant Rao. A servant trailed after them bearing a crystal decanter of wine and 2 silver goblets on a tray. The prince assumed his seat in the center of the platform and ordered the servant to place the decanter on a small table by his side. Then he motioned away the servant and all the surrounding guards. I propose we all take a glass of wine to clear our thoughts. It's Persian, and I had it cooled in the saltpeter tent especially for this evening. Jadar personally poured wine for each of the men, then filled the 2 goblets on the tray for Vasant Rao and for himself. I hereby propose a toast to Ahmednagar, which Malik Ambar now calls his own capital, and to its recapture within 100 days. The men raised their goblets and drank in silence. Skepticism filled their eyes. Jadar looked at them and smiled. You do not agree? Then let me tell you more. The situation is very bad, how bad even you do not yet know, but battles are more than a matter of numbers. They are a test of the wilt. A win. That's why I called you here tonight. Jadar paused. But first, is the wine to your liking? The men nodded silent assent. Good, drink deeply, for none of us will drink again until we drink in Ahmednagar. Now I will take your cups. Jadar reached for each man's cup individually and placed them in a row alongside the tray, together with his own and that of Vasant Rao. Then he laid his own cup on its side on the tray and slowly drew his heavy sword from a scabbard. With a fierce swing he sliced the cup in half, then the next cup and the next until all were destroyed. The men watched him spellbound. Assemble your ranks in the bazaar at midnight, in full battle dress. I will address them, and on we march. Jadar rose and as quickly as he had come disappeared into the darkness. Battle gear helmets, buckles, pikes, swords. Muskets glistened in the torchlight as Jadar rode a fully armored war elephant slowly down the center of the main bazaar. The bristling infantry, arrayed in rows on either side, watched him expectantly. A midnight muster was unheard of, but rumors had already swept the camp telling of the pending marriage of the queen's daughter to Aladdin. Jadar had been betrayed, and with him, all of them as well. Then they noticed carts following him, with barrels of wine from Jadar's tent. When the prince reached the center of the bazaar, he raised his arms for silence. For a moment all that could be heard was the neigh of horses from the stables, and the cries of infants in the far reaches of the camp. He began in Urdu, a hybrid camp tongue of Persian and Hindi, his voice ringing toward Abul Hassan's Muslim troops. Tonight, ye are many. Jadar paused deliberately. But in battle the many are nothing. In battle there is only the one. Each of you is that one. Again a pause. Then he shouted in a voice that carried to the far hills. Is there a believer among us tonight? It who would fight to the death for our victory? A roar of assent sounded from the men. "Will you swear it? On the Holy Quran?" This time the roar shook the tent poles of the bazaar. "Is there one who would not?" Silence. Suddenly, Jadar turned to the troops of Moghul lineage and switched his language to exquisite Persian. "Some here tonight swear to embrace death itself for our victory, but I know not the will of all. Is there among you a man who would give his life for us?" Again a roar of assent. "What man will swear it?" The roar seemed to envelop the camp. Without pausing, Jadar turned to the Rajput contingent, addressing them easily in their native Rajasthani. "Does any among you know how to fight?" Cheers. "Does any know how to die?" More cheers. And then the Rajputs began banging their swords on their bucklers. Jadar bellowed above the sudden din. "I know Hindus cannot take an oath, but if you could, would it be to fight to the death for our victory?" Bedlam seized the camp, and the chant, "Jadar Ro Akbar, Jadar is great," swept through the ranks. Jadar let the chant continue for a time, and as he listened, he saw that Mumtaz and her women had appeared at the gateway of the Gulal bar. As he had instructed them, all activity had ceased in the camp, and even in the far background the women had gathered in the shadows of the tents, listening intently. Then Jadar motioned for silence and continued. "Tonight we each will make a pledge, I to you, you to me. First my pledge to you." Jadar commanded his elephant to kneel, and he dismounted and walked directly to the waiting wagons containing his wine barrels. He was handed a silver-handled battle axe, and with a powerful overhand swing he shattered the first barrel. Then he signaled his waiting guard, and in moments every barrel had been axed. The center of the bazaar ran red, and the air was filled with the wine's sweet Persian perfume. Then he motioned. Toward the entry of the Gulal bar, and his women emerged, followed by an elephant whose howdah, the livery on its back, was filled with silver utensils. When the procession reached the clearing where Jadar stood, the elephant's mahout commanded it to kneel. Without a word, Jadar walked directly to the howdah. As though meeting an enemy in ambush, he suddenly drew his long sword and swung it through the livery, leaving a wide gash in its embroidered side. A glittering array of silver and gold plate, goblets, jewelry poured onto the ground. With a single motion, he sheathed the sword and again took the axe. While the assembled camp watched spellbound, he quickly, methodically, smashed each of the silver and gold objects into small shreds. Then he broke the silver handle of the axe and again mounted the elephant. "My pledge to you." His voice pierced the stunned silence of the camp as he repeated each sentence in 3 languages. "My pledge to you is not to touch. Not to lie with women, not to look on silver or gold until we have taken Ahmednagar." The camp seemed to come apart with the cheer that followed, and again came the chant, "Jadar Ro Akbar, Jadar Ro Akbar." The sound was as unvoice, and now even the distant hills echoed back the sound. Again Jadar stopped them. "Your pledge to me must be the same, and together we will take Ahmednagar in 100 days. By the head of the Prophet, I swear it to you." Again the chant, and again Jadar stopped them. "Tonight I offer to fight for you. You must be ready to fight for me, and each must hold the other to his pledge." More cheers. "I have spilled my wine. I will stay apart from my women. I have smashed to my gold and silver. I will give it to you. Each tent will have a shard, but my eyes must never see it again." The roar of approval was deafening. "That is my pledge. You must also give me yours. Leave your women in their tents and lie beside me under the stars. Empty your wine flasks into the Narbada River as we cross, as your oath to fight to the death, and all your silver, that of your vessels, that on your saddles, that on your women, must be brought here tonight. Mark it with your seal, and leave it under guard in my own wagons, away from all eyes, until the day we reach Ahmednagar. Then we will drink wine, we will have women, we will wear our finest in victory." Jadar paused dramatically. "Tonight we are many. Tomorrow we are one. We march at sunrise." The cheers began again, and immediately the pile of silver started to grow. Muslim nobles began bringing silver-trimmed saddles, plates, even jewelry. But the most silver came from the Hindu infantry, as their women were stripped of the silver bracelets and massive silver anklets that had been their dowries. Jadar sat unmoving on his elephant, as the men began to come forward with items of silver. Soon there was a line etching into the dark of the tents. He watched the pile growing, and his calculations began. Will it be enough? The weight must be enough, or the Shahbandar, motherless thief that he is, will never agree. But I think we will have it, he thought back. Over the plan. It had required almost the entire afternoon to refine. But when he had convinced himself that it would succeed, he had posted the pigeons to Surat, where, he had asked himself, can I find 50 lakhs of silver, 5 million rupees within a month, and have them at Burhanpur when we arrive? I'll not squeeze a copper pice penny from Agra. If not Agra, where? And slowly in his mind a form had taken shape. He had examined it, almost touched it, puzzled over it, and then he knew what it was, the mint at Surat, where foreign coin is melted and recast as rupees. 50 lakhs of silver rupees would scarcely be missed, especially if the Shahbandar would allow his minters to work a normal day. The backlog of foreign coin he holds unmelted, creating an artificial shortage of silver, would easily cover 50 lakhs of rupees. I need only borrow what I need, and with it buy back into service the cavalry I need to lame the Deccan, the Shahbandar. But will he do it? He will. If I can show him collateral. I don't have enough collateral. Not in my own funds, not even in the local treasuries. But there must be enough silver in 18,000 tents to assemble 5 million rupees. I will hold it, and give him a note of obligation using it as collateral. If we reach Ahmednagar, I will squeeze the 5 million rupees many times over from every traitorous Mansabdar, I do not? I will confiscate their Jagiar estates and let them buy them back. I can easily confiscate enough to return the Shahbandar his loan, and then my men will have back their silver. If we do not reach Ahmednagar, it will be because we are dead. So what will it matter? We will make an oath to reach the city or die. Only one problem remains, how to move the coin from Surat to Burhanpur. Secretly. No one must know where it came from or that it's being transferred. But a train with 50 lakhs of rupees must be heavily guarded, and the guards will betray its value, unless there can be some other reason for a heavily guarded train from Surat to Burhanpur. A reason that would not automatically evoke suspicion. Possibly a person of importance, someone whom all India knows cannot be touched, someone important to the Moghul, and then the perfect answer came. The most obvious answer of all. Who will soon be traveling from Surat to Burhanpur en route to Agra under safe conduct of the Moghul. The Englishman, the infidel Feringhi need never know. That with him will be the silver that will save Prince Jadar. Book 2, Surat the Threshold, Chapter 10. Brian Hawksworth stepped lightly off the prow of the barge as it eased into the riverbank and worked his way through the knee-deep tidal mud onto the sandy shore. Even here, across the harbor, the water still stank of the sewers of Surat. Then he turned and surveyed the sprawling city, back across the broad estuary, astonished that they could have crossed the harbor so easily on nothing more substantial than a wide raft of boards lashed with rope, what the Indians called a bark. Ahead, waiting on the shore, was a line of loaded bullock carts conveyances with 2 wooden wheels higher than a man's head, a flat bed some 6 feet wide, and a heavy bamboo pole for a tongue each yoke, to 2 tall, hump-backed gray cattle with conspicuous ribs. The carts stretched down the muddy road that emerged from the tangle of coastal scrub and were piled to overflowing with rolls of English wool cloth. The turbane drivers now shouting Hindi obscenities as they walked alongside and lashed the sullen cattle into place for unloading. As Hawksworth watched, the porters who had ridden with him splashed their way toward the shore and began driving stakes to secure the mooring line of the bark. Wool would be ferried across the harbor and cotton brought back with each trip. Then Hawksworth caught sight of George Elkington's ragged hat bobbing in the midday sunshine as the chief merchant and his aide, Humphrey Spencer, climbed down from their 2-wheeled Indian coach, drawn by 2 white oxen, which had been loaned by Shahbandar. Farther down the line of carts was a detail of English seamen, led by red-haired Mackintosh, and all carrying muskets who had walked the 15-mile, 2-day trek to guard the cargo. The trading season was well underway, and over the past 3 weeks, a motley assemblage of cargo vessels from the length of the Indian Ocean had appeared downriver at the bar to commence unlading. Foreign traders normally transported goods inland to Surat on the barks that plied the Tapti between the port and the shallow bar at the river mouth. But these vessels had arrived at the bar with the blessings of Portugal, for they all had acquired a Portuguese license and paid duty on their cargo at some Portuguese-controlled tax point. After evaluating the risk of exposing his English frigates at the bar, where maneuverability was limited, and the possibility of Portuguese surprise, Great Brian Hawksworth had elected to unlade directly onshore from their protected anchorage north of the river mouth, the cove called Swally, then haul the goods overland to the banks of the Tapti opposite Surat. There would be no risk of Portuguese interference inland, and once across from the port, the goods could be easily barged to the Maiden. He turned again toward the river and examined the town of Surat from his new vantage. It was easy to see now why this location had been chosen for the port, for here the river curved and widened, creating a natural, protected harbor. The most conspicuous landmarks visible from across the harbor were 3 stone villas along the riverfront, all owned by the Shabandar, and the square stone fort that stood on the downriver side of the harbor, its heavy ordnance trained perpetually on the water. The fort was surrounded by a moat on 3 sides, and on the 4th by the river. Entry could only be gained through a gate on the riverside, or a drawbridge that connected its entrance to the open Maiden, the square where traders congregated. The square had swarmed with merchants and brokers as they passed through, and he had watched as 2 brokers stood together near its center, one from Ahmedabad, upcountry, and the other from Surat, arguing loudly over the price and quality of a pile of indigo. The porters explained that the Surat broker was accusing the other of mixing sand with the indigo to increase its weight, then disguising his deception by also adding enough oil that the indigo would still float on water. The test used to establish purity of the dried extract of the indigo. As the argument grew more vigorous, Hawksworth noticed the men join hands beneath a piece of cloth, where they began negotiating the actual price by means of their fingers, a figure undoubtedly little related to the movement of their tongues. Now that the high trading season of September-January had begun, Surat's narrow streets were one loud bazaar, swollen to almost 200,000 grasping traders, bargaining seamen, hawking merchants. A dozen languid just stirred the air as a motley melange of up-country Indian traders, Arabs, Jains, Parsis, Persians, Jews, Egyptians, Portuguese, and returning Muslim pilgrims, every nationality known to the Indian Ocean, swaggered through the garbage odden mud paths called streets. Hawksworth gazed back at the city and reflected over the curious events of the past 3 weeks. The English had, inexplicably, been received first with open hostility, and then with suspiciously cordial efference, first by the governor and afterward by the Shabandar. Something is very wrong, he told himself. A contest of wills is underway between the Shabandar, Mirza Nuruddin, and the governor Mukarrab Khan. And so far, Mukarrab Khan seems to be winning. Or is he? 6 days before, the governor had suddenly reversed his policy of non-interference in port affairs, and authorized a license for the English to sell their cargo in Surat and buy Indian goods. Something this Abandar had found one excuse after another to delay. However, Mukarrab Khan had delivered this license directly to the English, rather than forwarding it to the Shabandar through normal channels, leaving Brian Hawksworth the unpleasant responsibility of presenting this document to the Shabandar in person. But the meeting turned out to be nothing like Hawksworth had expected. "Once more you astound me, Captain." The close, torch-lit chamber of the Customs House office had fallen expectantly silent As the Shahbandar drew slowly on his hookah and squinted with his opaque, glassy eyes at the black seal of Mukarab Khan affixed to the top of the page. Hawksworth had waited for a glimmer of anger at this insulting breach of port protocol, which surely was Mukarab Khan's reason for insisting the license be delivered by the English Captain General. But the Shahbandar's eyes never lost their non-committal squint. Instead, he had turned to Hawksworth with a cordial smile. Your refusal to negotiate seems to have worked remarkable dispatch with His Excellency's officials. I can't recall ever seeing them act this quickly. Hawksworth had been amazed. How could Mirza Nuruddin possibly know the terms he had demanded of the governor? Produce a license for trade within 10 days, or the 2 English frigates would weigh anchor and sail, and accept English sovereigns at bullion value, rather than the prevailing discount rate of 4.1/2% required to circumvent minting time, the weeks required by the Shahbandar's minters to melt down foreign coin and remint it as Indian rupees. No one could have been more surprised than Brian Hawksworth when Mukarab Khan had immediately conceded the English terms and approved the license valid for 60 days to land goods and to buy and sell. Why had the governor agreed so readily, overriding the Shahbandar's dawdling clerks? Actually, you'll need an officer here to schedule the river barks. The Shahbandar's voice was even, but Hawksworth thought he sensed an air of tension suddenly grip the room. Normally, barks are reserved weeks in advance now during the high season, but we can always accommodate friends of Mukarab Khan. It was then that Hawksworth had told the Shahbandar he would not be bringing cargo up the river, that instead it would be transported overland from their protected anchor. Using bullock carts arranged for by Mukarab Khan. The cove you call Swali is several leagues up the coast, Captain. Foreign cargo has never before been unladed there, nor has it ever been brought overland as you propose. He had seemed genuinely disturbed. I suggest it's both irregular and unworkable. I think you understand why we have to unlade from the cove. The decision is made. Hawksworth tried to keep his voice as firm as that of Mirza Nuruddin. We'll unload the bullock carts just across the river from the port here, and we'll only need a bark to ferry goods across the harbor. As you wish. I'll arrange to have one at your disposal. The Shahbandar drew pensively on the hookah, ejecting coils of smoke into the already dense air of the chamber, and examined Hawksworth. Then he continued. I understand your frigates are some 500 tons each. Full unlading will require at least 3 weeks, perhaps 4. Is that at a reasonable estimate? We'll arrange the scheduling. Why do you ask? Merely for information, Captain. Again, the Shahbandar flashed his empty smile. Then he bowed as lightly as protocol would admit and called for a tray of rolled leaves, signifying the meeting was ended. As Hawksworth took one, he marveled that he had so quickly acquired a taste for their strange alkaline sweetness. Then he looked again at Mirza Nuruddin's impassive eyes. Damn him. Does he? Oh, what the Portugals were planning. And was he hoping we'd be caught unlading in the shallows at the river mouth? He knows I've just spoiled their plans. As he had passed back through the customs shed headed toward the Maiden and Sunshine, Hawksworth could feel the hostile stares, and he knew the reason. The new English visitors had already made an unforgettable impression on the town of Surat. The merchants George Elkington and Humphrey Spencer had been given accommodations by a Portuguese Peking Muslim, whom Spencer had immediately outraged by demanding they be served pork. The other men had been temporarily lodged in a vacant house owned by an indigo broker. After the hard-drinking English seamen had disrupted orderly proceedings in 3 separate brothels and been banned in turn by each, the Shahbandar had ordered 5 nautch girls sent to them at the house. But with fewer women than men, a fight inevitably had ensued, with thorough demolition of the place, walls and shutters. Worst of all, boatswain's mate John Garway had gone on a drunken spree in the streets and, in a flourish of exuberance, severed the tail of a bullock calf, an animal sacred to the Hindus, with his seaman's knife. A riot, The Hindu quarter had erupted soon after, forcing Mukarab Khan to remove the English seamen outside the town walls, in tents erected by the tank, the city reservoir, Yes, Hawkesworth sighed. It'll be a long time before India gets her first taste of the English. The barge bobbed lightly as two Indian porters, knee-deep in the mud, hoisted the first roll of woolen cloth onto the planking. This begins the final leg of the India voyage, Hawkesworth thought to himself. And this has been the easiest part of all. Almost too easy. Pox on it, believe in your luck for a change. The voyage will post a fortune in pepper. Lancaster was knighted for little more than bringing home his vessels. He reached Java, but he found no trade. He'd have sailed home a pauper if he hadn't ambushed a rich Portuguese galleon in the harbor at Sumatra. How many weeks to a knighthood? 3, 4, no, we'll make it in less. We'll man every watch. Woolens a la. And cotton out. I'll have the frigates laded. Stores on board, we can buy cattle and sheep from villages up the coast, and all repairs completed in 2 weeks. I'll have both frigates in open seas inside a fortnight, where not a porch. A gull bottom afloat can touch us, and if permission for the trip to Agra comes, I'll be out of Surat too, if I live that long. He reached into his belt and drew out a long Portuguese stiletto. An elaborate cross was etched into the blade, and the handle was silver with a ram's head at the butt. The ram's eyes were 2 small rubies. He had been carrying it for 2 days, and he reflected again on what had happened, still puzzling. He had returned to the observatory the next morning after he had met Shirin, and this time he brought his lute. But she did not come. That morning, or the morning after, or the morning after. Finally, he swallowed his disappointment and concluded he would not see her again. Then it was he had gone to work cleaning away the moss and accumulated mud from the stone instruments. Parts of some seemed to be missing, and he had searched the hut for these without success. All he had found was a handheld astrolabe, an instrument used to take the altitude of the sun. But he also found tables, piles of handwritten tables, that seemed to hold the key to the use of the instruments. His hopes had soared. It seemed possible, just possible, that buried somewhere in the hut was the key to the greatest mystery of all time: how to determine longitude at sea. Hawkesworth had often pondered the difficulties of navigation in the deep ocean, where only the sun and stars were guides. They were the primary determinant to England's new ambition to explore the globe, for English navigators were still far less experienced than those of the Spanish and Portuguese. The problem seemed overwhelming. Since the great Earth was curved, no line on its surface was straight, and once at sea there was absolutely no way to determine exactly where you were, which way you were going, or how fast. The least uncertain measurement was probably latitude, a ship's location north or south of the equator. In the northern hemisphere, the height of the pole star was a reasonably accurate determinant of latitude, although it was a full 3 degrees distant from the northernmost point in the sky. Another measure of latitude was the height of the sun at midday, erected for the specific day of the year. The problem lay in how to measure either of these elevations accurately. 100 years before, the Portuguese had come across an ingenious Arab device for telling the elevation of the sun. It consisted of a board with a knotted length of string run through the middle. If a mariner held the board vertically and sighted the horizon at one end and some object in the sky at the other, the length of the string between the board and his eye could be used to calculate the elevation of the object. In a short time, a version appeared in Europe with a second board replacing the string called the cross staff. However, since locating both the horizon and a star was almost impossible at any time except dawn or dusk, this device worked best for sighting the sun, save that it required staring into the disk of the sun to find its exact center. Also, the cross staff could not be used when the sun was high in the sky, which was the case in equatorial waters. Another version of the cross staff was the astrolabe, a round brass dial etched with degree markings and provided with a movable sight that permitted taking the elevation of the sun by its shadow. But even with the astrolabe, there was the problem of catching the sun precisely at midday. and on a rolling ship, the error in reading it could easily be 4 degrees. For longitude, a ship's location east or west on the globe. There were no fixed references at all. But as a mariner traveled east or west, the sun would come up somewhat earlier or later each day, and precisely how much earlier or later could be used to compute how far he had gone. Therefore, calculating longitude depended solely on keeping time extremely accurately, something completely impossible. The best timekeeping device available was the hourglass or sandglass, invented somewhere in the western Mediterranean in the 11th or 12th century. Sandglass makers never achieved real accuracy or consistency, and careful mariners always used several at once, hoping to average out variations. But on a long voyage, seamen soon totally lost track of absolute time, since they were unable to determine a ship's location from the skies. Mariners also tried to compute it from a vessel's speed and direction. Speed was estimated by throwing a log with a knotted rope attached overboard, and timing the rate at which knots in the rope played out using a sandglass. Margins of error in computing speed were usually substantial. Direction, too, was never known completely accurately. A compass pointed to magnetic north, not true north, and the difference between these seemed to vary unaccountably at different locations on the globe. Some thought it had to do with the lodestone used to magnetize the needle, and others, like the Grand Pilot of the King of Spain, maintained seamen were merely lying to cover their own errors. For it all, however, longitude was the most vital unknown. Many attempts had been made to find a way to fix longitude, but nothing ever worked. Seamen found the only real solution to the problem was attitude sailing, a time-consuming and expensive procedure whereby a captain would sail north or south to the approximate latitude of his destination, and then sail due east or west, rather than trying to sail on the diagonal. King Philip Roman III of Spain had offered a fortune to the first man who discovered how to tell longitude at sea. Hawkesworth spent days poring through the piles of tables, many of which were strewn about the floor of the room and damaged from mildew and rot. Next, he carefully copied the symbols off the walls of the circular building and matched these with those on several of the charts. Were these the names of the major stars or constellations of the zodiac, or what? The number was 28, and then it came to him. They were the daily stations of the moon. As he continued to sift through the documents, he realized that the scholar who wrote them had predicted eclipses of the moon for many years in advance. Then he found a book, obviously old, with charts that seemed to provide geometric corrections for the distortion caused by the atmosphere when sighting stars near the horizon, something that always had been troublesome for navigators. He also found other writings, new. Some appeared to be verses, and others tables of names and numbers. Sums of money were written next to some of the names, but none of it meant anything without the Persian, which he could not read. And Sheeran had never returned to the observatory, at least not when he was there, until 2 days ago. At the observatory that morning, the sky had been a perfect ice blue, the garden and orchard still, the air dry and exhilarating. No workmen were splashing in a moat beyond the wall that day. Only the buzz of gnats intruded on the silence. He had brought a bottle of dry Persian wine to make the work go faster, finding he was growing accustomed to its taste. And he had brought his lute as always in hope Sheeran would come again. He was in the stone hut, cleaning and sorting pages of manuscript, when she appeared silently in the doorway. He looked up and felt a sudden rush in his chest. "Have you uncovered all of Jamshid Beg's secrets?" Her voice was lilting, but with a trace of unease. "I've found out that was our famous astronomer's name. He was originally from Samarkand. I think I'm beginning to understand some of the tables." Hawkesworth kept his tone mad. "A rough fact. He should have been a navigator. He could have been a fellow at Trinity House." "What is that?" "It's a guild in England, where navigators are trained," she laughed. "I think he preferred a world made only of numbers." Her laugh was gone as quickly as it had come, and she moved toward him with a vaguely troubled look. "What have you found?" "A lot of things. Take a look at this drawing." Hawksworth tried to remain nonchalant as he moved the lamp back to the table from where he had placed it on the floor. He identified what we call parallax, the slight circular motion of the moon throughout the day caused by the fact it's not sighted from the center of the Earth, but from a spot on its surface that moves as the Earth rotates. Now if he could measure that accurately enough with these instruments. Shirin waved her hand and laughed again. If you understand all this, why not just take the papers back to the palace and work with them there? She was in the room. Now her olive cheeks exquisitely shadowed by the partially open door, where flickering shadows played lightly through the brilliant sunshine. Today I'd rather hear you play your English instrument. With pleasure. I've been trying to learn an Ind. Raga. He kept his voice even and moved himself deftly between Shirin and the doorway, blocking her exit. But it sounds wrong on the lute. When I get to Agra, I'm thinking I'll have a sitter made. He reached as though for the lute, and swung his hand upward and clapped it over Shirin's mouth. Before she could move, he shoved her against the wall beside the door and stretched with his other hand to seize the heavy brass astrolabe that rested on a stand by the table. He caught a look of pure terror in her eyes, and for a moment he thought she might scream. He pressed her harder against the wall to seal her mouth, and as the shaft of light from the doorway dimmed momentarily, he stepped forward and swung the brass astrolabe upward. There was a soft sound of impact, followed by a choked groan and the clatter of metal against the wooden door. He drew back the astrolabe now with a trace of blood along its sharp edge and the remains of a tooth wedged between in its discs. Then he looked out to see a dark-skinned Indian man in a loincloth rolling himself across the top of the garden wall. A faint splash followed as he dropped into the moat, when Hawksworth released Shirin and placed the aster. Lay back on its stand, he caught the glint of sunshine off a stiletto lying in the doorway. He bent down to retrieve it, and suddenly she was next to him, holding his arm and staring at the place where the man had scaled the wall. He was Sasudra, a low caste. She looked at the stiletto in Hawksworth's hand, and her voice turned to scorn. It's Portuguese. Only the Portuguese would hire someone like that instead of a Rajput. Then she laughed nervously. If they'd hired a Rajput, someone would be dead now. Hire a Sudra and you get a Sudra's work. Who was it? Who knows? The horse bazaar is full of men who would kill for 10 rupees. She pointed toward the wall. Do you see that piece of cloth there on the old spike? I think it's a piece of his dhoti. Would you get it for me? After Hawksworth had retrieved the shred of cotton loincloth, brown from 100 washings in the river, she had taken it from him without a word. What will you do with it? Don't. She touched a finger to his lips. These are things it's best not to ask. Then she tucked the brown scrap into the silken sash at her waist and moved toward the door. And it would be better if you forgot about today. Hawksworth watched her for a second, then seized her arm and turned her facing him. I may not know what's going on, but by Jesus, I'll know before you leave. And you can start by telling me why you come here. She stared back at him for a moment, meeting his eyes. There was something in them he had never seen before, almost admiration. Then she caught herself and drew back, dropping into a chair. Very well. Perhaps you do deserve to know. She slipped the translucent scarf from her hair and tossed it across the table. Why don't you open the wine you brought? I'll not tell you everything, because you shouldn't want me to, but I'll tell you what's important for you. Hawksworth remembered how he had slowly poured the wine for her, his hand still trembling. Have you ever heard of Samad? She had begun, taking a small sip. I think he's the poet Mukarrab Khan quoted once. He called him a Sufi rascal. Is that what he said? Good. That only confirms once again what I think of His Excellency. She laughed with contempt. Samad is a great poet. He's perhaps the last great Persian writer in the tradition of Omar Khayyam. He has favored me by allowing me to be one of his disciples. So you come here to write poems? When I feel something I want to say. But I've also found lists of names here and numbers. I told you I can't tell you everything. Shirin's look darkened momentarily as she drank again, idly from the cup, then settled it on the table. He found himself watching her face, drawn to her by something he could not fully understand. But I can tell you this. There's someone in India who will one day rid us of the infidel Portuguese. Ease, do you know of Prince Jadar? He's the son of the Moghul. I'm guessing he'll probably succeed one day. He should. If he's not betrayed. Things are very unsettled in Agra. He has many enemies there. She paused. He has enemies here. I'm not sure I understand. Then you should, because what happens in Agra will affect everyone, even you. But what does Agra politics have to do with me? The knife was Portuguese. To understand what's happening, you should first know about Akman, the one we remember now as the Great Moghul. He was the father of Erengbar, the Moghul now. I was only a small girl when Akman died, but I still remember my sadness, my feeling the universe would collapse. We worshipped him. Almost. It's not talked about now, but the truth is Akman didn't really want Erengbar to succeed him. Nobody did. But he had no choice. In fact, when Akman died, Erengbar's eldest son started a rebellion to deny him the throne, but that son's troops betrayed him, and after they surrendered, Erengbar blinded him in punishment. Khusrav, his own son. Although Prince Jadar was still only a young boy then, we all thought after that he would be Moghul himself one day, but that was before the Persians came to power in Agra. But aren't you Persian yourself? I was born in India, but yes, I have the great fortune to be of Persian blood. There are many Persians in India. You know, Persians still intimidate the Moghuls. Ours is a magnificent culture, an ancient culture, and Persians never let the Moghuls forget it. Shirin had dabbed at her brow and rose to peer out the door of the observatory building, as though by instinct. Did you know that the first Moghul came to India less than 100 years ago, actually after the Portuguese? He was named Babur, a distant descendant of the Mongol warrior Genghis Khan, and he was from Central Asia. Babur was the grand father of Akman. They say he had wanted to invade Persia, but that the ruling dynasty, the Safavids, was too strong. So he invaded India instead, and the Moghuls have been trying to make it into Persia ever since. That's why Persians can always find work in India. They teach their language at court and give lessons in fashion and in painting and garden design. Samad came here from Persia, and now he's the national poet. What do these Persians have to do with whatever's happening in Agra? Are you or your family somehow involved too? My father was Sheikh Merak. She hesitated a moment, as though expecting a response. Then she continued evenly, of course you'd not know of him. He was a court painter. He came to India when Akman was Moghul, and took a position under the Persian Mir Sayyid Ali, who directed the painting studio Akman founded. You know, I've always found it amusing that Akman had to use Persian artists to create the Moghul school of Indian painting. Anyway, my father was very skilled at Moghul portraits, which everybody now says were invented by Akman. And when Akman died, Erengbar named my father to head the school. It lasted until she was brought to Agra. Who? The queen, the one called Janahara. But why was your father sent away? Because I was sent away. Hawksworth thought he sensed a kind of nervous intensity quivering behind Shirin's voice. It's your story. He told himself that I'd really like to hear. But he said nothing, and the silence swelled. Finally, she spoke again. To understand the trouble now, you must understand about the queen. Her story is almost amazing, and already legends are growing around her. It's said she was born the day her father, Zainul Beg, left Persia as an adventurer bound for India. He ordered her abandoned in the sun to die. But after the caravan traveled on, his wife lamented for the bay. Be so much he decided to return for her. Although the sun was intense, they found her still alive. It said a cobra was shading her with his hood. Shirin turned to Hawksworth, her dark eyes seeming to snap. Can you believe such a story? No, it sounds like a fable. Neither can I, but half the people in India do. Her father finally reached Lahore, the city in India where Akman was staying, and managed to enter his service. Like any Persian, he did very well. And before long, Akman gave him a mansab rank of 300 zat. His wife and daughter were allowed to come and go among the palace women. Then, when she was 17, this little Persian girl of the cobra began her plan. She repeatedly threw herself across the path of the Moghul's son Erengbar, whom she rightly guessed would be next in line for the throne. He was no match for her, and now people say she won his heart before he knew it himself. My own belief is she cast a spell on him. And he married her? Of course not. Akman was no fool. He knew she was a schemer, and when he saw what she was doing, he immediately had her married to a Persian general named Shir Afgan, whom he then appointed governor of Bengal, a province in the distant east of India. Akman died a few years after that, still thinking he had saved Erengbar from her, but he hadn't counted on the spell. So how did she get back to Agra and become queen? That part I know very well. Shirin laughed bitterly. I was there, you see. Erengbar never forgot his Persian cobra girl, even after he became Moghul himself, and he found a way to get her back. One day he announced he was receiving reports of unrest in Bengal, where Shir Afgan was still governor, and he summoned the governor to Agra to explain. When no answer came, he sent troops. Nobody knows what happened, but the story was given out that Shir Afgan drew a sword on Erengbar's men. Perhaps he did. They say he was impulsive, but the imperial troops cut him down. Then Erengbar ordered Shir Afgan's Persian wife and her little daughter, Layla, back to Agra and put them under the protection and of his mother, the Dowager Queen. Then, just as we'd all predicted, he married her. At first he was going to put her in the Zanana, the harem, but she refused. She demanded to be made his queen and equal, and that's what he did. Except now she's actually more. She's the real ruler of India. And you were in the harem, the Zanana, then? Hawksworth decided to gamble on the story he had heard. Shirin stared at him, trying to hide what seemed to be surprise. You knew? Oh, for a moment he thought she might reach out and touch his hand, but then she drew back into herself. Yes, I was still in the Zanana then, but not for long. The first thing Janahara did was find out which women Erengbar favored, and she then had us all married off to governors of provinces far from Agra. You know, a Muslim man is allowed 4 wives, so there's always room for one more. Mukarrab Khan got me. She seems very clever. You haven't heard even half her story yet. Next she arranged to have her brother, Nadir Sharif, appointed prime minister, and her father, Zainal Beg, made chief advisor to Erengbar. So now she and her family control the Moghul and everyone around him. Shirin paused. Not quite everyone, yet not Prince Jadar. But he'll be the next Moghul. When that happens, what becomes of her? He should be the next Moghul. And if he is, her power will be gone. That's why she wants to destroy him now. But how can she if he's the rightful heir? Hawksworth found himself suddenly dismayed by the specter of Agra in turmoil. No one knows, but she'll think of a way. And then she'll find someone she can control to be the next Moghul. But why do you care so much who succeeds Erengbar? One reason I care is because of Samad. Her eyes suddenly saddened. Now I really don't understand. He's a poet. Why should it matter to him? Because the queen would like to see him dead. He has too much influence. You must understand that the queen and her family are Shiites, a Persian sect of Islam. They believe all men should bow to some dogmatic mullah whom they call an imam. But this was or in the teachings given to the prophet. A curse on all religions, Hawksworth had thought. Am I caught in the middle of some Muslim holy war? But why do these Persians, or their imams, want to be rid of Samad? Because he's a Sufi, a Misti, who teaches that we all should find God within our own selves, without the mullahs. That's why the Persian Shiites despise him and want him dead. Then he's supporting Prince Jadar. Samad does not concern himself with politics. But it's the duty of the others of us, those who understand what is happening, to help Prince Jadar. Because we know he will stop the Persians and their Shiites who are now spreading their poison of hate in India. And he'll also rid India of the Portuguese, I'm sure of it. She paused for a moment. You know, it's always seemed ironic that the Persians and the Portuguese should actually work together, but in a way each needs the other. The Portuguese have made the Persians, particularly the queen and her brother, Nadir Sharif, very rich, and in return they're allowed to send their Jesuits to preach. So both the Persians and the Portuguese want to prevent Prince Jadar from becoming the next Moghul, since he'd like nothing better than to rid India of them both. But what does this have to do with me? I just want a trading firman from Erengbar. He's still alive and healthy, and he should know the Portugals can't stop English trading. Ips from coming here. Why shouldn't he give us a firman? Can't you see? The English can never be allowed to trade here. It would be the beginning of the end for the Portuguese. It would show all the world they no longer can control India's ports. But what I'm really trying to make you see is that it's not only the Portuguese who want to stop you. It's also the people who support them, so no one can aid you openly. The Persians are already too powerful. Still, there are those here who would protect you. Who do you mean? How could I possibly tell you? She held him with her eyes. I scarcely know you, but you should listen to your intuition. Samad says we all have an inner voice that tells us what is true. It's time she did reach and touch his hand, and her touch was strangely warm in the chill of the room. I can't tell you any more, really. So now will you play for me? Something tender, perhaps. A song you would play for the woman you left behind you in England. I didn't have all that much to leave behind. He picked up the lute. But I'll be happy to play for you. You have no one? There was a woman in London, but she married while I was gone. She wouldn't wait while you are away. Shirin sipped again from her cup and her eyes darkened. That must have been very sad for you. It could be she didn't think I was worth waiting for. He hesitated. I've had some time to think about it since. In a way it was probably my own fault. I think she wanted more than I was ready to give. She looked at him and smiled. Perhaps what she wanted was you, and you wouldn't give yourself. Tell me what she was like. What was she like? He looked away, remember? Maggie's face with a strange mixture of longing and bitterness. Well, she's like nobody I've seen in India. Red hair, blue eyes, and a salty tongue. He laughed. If she was ever anybody's fourth wife, I'd pity the other three. He felt his laugh fade. I missed her a lot when I was away before, but now... He tried to shrug. She looked at him as though she understood it all. Then if you won't play for her anymore, will you play just for me? One of your English agas? What if I played a suite by Dowland, one of our English composers? It's one of my favorites. He found himself smiling again, the lute comfortable and reassuring in his grasp. I hope you won't think it sounds too out of place. We're both out of place here now. She returned his smile wistfully and glanced at the papers on the desk. You and me. Hawksworth saw George Elkington approaching and dropped the dagger quickly into his boot. 'Twill take a lifetime, rate these heathens dawdle. Elkington wiped a sweaty arm across his brow. Deep bags sagged under his bloodshot eyes. And we'll be months moving the lead and ironwork with these damned rickety carts, not to mention the silver bullion for iron commodity. We'll have to get a barge. How many more trips do you need to bring in the wool? Can't say. But 'tis clear we'll need more of these damned carts for what little they are worth. As Elkington turned to spit, he spotted a paw. Who had let a roll of woolen cloth dip into the river, and his neck veins pulsed. Hey, you heathen bastard, mind the water? He stumbled after the terrified man, trailing a stream of oaths. Hawksworth leaned against the wooden spokes of a bullock cart and quickly passed the stiletto from his boot back to his belt. As he watched, the bark tipped, beginning to list dangerously, and then he heard Elkington command the porters to stop the loading and prepare to get underway. Only 5 of the 25 bullock carts had been emptied, and the sun was already approaching mid-afternoon. As Hawksworth had watched the men at work, some corner of his mind had become dimly aware of a curious anomaly. Whereas the Dar's porters were working at full speed, the drivers of the bullock carts seemed actually to be hindering the unloading, moving the carts around in a confused way that always kept the work disorganized. And a number of answers began to fall into place. Captain General Hawksworth, do you expect to be joining us? George Elkington stalked up and began to scrape his muddy boots on the spokes of the bullock cart. Elkington, I want you to dismiss these drive. Hawksworth ignored his sarcastic tone. I want the Shahbandar to supply all our men from now on. What the bloody hell for? Elkington tightened his hat and hitched up his belt. Something's wrong. Did you have any accidents coming in? From Swally? Accidents? Nay, not a bleed-in one. Unless you'd call the axle of a cart break-in the first day and block in a narrow turn in the road, with mud on both sides so we couldn't pass and had to unload the whole bleedin' lot, and look half the mornin' for another cart to hire. And then the drivers had a fight over who was responsible and who'd pay for what, and we couldn't start till after midday. And yesterday one of their damned bullocks died, right in the road. Which is scarce wonder, considerin' how worn out they are. Nay, we had no accidents. The whole bleedin' trip was an accident. Then let's get rid of them all. Men, carts, bullocks, the lot, and hire new. Let the Shabandar hire they. And for us, we pay in silver and give him his commission, and I'm sure he'll provide us what we need. Think he can do any better? Elkington's skeptical eyes squinted against the sun. These damned heathens all appear similar. I think he'll make a difference. They all seem terrified of him. We have to try. Hawksworth started for the barge. You don't have much time left, Sheeran had said. Try to understand what's happening. The porters were loosening the lines on the pegs. The barque was ready to get underway. Don't assume you know who'll aid you, she had said. Help may come in a way that surprises you. It can't be known who's helping you. He waded through the mud and pulled himself onto the bark. Then he turned and rolled over onto a bale of cloth. The sky was flawless and empty. Just trust what feels right, she had said, and for no reason at all she had reached out and touched his lute. Learn to trust your senses. Most of all she had taken his hand and held it longer than she should have learned to open yourself. They were underway. The Shabandar watched from the maiden as the bark of English woolens moved in short spurts toward the steps below him. Oars sparkled in this unshine, and the faint chant of the rowers bounced, garbled, across the waves. Behind him, two short, surly-eyed men held the large umbrella that shaded his face and rotund belly. A circle of guards with poles pushed away traders who shouted begs and bribes for a moment of his time in their tent, to inspect their goods please and render them saleable commodity with his chap, and an invoice stating their worth, preferably undervalued. The 1/2% duty was prescribed by the Moghul. The assessed value was not. Mirza Nuruddin ignored them. He was calculating time, not rupees. His latest report was that 4 weeks more were needed for the viceroy to outfit the galleons and fireships. But the single-masted frigate bringing the news from Goa was 2 weeks in travel, which means the galleons will be here within 3, perhaps 2 weeks, he told himself. A Portuguese armada of 12 warships, the Englishman's luck has run out. They'll be caught unlading and burned. He fingered the shred of dirty cloth tucked in his waist. It had been sent by Sheeran, wrapped with a gift of Aga of the Rose. Her cryptic note had told him all he had needed to know. When his spies reported no one recently injured among the servants of the Portuguese Jesuits, the search had begun in the horse bazaar. They had found the man the next day. The truth had come quickly when Mirza Nuruddin's name was mentioned. Nothing had been learned. The man had been given the knife by Hindi-speaking servants. Their master's name was never divulged. But they knew well the routine of the Englishman and the location of the observatory. And now I must tamper with your destiny. English captain, we are all the prince captives of a world we no longer can fully control. He asked himself again why he had made the choice finally, to take the risks Jadar had asked when the odds against the prince were growing daily. It was stupid to support him now, and Mirza Nuruddin had always held absolute contempt for stupidity, particularly when it meant supporting a hopeless cause. If the Queen crushes him, as she very likely will, I've jeopardized my position, my holdings, probably my life. The prince does not understand how difficult my task is. The infidel Englishman is almost too clever. I had planned it perfectly. I had shown them the opportunity for great profit. It then denied it to them. They were preparing to leave, but surely they would have returned with a fleet. Then Mukarab Khan approved their trade, after waiting until he was certain the Portuguese preparations were almost complete. So how they remain awaiting their own destruction, never to leave again. And when these frigates are destroyed, will any English ever return? The Englishman will surely be dead or sent to Goa. There'll be no trip to Agra, and Arangbar will never know. Why? But the silver coin will soon be ready. And the prince's cipher today said Vasant Rao himself will arrive in 10 days to escort the Englishman and the silver as far as Burhanpur. Time is running out. There's only one solution left. Will it work? The barge eased into the shallows and the porters slid into the water, each already carrying a roll of cloth. I expected this difficulty, Captain Hawksworth, but your path is of your own making. You yourself chose to unlade it. That distance from the port. They were in Mirza Nuruddin's chamber, and the Shabandar faced Hawksworth and Elkington with his rheumy, fog-bound eyes. The chamber had been emptied, as Hawksworth had demanded. I propose you consider the follow. Unlade the woolens from your smaller frigate immediately, and let me oversee their transport here. He drew nonchalantly on the hookah. My fee would be a small commission above the cost of hiring the carts, 1% if they are delivered here within 2 weeks, 2% if they are delivered within 1 week. Do you accept? Hawksworth decided not to translate the terms for Elkington. We accept. It seems fair, he told himself. This is no time to bargain. You. Show yourself reasonable. Now, the lead and ironwork you have cargoed is another matter. Bullock carts are totally unsuitable for those weights in this sandy coastal delta. The weights involved require they be transported by river bark. And that means unlading at the river mouth. Hawksworth shook his head. We'll dump the cargo first. We can't take the risk now. Captain, there is risk and there is risk. What is life itself if not risk? Without risk, what man can call himself alive? Mirza Nuruddin thought of his own risk at this moment, how his offer of help to the English would immediately be misconstrued by the entire port, until the plan had played through to its ending. Then the thought of the ending buoyed him, and he continued, his voice full of solicitude. I can suggest a strategy for unlading your ironwork at the river mouth in reasonable safety, after your frigates have been lightened of their wool. With an experienced pilot, you can sail along the shoreline south to the bar and anchor under cover of dark. Barks can be waiting to unlade you. If the lead and ironwork are ready for unlading, perhaps it can be completed in 1 night. You can unlade the smaller frigate first, return it to the cove you call Swally, and then unlade the other vessel. That way only 1 frigate is exposed at a time. As Hawksworth and Elkington listened, Mirza Nuruddin outlined the details of his offer. He would hire whatever men needed. He normally did this for foreign traders and took a percentage from them as well as from the meager salary of the men he hired. And he already had a pilot in mind, a man who knew every shoal and sandbar on the coastline. As Hawksworth listened, his senses suddenly told him to beware. Hadn't Sheeran told him to trust his intuition? And this scheme was too pat. This time his guts told him to dump the lead in the bay and write off the loss. But Elkington would never agree. He would want to believe they could unlade and sell the lead. His responsibility was profit on the cargo, not the risk of a vessel. So he would take this final risk. Perhaps Mirza Nuruddin was right. Risk exhilarated. He smiled inwardly and thought again of Sheeran, and of what she had said about trusting his instincts. Then, ignoring them, he agreed to Mirza Nuruddin's plan, and the Shabandar produced a document already prepared for their signature. Book 2, Surat the Threshold, Chapter 11. Now we will begin. As my guest, you have first throw of the dice. Mirza Nuruddin fingered the gold and ivory inlay of the wooden dice cup as he passed it to Hawksworth. Then he drew a heavy gurgle of smoke from his hookah, savoring the way it raced his heart for that brief instant before its marvelous calm washed over his nerves. He needed the calm. He knew that any plan, even one as carefully conceived as the one tonight, could fail through the blundering of incompetence or betrayal. But tonight, he told himself, tonight you will win the game. The marble-paved inner court of the Shabandar's sprawling brick estate house was crowded almost to overflowing, with wealthy Hindu moneylenders, whose mercenary hearts were as black as their robes were white. Muslim port officials in silks and jewels, private riches gleaned at public expense. the turbaned captains of Arab cargo ships anchored at. The bar, hard men in varicolored robes who sat sweltering, smoking, and drinking steaming coffee, and a sprinkling of Portuguese in starched doublets. The captains and officers of the 3 Portuguese trading frigata now anchored at the bay. Our downriver, servants wearing only white loincloths circulated decanters of wine and boxes of rolled betel, leaves as an antidote to the stifling air that lingered even now, almost at midnight, from a broiling day. The torchbearers of Mirza Nuruddin's household stood on the balconies continuously dousing a mixture of coconut oil and rose attar onto their huge flambeau. Behind latticework screens the Nautch girls waited in boredom, braiding their hair, smoothing their skin-tight trousers, inspecting themselves in the ring mirror on their right thumb, and chewing betel. The dancing would not begin until well after midnight. As Hawksworth took the dice cup, the sweating crowd fell expectantly silent, and for the first time he noticed the gentle splash of the river below them, through the trees. He stared for a moment at the lined board lying on the carpet between them, then he wished himself luck and tossed the 3 dice along its side. They were ivory and rectangular, their 4 long sides numbered 1, 2, 5, and 6 with inlaid teakwood dots. He had thrown a 1 and 2 sixes. A propitious start. You English embrace fortune as a Brahmin his birthright. The Shabandar turned and smiled toward the Portuguese captains loitering behind him, who watched mutely, scarcely masking their displeasure at being thrown together with the heretic English captain. But an invitation from the Shabandar was not something approved. Dint Trader declined. The night will be long, however. This is only your beginning. Hawksworth passed the cup to the Shabandar and stared at the board, trying to understand the rules of Chopar, the favorite game of India from the Moghuls, Zen. Anna to the lowliest loitering scribe. The board was divided into 4 quadrants and a central square, using 2 sets of parallel lines, which formed a large cross in its middle. Each quadrant was divided into 3 rows, marked with spaces for moving pieces. 2 or 4 could play, and each player had 4 pieces of colored teak that were placed initially at the back of 2 of the 3 spaced rows. After each dice throw, pieces were moved forward 1 or spaces in a row until reaching its end, then up the next row until they reached the square in the center. A piece reaching the center was called Rasida, arrived. Hawksworth remembered that a double 6 allowed him to move 2 of his pieces, those standing together, a full 12 spaces ahead. As he moved the pieces forward, groans and oaths in a number of languages sounded through the night air. Betting had been heavy on the Shabandar, who had challenged both Hawksworth and the senior Portuguese captain to a set of games. Only an adventurous few in the crowd would straddle their wagers and accept the long odds that the English captain would, or could, be so impractical as to defeat the man who must value and uphold duty to his goods. Did I tell you, Captain Hawksworth, that Chopar was favored by the great Moghul, Akman? The Shabandar rattled the dice in the cup for a long moment. There's a story, hundreds of years old, that once a ruler of India sent the game of chess, what we call Chaturanga in India, to Persia as a challenge to their court. They in return sent Chopar to India. He paused dramatically. It's a lie invented by a Persian. He led the explosion of laughter. And threw the dice. A servant called the numbers, and the laughter died as suddenly as it had come. The merciful prophet's wives were serpent-tongued Bengalis. He had thrown 3 ones. A terrified servant moved the pieces while Mirza Nuruddin took a betel leaf from a tray and munched it sullenly. The crowd's tension was almost palpable. Hawksworth took the cup and swirled it again. He absently noted that the moon had emerged from the trees and was now directly overhead. The Shabandar seemed to notice it as well. Mackintosh watched as the last grains of red marble sand slipped through the 2-foot-high hourglass by the binnacle, and then he mechanically flipped it over. The moon now cast the shadow of the mainmast yard precisely across the waist of the ship, and the tide had begun to flow in rapidly. The men of the new watch were silently working their way up the shrouds. Midnight, the tide's up. There's no need to wait more. He turned to Captain Carriage, who stood beside him on the quarterdeck of the Resolve. George Elkington stood directly behind Carriage. Let's get under sail. Elkington tapped out his pipe on the railing, then he turned to Carriage. Did you remember to douse the stern lantern? Give the orders, Mr. Elkington, and you can save your questions for the pilot. Captain Jonathan Carriage was a small, weasel-faced man with no chin and large, bulging eyes. He signaled the Resolve's quartermaster, and the anchor chain began to rattle slowly up the side. Then the mainsail dropped, hung slack for a moment, and bellowed against the wind, sending a groan through the mast. They were underway. The only light on board was a small, shielded lantern by the binnacle, for eating the large boxed compass. The needles showed their course to be almost due south, toward the bar at the mouth of the Tapti. On their right was the empty bay, and on their left the glimmer of occasional fires from the shoreline. The whipstaff had been taken by the Indian pilot, a wrinkled nut-brown man the Shabandar had introduced as Ahmet. He spoke a smattering of Portuguese, and had succeeded in explaining that he could reliably cover the 8-mile stretch south from Swally to the unloading bar at the Tapti River mouth in one turn of the hourglass, if Allah willed. With high tide, he had also managed to explain there were only 2 sandbars they would have to avoid, and there would be no hostiles abroad this night. Eve and the Portuguese trading frigates were safely at anchor off the river mouth. For this evening, their captains had been honored by an invitation to attend the gathering at Mirza Nuruddin's estate. Your beginning has been impressive, Captain Hawksworth. But now you must still maintain your advantage. Mirza Nuruddin watched as Hawksworth threw a double 5 and a 2, advancing 2 of his 4 pieces into the central square. The crowd groaned. Coins began to change hands. You have aimed Rasida for 2 pieces. I'll save time and concede this game, but we have 6 more to play. Chopar is a bit like life. It favors those with endurance. As the board was cleared for the next game, Mirza Nuruddin rose and strode to the end of the court. The wind was coming up now, as it always did on this monthly night of full moon and tide, sweeping up the river bringing the fresh salt air of the sea. And the currents would be shifting along the coast, as sandbars, one by one, were submerged by the incoming tide. He barked an inconsequential order to a hovering servant, and then made his way back to the board, his guests parting automatically before him. The drinking crowd had already begun to turn in boisterous, impatient for the appearance of the women. As always, the Notch girls would remain for additional entertainment after their dance in private quarters available in the rambling new palace. This game I will throw first. The Shabandar seated himself and watched as Hawksworth drew on a tankard of brandy, especially provided for the Europeans present. Then, Mirza Nuruddin made a deft twist of the cup, and the ivories dropped on the carpet in a neat row of 3 6s. A servant barked the numbers, and the crowd pressed forward as one to watch. 15 fathom and falling. The boatswain leaned back from the railing and shouted toward the quarterdeck. In disbelief, he quickly drew the line in over the gunwale. The waist of the Resolve and fed it out again. Now she reads 13 fathom. Carriage glanced at the hourglass. The sand was half gone, and the compass reading still gave their course as due south. Ahead the sea was blind dark, but on the left, the fires of shore still flickered, now perhaps even brighter than he had remembered them. Then he realized a cloud had drifted momentarily over the moon, and he told himself this was why. The pilot held the whipstaff on a steady course. I'd reef the foresail a notch, cap'n, and ease her 2 points to starboard. I'll lay 100 sovereigns the currents changed on us. Mackintosh ventured to break protocol and speak, his concern growing. I dinna like the feel of thee. He told himself, we're drifting too fast, I can feel it. 8 fathoms, sir. The boatswain's voice again cut the dark. Jesus, Captain, Mackintosh erupted. Take her about, the pox-rotted currents. She'll ride in 3 fathom. If sailed the James, 600 ton in less. Let her run. He turned to Elkington. Ask the Moor how much longer to the river mouth. George Elkington turned and shot a stream of questions rapidly at the pilot, whose eyes glazed in his partial comprehension. He shook his head in a way that seemed to mean both yes and no simultaneously, and then pointed into the dark and shrugged, emitting fragments of Portuguese. Front sahib, diartament front. Then he gestured toward the waist of the ship and seemed to be asking the depth reading. As though in answer, the boatswain's voice came again, trembling. 5 fathom, cap'n, and still dropping. Cinco, Elkington translated, but his concerned tone was a question. What does it mean? The pilot shouted in alarm in Gujarati and threw his fragile weight against the whipstaff. The Resolve pitched and shuddered, groaning like some mourning animal at tether, but it no longer seemed to respond to the rudder. Carriage glared at the pilot in dismay. Tell the blathering heathen steady as she goes. She'll take the deck tipped crazily sideways, and a low grind seemed to pass up through its timbers. Then the whipstaff kicked to port, strained against its rope, and with a snap from somewhere below, drifted free. The Resolve careened dangerously into the wind, while a wave caught the waist of the ship and swept the boatswain and his sounding line into the dark. Horin Mary, Mother of God, we have lost the rudder. Mackintosh lunged down the companionway toward the main deck, drawing a heavy knife from his belt. As the frightened seamen clung to the tilting deck and braced themselves against the shrouds, he began slashing the line securing the mainsail. Another wave seemed to catch the Resolve somewhere beneath her stern quarter gallery and lifted her again. She poised in midair for a long moment, then groaned farther into the sand. As the frigate tipped, Mackintosh felt a rumble from the deck below, and at that instant he knew with perfect certainty the Resolve was doomed to go down. A cannon had snapped its securing lines and jumped its blocks. He grabbed a shroud and braced himself. Then it came, the muffled sound of splintering as the cannon bore directly through the hull, well below the waterline of the heeling frigate. Tack in water in the hold. A frightened shout trailed out through the scuttles. The seamen on decks still clung to the shrouds, wedging themselves against the gunwales. Man the pumps in the well, you fatherless pimps. Mackintosh shouted at the paralyzed seamen, knowing it was already too late, and then he began to sever the moorings of the longboat lashed to the mainmast. Elkington was clinging to the lateen mast, winding a safety line about his waist, and bellowing unintelligible instructions into the dark for hoisting the chests of silver bullion from the hold. No one on the quarterdeck had noticed when its railing splintered, sending Captain Carriage and the Indian pilot into the dark sea. The strumpet luck seems to have switched her men tonight, Captain Hawksworth, like a nautch girl when her carwa's rupees are spent. Mirza Nuruddin signaled for his ukka to be relighted. He had just thrown another row of 3 sixes and was now near to taking the 7th game, giving him 6 to Hawksworth's 1. All betting on Hawksworth had stopped after the 4th game. But the infinite will of Ga is always mysterious, mercifully granting us what we need more often than what we want. Hawksworth had studied the last throw carefully, through the haze of brandy, and he suddenly realized Mirza Nuruddin had been cheating. By Jesus, that ice are weighted. He sets them up somehow in the cup, then slides them quickly across the carpet. Damn me if he's not a thief. But why bother to cheat me? I only laid 5 sovereigns on the game. He pushed aside the confusion and reflected again on the astounding genius who sat before him now, cheating at dice. His plan was masterful. Host a gathering for the captains at the bar the night we will unload. Even the Portuguese. No one in command of a ship will be at the river mouth, no one who could possibly interfere. All our wool's already been unladed and brought overland to Surat. Then we transferred the ironwork and lead on the Discovery to the Resolve. So all the lead and ironwork in cargo will be unladed by moonlight tonight and on its way upriver by morning, before the Portugals here even sleep off their liquor. And the Resolve will be underway again by dawn, back to Swally with no one to challenge her. Not even the Portuguese trading frigata with their laughable 8-pound stern chasers. The Discovery is almost laden with cotton. Another couple of days should finish her, and then the Resolve. Another 2 weeks at most, and they'll be underway. The East India Company, the worshipful damned East India Company, will earn a fortune on this voyage. And a certain captain named Brian Hawksworth will be toasted the length of Cheapside as the man who did what Lancaster couldn't. The man who sent the East India Company's frigates home with a cargo of the cheapest pepper in history. The Butterbox Hollanders will be buying pepper from the East India Company next year and cursing Captain Brian Hawksworth. Or will it be Sir Brian Hawksworth? He tried the name on his tongue as he swirled the dice for one last throw. This time he tried to duplicate the Shabandar's technique. Easy swirls, and then just let them slide onto the carpet as you make some distracting remark. Perhaps it's Allah's will that a man make his own luck. Is that written somewhere? The dice slid onto the carpet, and Hawksworth reached for his brandy. 3 sixes. Mirza Nuruddin studied the 3 ivories indifferently as he drew on his hookah. But traces of a smile showed at the corner of his lips and his foggy eyes sparkled for an instant. You see, Captain Hawksworth, you never know the hand of fortune till you play to the end. He motioned to a servant. Refresh the English. Captain's glass. I think he's starting to learn our game. The longboat scraped crazily across the deck and into the surf. Then another wave washed over the deck, chilling the half-naked seamen who struggled to secure the longboat's line. 2 chests of silver bullion, newly hoisted from the hold, were now wedged against the mainmast. Elkington clung to their handles, shouting between waves for the seamen to lower them into the longboat. Mackintosh ignored him. Hoist the line to the poop. We'll board her from the stern gallery. Take the longboat under and drop a ladder. You, Garway and Davies, bring the line about to the gallery rail. The current tugged at the longboat, but its line held secure and the seamen passed the end up the companionway and toward the stern gallery, where the rope ladder was being played out. The longboat'll not take all the men and the silver. Bless Jesus, there's 10,000 pounds sterling in these chests. Elkington gasped as a nah. The wave washed over him, sending his hat into the surf. He seized a running seaman by the neck and yanked him toward the chests. Take one end, you whoreson bastard, and help hoist it through the companionway to the poop. But the man stood free and disappeared toward the stem. With an oath, Elkington began dragging the chest across the deck and down the companionway. By the time he reached the gallery, the ladder had already been dropped into the longboat, and 5 seamen were aiding with half-pikes. I'll send you to hell if you try loading that chest. Boatswain's mate John Garway held his pike in Elkington's face. We'll all not make it as 'tis. Then Thomas Davies, acting on the thought in every man's mind, thrust his pike through the lock hinge on the chest and wrenched it off with a single powerful twist. Who needs the money more, say I, the bleedin' worshipful company, or a man who knows how to spend it? In moments, a dozen hands had ripped up the lid of the chest, and seamen began shoveling coins into their pockets. Elkington was pushed sprawling into the companionway. Other seamen ran to begin rifling the second chest. Silver spilled from their pockets as the men poured down the weighing ladder into the longboat. As Elkington fought his way back toward the stem, he took a long last look at the half-empty chests, then began stuffing the pockets of his own doublet. Mackintosh emerged from the great cabin holding the ship's og. As he waited for the last seaman to board the longboat, he too lightened the resolve of a pocketful of silver. With all men on board the longboats, gunwales rode askant 3 inches above waterline. Bailing began after the first wave washed over her, then they hoisted sail and began to row for the dark shore. Tonight you may have been luckier than you suppose, Captain Hawksworth. The Shabandar's fingers deftly counted the 5 sovereigns through the leather pouch Hawksworth had handed him. Around them, the final side bets were being placed against the Portuguese captain who would play Mirza Nuruddin next. It's hard to see how. For the price of a mere 5 sovereigns, Captain, you've learned a truth some men fail to master in a lifetime. Mirza Nuruddin motioned away the Portuguese captain, his doublet stained with wine, who waited to take his place at the board. I really must call the dancers now, lest some of my old friends lose rig. "Ard for our hospitality. I hope you'll find them entertaining, Captain Hawksworth. If you've never seen the Notch, you've yet to call yourself a man." Hawksworth pulled himself up and thought about the river, and slowly worked his way through the crowd to the edge of the marble court. The damp, chill air purged the torch smoke from his lungs and began to sweep away the haze of brandy from his brain. He stared into the dark and asked the winds if they knew of the resolve. Could it all have been a trap? What if he'd told the Portugals and they had warships waiting, without warning? The slow, almost reverent strains of a sarangi, the Indian violin, stirred from the corner of the courtyard, and the crowd shifted expectantly. Hawksworth turned to notice that a carpeted platform had been erected directly in the center of the court, and as he watched, a group of women, perhaps 20, slowly began to mount steps along its side. The torches had grown dim, but he could still see enough to tell they all wore the veil of purdah and long skirts over their trousers. As they moved chastely toward the center of the platform, he thought they looked remarkably like village women going to a well, save they wore rows of tiny bells around their ankles and heavy bangles on their wrists. The air was rent by a burst of drumming, and the courtyard suddenly flared as servants threw oil on the smoldering torches around the balcony. At that instant, in a gesture of high drama, the women ripped away their turquoise veils and flung them skyward. The crowd erupted in a roar. Hawksworth stared at the women in astonishment. Their skirts, the skin-tight trousers beneath, and their short halters were all gossamer, completely transparent. The dance was underway. Hips jerked spasmodically in perfect time with the drummers accelerating, hypnotic rhythms arching now to the side, now suggestively forward. Hawksworth found himself exploring the dancers' mask-like faces, all heavily painted and expressionless. Then he watched their hands, which moved in sculptural arcs through a kind of sign language certain Indians in the crowd seemed to know. Other hand messages were understood by all as the women stroked themselves intimately, in what seemed almost a parody of sensuality. As the rhythm continued to intensify, they began to rip away their garments one by one, beginning with their parted waist wraps. Next, their halters were thrown to the crowd, though their breasts had long since found release from whatever minimal containment they might have known at the beginning of the dance. Their earth-brown skin now glistened bare in the perfumed torchlight. The dance seemed to Hawksworth to go on, incredibly building to ever more frantic levels of intensity. The drunken crowd swayed with the women, its excitement and expectation swelling. Then at last the women's trousers also were ripped away, leaving them adorned with only bangles and reflecting jewels. Yet the dance continued still, as they writhed onto their knees at the edge of the platform. Then slowly, as though by some unseen hand, the platform lowered to the level of the courtyard. Then they glided into the drunken crowd, thrusting breasts, thighs against the ecstatic onlookers. The cheers had grown deafening. Hawksworth finally turned away and walked slowly down the embankment to the river. There, in the first hint of dawn, bathers had begun to assemble for Hindu prayers and a ritual morning bath. Among them were young village girls, swathed head to foot in bright-colored wraps, who descended one by one into the chilled water and began to modestly change garments while they bathed, chastely coiling a fresh cloth around themselves even as the other was removed. They had never seemed more beautiful. Hawksworth was standing on the steps of the Maiden when the sail of the English longboat showed at the turn of the river. News of the shipwreck had reached Surat by village runner an hour after sunup, and barks had already been sent to try to recover the remaining silver before the ship broke apart. The frigate was reportedly no more than 1,000 yards off the coast, and all the men, even Carriage, the boatswain, and the pilot, had been safely carried ashore by the current. Hawksworth watched the longboat's sail being lowered in preparation for landing, and tried to think over his next step, how to minimize the delay and loss. We can't risk staying on past another day or two, not with only one vessel. If we're caught at anchor in the cove, there's nothing one ship can do. The Portugals can send in fire ships, and there'll be no way to sink them with crossfire. The Discovery has to sail immediately. We've enough cotton laded now to fill the hold with pepper in Java, Damn carriage. Why was he steering so close to shore? Didn't he realize there'd be a current? Or was it the pilot? Were we steered into this disaster on the orders of our new friend, Mirza Nuruddin? Has he been playing false with us all along, only claiming to help us stay clear of the Portugals? By the looks of the traders on them. Aden this morning, I can tell they all think we were played for fools. He tried to remember all the Shahbandar had said the night before, particularly the remarks he had not understood. But now the evening seemed swallowed in a fog of Andy. But the game, he finally realized, had been more than a game. The voyage will be lucky to break even now. George Elkington slid from the back of the sweating porter and collapsed heavily on the stone steps. The resolve was old, but we'll take £40,000 to replace her. What do you plan to do? Hawksworth eyed Carriage as he mounted the steps, his doublet unrecognizable under the smeared mud, and decided to ignore him. Not a damned thing we can do. Our save laid the last of the cotton and some indigo on the Discovery and weigh anchor. And day after tomorrow's not too soon, by my thinking. Elkington examined Hawksworth and silently cursed him. He still had not swallowed his disbelief when Hawksworth had announced, only 3 days before, that he planned to leave the ships and travel to Agra with a letter from King James. The Shahbandar has asked to meet with you. Hawksworth motioned to Elkington as the last seaman climbed over the side of the longboat and onto the back of a waiting porter. We may as well go in. A crowd of the curious swarmed about them as they made their way across the Maiden and through the customs house. Mirza Nuruddin was waiting on his bolster. Captain, my sincere condolences to you and to Mr. Elkington. Please be sure that worthless pilot will never work out of this port again. I cannot believe he was at fault, but he'll be dealt with nonetheless, which is partial. True, Mirza Nuruddin told himself, since my cousin Mohammed Haydar, Nakuta of the Rahimi, will take him on the pilgrim ship for the next Aden run, and allow him to work there until his reputation is repaired. You were fortunate. At least, that the largest part of her cargo had already been unladed. Elkington listened to Hawksworth's translation, his face growing ever more florid. "'Twas the damned pilot's knavery. Tell him I'd see him hanged if this was Ingle." And Mirza Nuruddin listened, then sighed. Perhaps the pilot was at fault, perhaps not. I don't quite know whose story to believe. But you should know that in India only the Moghul can impose the death penalty. This matter of the pilot is past saving, however. It's best we move on. So tell me, what do you propose to do now? Settle our accounts, weigh anchor, and be gone. Elkington bristled. But you've not heard the last o' the East India Company, I'll warrant you. We'll be back with a fleet soon enough, and next time we'll do our own hearing of a pilot. As you wish. I'll have our accountants total your invoices. Mirza Nuruddin's face did not change as he heard the translation, but his spirit exulted. It worked. They'll be well at sea within the week, days before the Portuguese warships arrive. Not even that genius of intrigue, Mukarab Khan, will know I planned it all. And by saving these greedy English from certainty, disaster, I've lured to our seas the only Europeans with the spirit to drive out the Portuguese forever, after a century of humiliation. India's historic tradition of free trade, the Shahbandar had often thought, had also brought her undoing. Open-handed to all who came to buy and sell, India had thrived since the beginning of time, until the Portuguese came. In those forgotten days, huge single-masted arcs, vast as 800 tons, freely plied the length of the Arabian Sea. From Mecca's Jeddah they came, groaning with the gold, silver, copper, wool, and brocades of Italy, Greece, Damascus, or with the pearls, horses, silks of Persia and Afghanistan. They put in at India's northern port of Cambay, where they laded India's prized cotton, or sailed farther south, to India's port of Calicut, where they bargained for the hard black pepper of India's Malabar coast, for ginger and cinnamon from Ceylon. India's own merchants sailed eastward to the Moluccas, where they bought silks and porcelains from Chinese traders or cloves, nutmeg, and mace from the islanders. India's ports linked China on the east with Europe on the west, and touched all that moved between. The Arabian Sea was free as the air, and the richest traders who sailed it prayed to Allah, the one true God. Then, 100 years ago, the Portuguese came. They seized strategic ocean outlooks from the mouth of the Persian Gulf to the coast of China. On these they built strongholds, forts to control not the lands of Asia but its seas. And if no man could remember the centuries of freedom, today all knew well the simple device that held the Arabian Sea in bondage. It was a small slip of paper, on which was the signature of a Portuguese governor or the captain of a Portuguese fort. Today no vessel, not even the smallest bark, dared venture the Arabian Sea without a Portuguese cartas. This Haiti license must name the captain of a vessel and verify its tonnage, its cargo, its crew, its destination, and its armament. Vessels could trade only at ports controlled or approved by the Portuguese, where they must pay a duty of 8% on all cargo in and out. Indian and Arab vessels no longer could carry spices, pepper, copper, or iron, the richest cargo, and now the monopoly of Portuguese shippers. An Indian vessel caught at sea without a cartas, or steering south when its stated destination was north, was confiscated. Its captain and crew were executed immediately if they were lucky, or sent to the galleys if they were not. Fleets of armed galleons cruised the coastlines in patrol. If a vessel gave cause for suspicion, Portuguese soldiers boarded her in full battle dress, with naked swords and battle cries of Santiago. And while their commander inspected the ship's cartas, Portuguese soldiers relieved passengers of any jewelry saleable in the streets of Goa. Cartas enforcement was strict, and since a percentage of all seized cargo went to captains and crews of patrol galleons enthusiastic, the seas off India were theirs by right. The Portuguese liked to explain, because they were the first ever to have the ingenuity to make claim to them. The revenues the cartas brought Portugal were immense, not because it was expensive to obtain. It cost only a few rupees, but because it funneled every ounce of commodity traded in the Arabian Sea through a Portuguese tax port. And it is the Portuguese taxes. Mirza Nuruddin told himself, not just their galleons, that the English will one day drive our ports, and on that day our merchant ships will again lade the best cargo, sail the richest routes, return with the boldest profits. There seems nothing further then, Mr. Elkington, I can do for you. The Shahbandar smiled and bowed his small, ceremonial salam, save wish you a fair wind and Allah's blessing. So it's over, Hawksworth thought as they turned to leave. The last time I'll ever see you, and thank you very much, you unscrupulous, deceiving son of a haw. Captain Hawksworth, perhaps you and I can share a further word. You are not, as I understand, planning to depart India. At least not immediately. I'd like you always to know my modest offices remain at your behest. Elkington paw. As did Hawksworth, but one of the Shahbandar's officials took the merchant's arm and urged him firmly toward the door of the chamber. Too firmly, Hawksworth thought. I think you've done about all for us you can. Hawksworth made no attempt to strain the irony from his voice. Be that as it may, I've heard rumors that your trip to Agra may be approved. Should that happen, you must know you cannot travel alone, Captain. No man in India is that foolhardy. The roads here are no more safe than those, so I hear, in Europe. All travelers inland need a guide and an armed escort. Are you proposing to help me secure a guide? Equal in competence, may I presume, to the pilot you hired for the Resolve. Captain Hawksworth, please, God's will is mysterious, he sighed. No man can thwart mischance if it is his destiny. Hear me out. I've just learned there's currently a man in Surat who knows the road to Burhanpur like his own sword. Handle. In fact, he only just arrived from the east. I understand he expects to return when his affairs here, apparently brief, are resolved. By a fortuitous coincidence, he happens to have an armed escort of guards with him. Suggest it might be wise to attempt to engage him while you still have a chance. And who is this man? A Rajput captain with the army, a soldier of no small reputation, I can assure you. His name is Vasant Rao. Mukarab Ka. Reread the order carefully. Scrutinized the black ink seal at the top of the page to assure himself it was indeed the Moghul's, and then placed it aside. so at last it had come. The prospect of English presence was too great a temptation for the acquisitive Arangbar, ever anxious for new baubles. The Englishman would be going to Agra. No one at court could have prevented it, but that road east through bandit-infested Chopta to now-threatened Burhanpur, then north, the long road through Mandu, Ujjain, and Gwalior to Agra was a journey of 2 hard months. The Moghul seal meant less than nothing to highwaymen, or to servants and drivers whose loyalties were always for sale. It's a long road. Englishmen and mishaps on that road are common as summer mildew. He smiled to himself and took up the other silver-trimmed bamboo tube. It had arrived by the same runner. The date on the outside was 1 week old. It always amazed Mukarrab Khan that Indi. As runners, the Muras were actually swifter than post horses. This message had traveled the 300 kos south from Agra to Burhanpur, and then the remaining 150 kos west to Surat, a combined distance of almost 700 English miles in only 7 days. Runners were stationed at posts spaced 5 kos apart along the great road that Akman had built to link Agra to the seaport of Surat. They wore an identifying plume at their head and 2 bells at their belt, and they gained energy by eating postabang, a mixture of opium and hemp extract. Akman even conceived of lining the sides of the road with white stones so his Muras could run in darkest midnight without lanterns. There were now some 4,000 runners stationed along India's 5 main arteries. The only things swifter, Mukarrab Khan had often told himself, are lightning and a blue, white-throated wrath pigeon. A distance requiring a full day. If for a runner could be covered by a pigeon in 1 pahar, 3 hours, given good weather. Arangbar kept pigeons all over India, even in Surat, but then so did everyone else at court. Recently, it seemed, everyone was training pigeons. Next to the date was the seal of Nadir Sharif, Prime Minister and brother of the Queen. Mukarrab Khan knew Nadir Sharif well. A dispatch from Nadir Sharif, though it always reflected the wishes of the Moghul or the Queen, could be relied upon to be reasonable. If the Moghul in fury condemned a man over some trivial transgression, Nadir Sharif always forgot to deliver the sentence until the next day, having found that Arangbar often tended to reverse sentence is of death when musing in his evening wine cups. This order will be reasonable, Mukarrab Khan told himself, but it will have to be obeyed eventually. As always, Mukarrab Khan tried to guess the message before unsealing the 2-inch long silver cap attached to the end of the tube. Probably taxes, late delivery. Or perhaps there's been a discrepancy between the open report filed from my chamber by the Wakianavis, the public report Fs, and the private report, which I supposedly do not see, sent directly to the Moghul by the Harkaras, the confidential reporters. And if that's the complaint, it will disprove my suspicion that no one in the Imperial Chancery ever actually reads the reports. I deliberately inserted a difference of 1/2 lakh of rupees as reported logged at the mint last month, just to see if they would catch it. Mukarrab Khan unrolled the dispatch, and his heart stopped. Clasping the paper, he wandered distracted out of the now-empty audience hall and down the stairs toward the courtyard. When he reached the veranda, he only half noted the heavy clouds threatening in the west, toward the sea, and the moist air promising one last spatter of the monsoon. Servants were removing the tapestried canopy that shaded his cushioned bench, and when they saw him, they discreetly melted out of sight, leaving one side of the cloth still dangling from the poles. He dropped heavily onto the bench and reread the order carefully, his disbelief growing, on the recommendation of Queen Janahara. Mukarrab Khan had just been appointed India's first ambassador to Portuguese Goa. He would leave in 2 weeks.